Our heartfelt thanks to our esteemed knowledge partner, R. Sogani and Associates Jaipur, and all our sponsors for their invaluable support.
Our platinum sponsors, AU Small Finance Bank, Avas Financiers Limited,
our diamond sponsors, State Bank of India and Central Bank of India,
our gold sponsors, KDK Software, Bank of India, Hem Securities Limited, LIC,
our silver sponsors, NAV Back Office, Holani Consultants Private Limited,
our technology partner, Tele Solutions.
We'd also like to thank Kokta Financial India Limited, Relion Softtech Limited, Punjab and Sindh Bank, New India Assurance Company Limited, Vidya Sagar Career Institute Limited, Wonder Cement, Compute Tax, SIDBI, and BOB Card.
We'd also like to inform you that this session is live on the ICAI Jaipur YouTube channel, and the link is on the LED screen behind us.
Let us begin today's discussion on New Income Tax Law, Bold Initiatives Needed, with the timeless wisdom from Chanakya, one of ancient India's greatest minds. Collect taxes like a bee. जैसे मधुमक्खी फूल से उतना ही पराग लेती है जितनी ज़रूरत हो, कर वसूली भी संतुलित होनी चाहिए ताकि सरकार और करदाता दोनों समृद्ध हों.
In today's world, taxes are the lifeblood of a nation. They fuel infrastructure, drive public services, and enable progress. लेकिन मुख्य सवाल यह है कि हम ये कैसे सुनिश्चित करें कि कर वसूली सरकार और उसके नागरिकों दोनों के लिए कुशल, न्याय संगत और सतत हो. And the answer lies in today's discussion. The new income tax law, bold initiatives needed. We need bold, balanced initiatives that create a transparent system, much like the bee's harmony with the flower.
Today, our panel will explore how the new tax law can evolve to be fair, efficient, and future-proof, supporting compliance and economic growth. With great honor, we now invite our distinguished panelists and the moderator to the dais. These professionals bring a wealth of expertise, experience, and insights into the field of taxation. Let us extend a warm welcome to CA Rajiv Sogani, sir, the moderator for this insightful session. We warmly welcome you, sir, and request you to kindly join us on the dais. Next, we invite CA Sanjay Jawar, sir, Senior Advocate, to the dais. We are delighted to have you with us, sir.
We are also privileged to have Shri Tushar Himani, sir, Senior Advocate from Ahmedabad, with us today. We are truly grateful to have you with us, sir. We request you to kindly grace the dais.
And finally, we call upon CA Dinesh Kanabar, sir, CEO, Dhruva Advisors LLP, Mumbai, to grace the dais. It's a privilege to have you here, sir.
We now proceed with the felicitation of our esteemed panelist and moderator. I kindly request CA Rajendra Agarwal and CA Sumit Agarwal to step forward and present a memento to CA Dinesh Kanabar, sir.
Thank you. May I request CA Shiksha Soni and CA Archana Sharma to come forward to present a memento to Tushar Himani, sir.
I would now like to invite CA Rohit Sharma and CA BL Chaudhary to proceed and present a memento to CA Sanjay Jhawar, sir.
Could I kindly request CA Virendra Sharma and CA Mohan Kumarwat to come forward and present a memento to CA Rajiv Sogani, sir. Thank you. Without further delay, let's dive into the conversation and hear from my esteemed panelists. Over to you, Sogani, sir.
Good morning and welcome to this morning session on new income tax law, bold initiatives needed. We have very distinguished panelists for this topic. Dinesh Kanabar sir from Mumbai, he has a lot of experience behind him in respect of taxation laws. He regularly writes articles in various business newspapers in respect of reforms which are needed in tax laws. Tushar Himani ji from Ahmedabad, he is a very a senior advocate with a lot of clarity on the subject and great articulation skills. Sanjay Jhawar ji, he is from Jaipur. Probably no tax seminar is complete without his participation, and we very eagerly wait for his annual explanation of the budget provisions. Income tax law, bold initiatives needed. The Honorable Finance Minister, during her budget speech in the Parliament on 23rd of July 2024, while presenting the Union Budget for 2024, made a very important announcement. And I quote from her speech, I quote, "I am now announcing a comprehensive review of Income Tax Act 1961. The purpose is to make the Act concise, lucid, easy to read and understand. This will reduce disputes and litigation, thereby providing tax certainty to the taxpayers. It will also bring down the demand embroiled in litigation. It is proposed to be completed in 6 months." Friends, it is in this context that today's session, the deliberations, the discussions have immense significance, and we are privileged to have such a distinguished panelists with us. Each of the panelists possesses requisite expertise to reshape the Income Tax Act in a manner which aligns the vision of transforming India to a developed economy by 2047. Friends, we have divided the discussion in two broad sections. First, I'll request each of the panelists to convey their feeling about the one or two most crucial changes which, in their opinion, must be incorporated in the proposed new avatar of the Income Tax Act. And therefore, I'll first request Dinesh Kanabar sir to give his views on the one or two most critical issues which he feels should be incorporated in the new proposed income tax laws. Dinesh Kanabar sir.
Morning, and thank you for that generous introduction and this opportunity to talk to this august audience. If I may take a liberty for a minute or two before I go to the two important points, we're beginning to say that here is a complete overhaul of the Indian Income Tax Act, and what we are talking about is bold initiatives needed. And I reflect on a couple of things. So before the finance minister read out, or rather after she read out that preamble, she said that in this finance bill itself, I am making changes with regard to capital gains, etc., etc. And we saw the result of that. So in some sense, we had a simplification. We saw the 10 and 20% rate converging to 12.5% and whatever else. But we also saw the entire controversy around indexation and then the law getting amended. And I wonder whether in that process of simplification, did we simplify the law or did we make it more complex?
That is one of the biggest problems probably.
Correct, correct. And that's the point I just wanted to make, to say that here, if this is what the finance minister said, and this was the outcome, I do hope that what comes around does not bring about such a lot of controversy as it earlier did. That's one part. Second is that all laws take their time to settle down. There are two eminent lawyers sitting on my either side, and they are better equipped to talk about this than I can, that even a law with all its controversies, once it is interpreted by the courts over decades, so to say, settles down, people understand what it is, there are amendments which happen, and then life moves on with it. And when you unsettle the law, and when you rewrite it, with ostensibly with a view to simplification, again, do you result in simplification? Because really you are rewriting and you cannot envisage all the situations. That's the second comment I wanted to make. And the final comment before I go to these two important points is I've heard two very differing versions, all coming from, as we say into inverted comma, usually reliable sources. One is to say that what the government is trying to do is merely to keep the entire structure of the law as it is, but merely rewrite the law in simple language and remove some of the obsolete provisions, etc. In fact, I sit on the managing committee of FICCI, and we received a request from the government to make a representation on 4 aspects, all of which really speak about not rewriting or changing the structure of the law, but simply sort of making the wordings easy, removing sections, subsections, whatever, and removing the obsolete provisions. If we do that, we would have achieved half the purpose and not the entire purpose, because you cannot overhaul the law every 2, 3, 4, 5 years or every 10 years. It takes time to really rewrite the law. The other version which I have heard and which I'm more inclined to believe is that the overhaul is going to be very, very structural in nature, that it is being monitored very closely. There are teams working, to my knowledge, spending countless nights, weekends, etc., to see that, yes, they are able to. So we'll have to wait and see what is it that is finally achieved. And coming to the question which you asked, that if I was asked, what are those 2 things that one should look at and hope that this law achieves? The first thing I would say is that how do we deal with tax litigation? There has been burgeoning tax litigation. I was asking Mr. Hemani and Mr. Jawar as to what is the periodicity that it takes for a matter decided by the Income Tax Appellate Tribunal to be heard by the High Court. And we speak about years and years and years. Mr. Jawar mentioned that there was a bench here which sort of did a good work to put the pendency behind, and it was again built up. But everywhere you go, in Mumbai where I come from, we have minimum of 11 to 12 years before a matter can be taken up for final hearing. Now that's not a sort of pendency one is looking at. But more important, what is it that one does to remove structurally the litigation that happens? We have spoken about this ever so often, and in fact there are enough precedents out there. So for example, when the direct taxes code draft was written and which has not been adopted, there was a proposition to come back and say that can the law provide for a settlement mechanism? I'm not referring to the settlement commission, but can somebody come back and say, here is litigation, the litigation is going to cost me so much money, it's going to take so much time, I'm prepared to pay X amount of tax and move on with life. And I do remember having made these representations before successive finance ministers, and they're asking a question that we have CNAG, CBI, can we really settle matters? And you go back and give the example of, for example, how things happen in the UK, where you go back and say, if this is the situation, maybe my tax liability is 100, I'm willing to pay 40, and then there is an independent committee within tax which evaluates it, and there's an independent committee outside of tax comprising of industrialists who adopt it and move on. And I can give you a very concrete example of what that means. So we had the very famous or infamous Vodafone litigation, which went all the way to Supreme Court, and then we had a retrospective amendment, and then a retrospective amendment of the retrospective amendment. At the very same time that Vodafone acquired India, Vodafone also made an acquisition in Europe. And there was a controversy around that in UK, and a tax of about £5 billion was asked. And they settled at £1.2 billion, and the matter was over. India got nothing out of that whole controversy. And the question is, do we need to litigate everything all the way to Supreme Court? Sorry, you were making a comment. Please go ahead.
No, I'm just asking, UK must also be having the similar agencies like CBI and CAG. So how they are managing that situation?
Yeah, so that's exactly what we did.
That is the only concern of Government of India.
Correct. So that's exactly what we did, was to invite some of the largest law firms from UK to come and make a presentation, and they did. Unfortunately, it never got implemented, but that's one part of it. The second part is a more important thing which I'm sure concerns many of us out here, that practically today we find that the commissioner appeals level is totally choked up. So you have a situation where appeals before commissioner appeals are pending for years on end. The tribunal at some places is sitting without work. So in most places, you can file an appeal to Income Tax Appellate Tribunal and you will get a hearing within 3 to 6 months, merely because matters are just not going to them. How do we unchoke this whole thing? At a more important level, we had an authority for advance ruling, and we have scrapped it. We constituted a board for advance ruling, to which nobody is going because it's comprising of bureaucrats. So you got something which gave certainty to the taxpayer, and you killed it. You had a settlement commission, and you removed it. The question is, how does one go, and more important is, we have a very peculiar proposition. We have section 119 in the Income Tax Act, which basically provides that while CBDT is the apex body which monitors the Income Tax Act, it cannot issue directions to a tax officer on how to deal with a specific matter. It can only issue circulars, notification, clarification to deal with a class of SSE. And therefore, we have a situation that the same law is interpreted differently all across the length and breadth of the country. Forgetting length and breadth, two officers sitting next to each other would interpret things differently. Is that the way law should be implemented? Can we have systemic policies, things being issued by CBDT? How does, and one has looked at some of the best practices, USA, UK, etc., and if the government was to adopt this. Two good things which have happened. One, of course, is the increase of the limit, which was done for filing appeals by the government. The government has a not so distinguished track record of winning on tax matters. The success rate is less than 20% overall. Of course, a lot of it is being blamed to good advocacy by the two gentlemen sitting on either side. But it's not just that. It's really that additions are made which at times are absolutely frivolous. There is a lack of accountability at the tax office. So the question is to put a framework which allows matters to be resolved. So that is one issue which I would put. And the second thing which probably needs a lot of consideration is group taxation. And the reason I would put group taxation an important thing is that what is the new age industry which India is looking at? So for example, take green energy. Now green energy is something which everybody is talking about, solar companies, etc. And each one of these companies requires to submit bids for specific project. And one of the fundamental requirement of every bid is that it should be an SPV. You can't do it in the parent company. Okay? Now, it is all in the public domain. So whether you look at Renew Energy, whether you look at Adani Green Energy, or any of these companies, they have almost 200 to 300 subsidiaries because there are 200 to 300 projects which are going on. But you do not have group taxation, you don't have consolidated tax return which you can file. And therefore, you have got profit sitting elsewhere on which you pay taxes, and then you have losses which are lying elsewhere. And the question is, how do you permit group taxation, which I think is very, very critical. So I would put these two issues as being very, very fundamental, and I do hope that in the process of simplification, we are able to address these two. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. And if the two panelists have anything to add in this aspect, they can very well add. So my simple question is, we know CIT appeal level, more than 5 lakhs cases are pending as on today. And about 10 trillion rupees amount is involved in the litigation. Do you think we can abolish the first appellate proceedings? Is it possible? And both the lawyers here, is there any legal issue involved if we abolish and we have only tribunal as the appellate authority and thereafter High Court? Because, sir, in Jaipur, tribunal has very less pendency, and in 3 weeks' time, you can get the case listed after filing.
So I can tell you that this issue was discussed with the Revenue Secretary when we made a representation for this year's budget. And there were 3 different suggestions which came up. One was that if a matter is pending, as you know, a CIT appeals is supposed to dispose of a matter within a year. And if it doesn't happen, then the matter directly goes to tribunal. So you keep the thing, but if for whatever reason within the time limit is unable to dispose, then the matter travels to Income Tax Appellate Tribunal. Now, that has its own ramifications, but it was one thing which was thought. The other very innovative thing was that can we allow all the matters to go to dispute resolution panel? So, and again, each one has its pros and cons. I'm not advocating one or the other. I'm just saying that what was it that was discussed and proposed? And that was another thing which was proposed. That is that something which one can look at. But yes, clearly. And the third is that this choking up, can they appoint more people, of course, and see that the pendency is taken off. But on the legal aspect, I'm sure my two learned brothers have much better to talk.
Very good morning to everyone. I must appreciate and take notice of the kind hospitality which was given to me. Back home in Ahmedabad, it's only after the delivery of the lecture I would get a memento. Here, you were kind enough to give it beforehand without waiting for the actual delivery. That said, the question as regards Commissioner Appeals, 2 things which immediately comes to my mind. 2 things are, one is the powers which are vested with the Commissioner Appeals, namely the enhancement power. And the second, the Commissioner's power to entertain additional evidences. Parliament experimented this particular aspect during the old block assessment scheme, 1995, and between 1995 and 1997. The first appeal would immediately go before the tribunal without getting it routed through the Commissioner Appeals. And that experience was not very encouraging. And having realized that the powers which are available, because department also wants a second go at the entire assessment order. If something is left out, they also get an opportunity to enhance it, to set their house in order. Now that power, unfortunately, is not available with the ITAT, Income Tax Appellate Tribunal. And therefore, the removal of first appellate stage will have 2 problems. One is, of course, enhancement. Second is admission of additional evidences, etc. Because, again, that would require the calling for the remand report, matters going back, reports coming, thereafter processing it. Therefore, practically and administratively, that may not be feasible. And that is the reason why Parliament once again amended the law, and even for the block assessment after 1997, the first appeal doors were open. And therefore, to remove first appeal at this stage probably may not be a very conducive idea. Having said that, in fact, yesterday only, before the Gujarat High Court, the matters with regard to huge pendency before the Commissioner Appeals was taken up. CBDT chairman was summoned. It is available on YouTube as well. And the latest report is 5,80,000 matters are pending. Out of that, more than 2,80,000 matters are older than 2022. High Court has suggested that why don't you have a mechanism whereby you club the matters, you bunch them for issue-wise, you bunch them for repetitive matters, you bunch them for the search-related cases which are not centralized and not available with the physical commissioners. so on and so forth. All those suggestions are there dictated in the order. However, ultimately High Court has held that if the matters are not disposed of within the framework of 250 read with 6 capital A, where within a period of 1 year you have to dispose of the matters, court has granted unconditional stays to the SSCs. Court was of the view that if you cannot dispose of a matter within a period of 1 year, which is the legislative mandate, then as a matter of course, all the SSCs are entitled for a stay of recovery of demand. And that is in fact a welcoming stage. Probably government will now realize that if they do not dispose of the matter within the time-bound manner, in a time-bound frame, then probably they will face difficulties in recovering the taxes which are otherwise payable by the SSC. Over to you, sir.
So my just short issue, so the issue of enhancement, the power of enhancement, I feel with the changed circumstances in the faceless regime, you have a technical committee, you have a review committee also. The possibility of assessing officer doing something wrong or under assessing the income reduces significantly. So probably under the new scheme of things, there is a possibility that enhancement power may not be that relevant for the department. Anyhow, so probably the first appeal issue is one big thing, which is choking the delivery of justice more than the last figure available with me was 5,44,000. And in a very short time, it has reached to 5,88,000. 5,80,000. Right, sir, in the group taxation, probably there should not be any problem in introducing this group taxation scheme where, like the consolidated financial statements, at least a consolidated return can be presented. And that can solve some of the problems.
I think it's more about the revenue consideration that today the government is collecting taxes on profitable group entities and the losses are being carried forward. So A, there is a time value of money, and B, sometimes those losses could lapse. Of course, then groups go on reinventing themselves. How do you merge those entities, demerge the losses? So all of that goes on. But clearly, there is no reason economically why the government should not permit this.
Now, sir, Tushar Bhai, if the two issues which you feel are most crucial to be incorporated.
Before that, Raju Bhai, the fundamental question, again, we'll be addressing that question sometime near the close of the session, is do we want a new act or do we want a complete overhaul of the existing act? Because as Dinesh Bhai has rightly pointed out, that for any act to settle down, we are witnessing GST unprecedented litigations, large number of sections, large number of notifications are under challenge, the viruses thereof are under challenge. Matters have to travel right up to the apex court before it can rest. And even after apex court judgments also. Safari is the latest example. The guidelines are laid down, but matter is not put to rest. Therefore, once again, matter will come back. Again, the functionality test would be applied to the building, whether decide whether it is a plant or no. So again, I'm foreseeing a second round of litigation. So do we need a new act or fundamentally new income tax act whereby the entire existing structure is changed? Do we really want that? Or we want something whereby the existing act can be made more effective with more simplicity and less litigation? Probably I would vote for the second, that we do not want to fundamentally change. Our act is good. It has survived since 1961. Probably most of the issues, fundamental issues, are settled. The mechanism of quantifying the income, taxing it, probably is in place. What we need is peace of mind. What we need is clarity on certain issues which are, according to us, not very conducive for the purpose of proper administration. So the error lies in administration rather than in the act. That said, if something has to undergo a major change, then what are the two things which I would like to see in the new act? Two things. One is accountability, which I would like to see. And second is certainty in the act. I would like to see these two things which are of utmost importance in implementing any tax laws. Coming back to the accountability, this was an idea which was, in fact, there in everybody's mind. That, sir, if we commit a mistake, then we are immediately caught. As a chartered accountant, supposing today I give a tax audit report. That tax audit report is taken under scrutiny, and if assessing officer finds that there is some misreporting, or there is a statement which is not factually correct, or there is something which is may not be deliberately, but this is something which is not forthcoming in the tax audit report, he scrutinizes it, and he ultimately believes that, no, sir, your audit report is not correct, therefore I am going to complain to the institute to take disciplinary action against you. And that is happening day in, day out. Income tax department complains before the institute, and they make sure that the concerned chartered accountant is held accountable. Now, if that is the situation, take any professional. You take medical professional. If he fails in performing his duty, he could be taken to appropriate task. Then why not the officers? Why not, when they make a mistake in implementing the law? Look, if law is not correct, we approach the constitutional court, we challenge the virus. Once law is perfect, it is proper, if the administrator, the persons who are implementing this law, they are deliberately or under a misconception, they implement it in a wrong manner, can they not be held accountable? Today, someone makes an addition of 500 crore in my hand. I am knowing that this is a complete, baseless, senseless addition. Ultimately, what the options available to me are, either I approach the constitutional court, but there are also set parameters. If I fail in falling under any of those parameters, like breach of principles of natural justice, etc., the necessary course and the only course available to me is go for the appeal, because 264 is too risky. I go in appeal. Appeal is like a merry-go-round. If I sit here, ultimately I'll get down only when the Supreme Court decides this, because the quantum is huge. Unnecessarily, I am taken for a ride. And if I want to hold someone accountable, if I succeed at all the appellate level, first, second, before High Court, Supreme Court, then that assessing officer goes scot-free. He in fact would be rewarded that, sir, you created 500 crore worth of demand and therefore you are given the promotion. Today we have section 293 under the Income Tax Act. We call it a good faith section. That section says that if anything is done by a revenue officer in good faith, quote unquote, then he cannot be subject matter of any suit or civil proceedings. Now that good faith protection is, it casts a burden on the SSC to prove that action which were taken by the officer were not taken in good faith. Therefore, it's a reverse burden. Why can't we have a system whereby anyone who is not properly administrating the law in its proper spirit and substance must be held accountable, even if he is a person who is a government officer discharging his duty. However, if he is discharging the duty not in quote unquote good faith, then the necessary action must flow from the scheme of the act itself. In many developed nations, like Australia, we have a separate act for that. In US, there is a special provision under Internal Revenue Code 7433, if I'm not mistaken, wherein I can ask for a compensation. Canada, we have a court rulings. In India, we have sporadic court rulings whereby, court passes the order in a read jurisdiction that this officer has not done something which is fundamentally wrong, and therefore we levy a cost of 5,000 rupees, or the compensation needs to be collected from his salary, etc. But that is not the law. This is just something which is laid down by the court by looking to the specific circumstances of that fact. Why can't we have under the new act a system whereby, supposing if an assessing officer passes 5 orders and all his 5 orders are consistently turned down by the appellate authority, then immediately something needs to be done about the capability of that officer. And he has to answer to, let's say, we create a disciplinary committee consisting of retired Supreme Court, High Court judge and some IRS, some normal citizens, etc. And that committee will independently look into the quality of the assessment orders being passed by the assessing officer. And that committee will decide whether that gentleman has properly administered the law or no. Why can't we have such a mechanism? Or take away the protection of 293 and allow SSCs to file a civil suit for damages or punitive damages in a given case and challenge that. And that officer has to personally represent his case before the civil court. Why not make him exposed to these civil consequences? Therefore, they will always be under the fear that, sir, if I do not do something right, someone will file a damages suit against me. And if during that suit, if I lose it, I have to pay something out of my own pocket. We do not have, so far, we have never seen any accountability flowing from any scheme of the Act. Time and again, representations were made that, sir, at least make some scheme whereby you hold accounting, the assessing officer accountable, but that is not being done. So I would like to see, if at all the Act is undergoing an overhaul, then I would like to see some accountability provision being embedded therein. Second is certainty. Look, for any tax laws to be implemented properly and effectively, we need certainty. Today, even if you raise taxation to 60%, I don't mind, because I know beforehand that, sir, out of my 100 rupee income, I have to pay 60 rupees to the government. I will arrange my affairs accordingly. A foreign investor coming here, he would also do the costing analysis accordingly. An Indian citizen, supposing today I have to plan for my retirement, I know that, sir, instead of 100, I have to now earn 150 so as to discharge 60 rupees of my tax obligation. However, that certainty is not there. Probably we are one of those few countries where tax rates are declared in a Finance Act on a year-to-year basis. In fact, if someone remembers, 2009 and 10, DTC was there. The proposed DTC was there, and in that, it was proposed that the tax rates should form part of the statute itself, as in by way of a schedule. So why can't we have the constant tax rates? Or we have a budgetary provision whereby whenever a government is sworn in, whenever a government gets elected and they present their first budget, probably they can do the budget, etc., present the budget, and they can decide the tax rate. That tax rate will continue for a period of 5 years, and that becomes part of the new act itself rather than become a finance act. We have large number of such instances wherein the law is complicated on a year-to-year basis. Like example 115 BAA, concessional rate of 22.5%. Next year, the next provision 115 BAB was introduced, wherein a further lesser rate of taxation was introduced. Those who set up the unit under old scheme, they felt cheated that we have made huge investments. Now the scheme is changed. We have certain politically driven incentives, wherein if some territory, some constituency is closer to the ruling political party, they come out with large number of incentives. People based on that assurance make a huge investment. And if tomorrow, if that political party is voted out, then probably the first casualty would be that project. So those are the things which bring in uncertainty. We want certainty in tax laws. Once you decide the tax laws, unless there are compelling circumstances, don't amend it. If at all I am not happy with that, if at all I find that these are beyond legislative competence, I'll challenge it. However, you don't make any changes on a year-to-year basis. That is the second expectations. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much, Tushar Bhai. Just two things. You feel that this accountability aspect is very well managed and regulated in other tax jurisdictions, like you mentioned about Australia or UK?
US, Australia, I could lay my hands in Canada.
So that is one very good suggestion, if we can have some legislation in this regard.
Yes.
So that is one thing. And about consistency, sir.
Yes.
Consistency is not only about tax rates. Sir, we have seen search cases, block assessment, then reversed, then dividend distribution tax, then buyback of shares. So lot many things introduced, withdrawn, reintroduced. So that consistency is also required. And Tushar Bhai has rightly mentioned, and Kanabar sir has also mentioned, that the law requires a reasonable time to settle down through the interpretation by the courts. Now we have seen penalty under section 271(1)(c), I think was very well settled. But now it is changed, 270A, a new style of penalty is introduced. So now it will take again not less than 2 decades to settle down the law. So that is also very important, that not only the tax rates, the consistency should be in respect of the basic law also.
All aspect. I'm sorry.
If I could just make two quick comments. Tushar Bhai rightly mentioned about accountability. So we tabled to the finance minister cases that have come up before the High Court, where there were 48 judgments given by different high courts across the length and breadth of the country, where the High Court held the tax officer to be in contempt. This is not an interpretation of law. He is in fact talking about interpretation and accountability. I'm saying go beyond that. So here is the High Court saying release the refund and do it within 30 days. And the officer says, I won't do it. Okay? And then there are personal penalties on one of cases. And we tabled those 48 odd cases to the finance minister to say, how do you deal with this? This is both on direct and indirect taxes, to say where the actions of the officer were so atrocious that it shook the conscience of the court. And the second comment, quick comment I would make is that you're talking about certainty. And you gave one example of certainty, tax rate, you gave another example. But the thing which I mentioned earlier in the passing is that different interpretations of the same law or the same treaty, you know, I say this often jocularly, that the most categorical answer that you can give to a client on an interpretation is a categorical maybe. Nothing more than that. Because each officer, how does that officer apply his mind to read the very same provision? That's not the way to. And therefore that leads to a question, and which is what Mr. Yamani very rightly pointed out. Do you need overhaul of the law, or do you need overhaul of the administration of the law?
Thank you very much, sir. Now, Sanjay Bhai, what are the one or two most critical issues you feel should be incorporated?
Before coming to those two issues, I completely endorse the accountability part. But there is only one problem. Who will join the civil services? You know, normally everyone says that they do not join for mere salary. They join because they become kings. They feel like they are kings. If a person is recording the statement, he'll necessarily make you sit outside his chamber for at least 2 hours, so that you realize that you are, you know, he is a king and you are serving him. So the only thing is the government.
And yet they are called public officers.
They are servants.
Public servants.
They are called public servants, and they'll make you sit for 2-3 hours just for no reason, because their team meeting, morning team meeting or the afternoon team meeting or the midday conversation with the spouse is going on. So, and you'll be, not only do that, when they record the statement, if you are 20 minutes late, now they'll give you a Mahatma Gandhi lecture. That, don't you understand the value of my time? And if they are 2 hours late, they'll say, you know, you should know that I am so busy.
I'm serving the nation.
Yes. So I do not know how this psychological problem would be dealt with if they are removed from the position of king and they are made to answer what they are doing. Then they'll say, why the hell of job? Why I should not do lawyering like him? Why do not do the CA practice like him?
No, but faceless has resolved some of this aspect. And there is reduction for the charm of IRS.
If that comes into tribunal, then again, you'll have the same problem in tribunal. People would not join the tribunal as members. Coming to my issues, the two most important issues as you want from me, in my view, Rajiv ji, if we see our country, there are 3 broad classes of taxpayers. One is what you call as SMEs, maybe MSMEs, maybe salaried employees, first category. And the other is listed companies, the huge, who have the accountability even otherwise towards the market, towards the customer, and they are driven by market forces. They do not show more profit to pay more taxes. They show more profit for having more capitalization. They show more profit because they want to have great value of their shares. And in between that, you have a category who are not listed companies, but who are not MSMEs, or in between that, huge category, who are above MSMEs, but they are not accountable even to the customers. Their financial statements are not market driven. They are driven by themselves. They are self-serving. Now, I feel that for 3 of them, you should have different focus. And then the 4th category, who are not falling in any of the 3, who are not filers at all. I would say there are 4 categories in India. And the 4th is the majority. 4th is who elects our MPs and prime ministers. That is the 4th category. So, it's again most important category. In my view, we should have 4 different kind of focuses on that, which is not there right now. And for this reason, Tushar bhai, I would like to slightly differ from you that we should not rewrite the law. In my view, theoretically we treat everybody as same. Theoretically we follow constitutional principles. But practically it doesn't happen. And therefore the same tax law and tax tool would not work for everyone. And sometimes the patchwork in taxation to remedy, to amend, to modify, to correct is so much that there are biases and biases in the minds not only of the taxpayers and the tax administration, but also in the minds of judges. They would like to refer to, if they want to dismiss, they have a ruling to follow. If they want to allow, they have a ruling to follow. Now that is what happens when a law becomes old and settles down. Now, they will find any kind of ruling. If I am a judge today, if I want to dismiss your appeal, I have a ruling of Supreme Court larger bench. If I want to allow, I again have a ruling. So I would like that if the law is rewritten, at least everybody would apply their mind. If it is simple, at least everyone would try to think of not stuck at the meaning of cash credit. No, Delhi High Court is against, Bombay High Court is in favor, Supreme Court says this, I will not apply my mind, cash credit means this. They have the problem, as you rightly said, is tax administration, who have stopped applying mind. First they will look for precedences. ये judgment मिल जाएगा तो ये कर देंगे, वो judgment आप कोई judgment ले आइए. Now, if you have any issue of addition, वो कहेंगे अच्छा कोई judgment ले आइए. Tribunal का नहीं, कोई high court का ले आइए. Now, we have to, we know that even the High Court judgments are reversed by Supreme Court. We know that even the Supreme Court judgment, Supreme Court reverses its own judgment. We know that sometimes they use the Article 42, 142A, 142. They say that, no, whatever is written in the law is not relevant, we can write our own law. No, we have to get out of this. And sometimes we have to start with a clean slate if we have to get out of this. Sometimes we have to read the basic principles which we have forgotten. And if we go to the core basic principles, if we just read 3 chapters of IMF's very good literature on tax design, tax administration design, IMF has produced in 1996, how should be your tax administration, how should be your tax law design. If we read just 3 chapters of that, we find that this patch up would not work. We have to rather have a renewed focus on each of the category differently. And I just gave you an objective classification. If I give you by numbers, 84% of our population, 84% of the filers, tax filers, I'm taking the data of yesterday night, filing for this year has been by 7.8 crore assessees. Last year it was by 8.24 crore assessees. So this year department is expecting that tax filers would be about 9 crore because abhi 15 din baki hai. So they are expecting that abhi 7.8 hai, 9 crore log return भरेंगे. So 140 crore में से पहली बात तो 9 crore लोगों के लिए हम बात कर रहे हैं. We are not talking about 131 crore people जिसके लिए अलग पॉलिसी बननी चाहिए जो elect करते हैं हमारे नेताओं को.
And have agricultural income.
Yeah, maybe having agriculture income, maybe having non-agriculture income and not paying taxes, whatever. So 84% of our return filers fall in the category of up to 10 lakh rupees. Return up to 10 lakh. That is 84%. Right? 15% of our filers are between 10 to 50 lakhs category. That is 15%. To be precise, this year's number is 1 crore 17 lakh returns are 15%, right? And 1% assessees are filing return beyond 50 lakhs. That is 1%. And 1% means that total number is about, I think, 8 lakhs. So they are filing returns above rupees 50 lakhs. Now, we cannot have same kind of focus in tax laws on all the three. If I read the literature, theoretical literature correctly, the international literature correctly, you know, an economy is in a primitive phase, an advanced phase, and then the developed phase, the last one. So this middle tier, wherever the economies are falling in that middle tier, that is best suited for presumptive taxation. That's what the tax design says. Because वो आप जहाँ बिल्कुल ही कुछ नहीं हो रहा है, वहाँ पे presumptive taxation में तो fail हो जाएगा. Where your all transactions are completely accounted for. You don't need presumptive taxation. You can go by the books. In between that, when you are trying to motivate taxpayers, we are falling in that bracket, that you become compliant and your life would be easier. Now, we are motivating not through the stick, but through carrot these days, that your life would be easier. And now we are a country who has highest digital payments, you know, UPI payments in the world, where everything is routed through a channel which can be tracked, which has the audit trail. So this kind of economies are the best economies which can adopt presumptive taxation in a very, very large manner. So in my view, this category of 1 to 10 lakhs, they are by and large on presumptive taxation. They are by and large on presumptive taxation, which is it, covering 84%. Salaried people are on presumptive taxation. Standard deduction. So they are on rental income. Or maybe businesses which are having very low receipts, they are on presumptive taxation. Now, this 15% category, where we have to deal with 1 crore 17 lakh taxpayers, we have to think whether they also can be brought into presumptive taxation. Like, let's say, for professionals, I'll just give an example. If they feel, right now it is 50% presumptive taxation for professionals. Suppose they feel that worldwide the average expense of a professional is, let's say, 40%. And 60% we want to tax. And suppose they enhance it to the level of 5 crore. Professionals having receipt up to 5 crore can go for presumptive taxation because that is the international standard. If that can be done, perhaps this problem we have been hearing several times that 5 साल के लिए income tax law को हटा दो तो सारा black white में convert हो जाएगा and then thereafter there will be no problem to the economy. I would say 5 साल के लिए आप presumptive taxation लगा दो कम से कम. हटाओ मत. Most problems would be solved. Because if you know that what is going to be your income, the only thing is what our professional friends would do, that problem would remain. If everyone would come in presumptive taxation. So what we'll be doing, what audits we'll be doing, that will be a problem. But the life of taxpayer, as you said, if I know on day one that I have to pay 60%, it'll be easy. If I know that industry standard or the global standard or at least the Indian standard is 40% expense, and if my profession, in my profession I am doing 70% expense, at least I'll change my profession, I'm not in the right profession. So I'll be either more efficient or I'll be tax compliant. Same way, if you think that manufacturing should have the profit of at least 20%, trading should have profit of at least 8%, let's say, let's assume. If manufacturing somebody does not earn 20%, you would not need IBC to tackle his bankruptcy. वो income tax की वजह से पहले ही बंद कर देगा. Right? He would know that this is the industry standard, my profit should be 20% of what I realize. If I earn only 10%, 5%, or incurring losses for next 10 years, you are complicating the income tax return and the assessment, and you are complicating his life. If a person is incurring losses in 10 years in his business, can he survive? He has to ultimately go to bankruptcy and all the tax demands have to be written up in IBC. So why do you want to do that? If you have these standards, persons would know that these are standards. Either we perform according to the standards and pay taxes. We don't perform, we change our profession or we change our business. So, and so far as the third category of listed companies is concerned, Now there you don't need, there is a market-driven force on them to disclose good profits. They are the people who would not like to capitalize many things, who would like to put many things in revenue. They like to capitalize many things. They would like to show more profits. They'd like to show better returns. They would like to command a premium on their share. They would like to have good share prices. You don't need the tax men after them. They are so vigilant because tax is 30%. Capitalization is 10 times. So there is a difference. Tax is just 30% or 25%, capitalization is 10 times. He'll not bother paying more taxes. Honestly, all the taxes because he's getting capitalization. So for that category, you don't need this. So I think in my initial suggestions, I would say only two things. Should rewrite the law, should have different focus on 4 categories, and should have presumptive taxation. We should widen the range or the categories on which presumptive taxation, maybe industry-wise, it could be jewelry industry and garment industry, or it could be generalized manufacturing and trading and profession or service or hospital, or we can have, like we have tonnage tax for one category, we can have 10 categories, 10 different categories. It will make life simpler.
Thank you, Sanjay Bhai. Probably we don't have much time left, but still I'll raise some of the issues. Sir, in the, say, what we can say, the second segment or the next round, my one question to Dinesh Kanabar, sir, how do we increase the tax GDP ratio? Because the problem is we are all talking with reference to the benefits to the taxpayers, but the government wants this tax GDP ratio to be increased. And for a developed economy, there are parameters. Probably presently our tax GDP ratio is something around 10 to 11%. And developed countries have 25 to 30%, means 25 to 30% of GDP is collected through taxes. So what do we do to increase this ratio?
So it's a question which comes up every year, you know, when as chambers of commerce we go and meet the revenue secretary and they come back and say that every year you just come and ask for concessions. Tell us where are we losing out? And I can make just 2 comments here. One is that we have an informal sector of the economy. There was this whole demonetization, and the expectation was that post-demonetization, and as Sanjay ji mentioned, we now have a huge amount of digitization, that the amount of cash in the system will come down. The reality is that it hasn't, because as you look at raids, you find hundreds of crores of rupees being stashed, so therefore that whole thing has not worked. And there is a need to put a framework as to how, so one is there has been this whole issue of agricultural income, and really it's a huge segment of economy. It's a holy cow, and the government doesn't want to touch that holy cow. And the question is that why would a farmer who's making 50 lakhs of rupees not have the same responsibility to pay income tax as somebody else who's earning? So how do we make more and more segments come within that? The second thing which we need to also recognize is that it's very easy to talk about tax to GDP. But in the countries where tax to GDP is high, they collect high, and the amount of social spend is significant. So you go to the Scandinavian countries, you will find that the government takes care of, the government hospitals are some of the best hospitals, the way the amount of spending happens. That is not what is happening here. And the one final thing I might make is that Sanjay ji mentioned that we are looking at 9 crore taxpayers. That's what we are looking at. What we are not also looking at is that there is, take for example, a partnership, and we all know that if a partnership has paid taxes, a partner doesn't. So really, are we counting the number right? That also is another issue that we need to take into account. There is one very interesting comment I would make. There is a software which somebody has developed in Israel, very, very interesting, which is used by governments only to track tax evasion. And it's being used all across the world, including in USA, UK, Japan, etc. So they've come back to say that you look at crypto trading, for example, where most of the trading happens using memes. And it's able to locate who are the people. It's able to then go back to the tax returns and come back and say, has that income been returned? And I'm sure that degree of sophistication will happen. Today, the amount of data that the government has is amazing.
Hopefully that tax software is not used in India, I believe. Because a lot of Israeli softwares were in use in India. Sir, as an accountant, one thing bothers me most. That is why this income computation and disclosure standards. We have accounting standards, we have Ind AS, and now we have ICDS. Do you feel ICDS, Tushar Imani ji, do you feel ICDS are serving some purpose, or they are only making the things of taxpayers and also of tax consultants very difficult?
Sir, probably my personal belief is that ICDS, insofar as corporate entities are concerned, where Ind AS in any case is mandatory, does not serve any useful purpose, because ultimately what I end up doing is, it is complete waste of resources, whereby apart from timing difference, there is nothing much. So every year I prepare my accounts as a corporate entity as per Ind AS. I prepare a reconciliation statement. Along with ICDS. And then every year I keep on adjusting that, so that ultimately, once the timing difference is over, probably I'll reach to the same figure. So insofar as corporate entities are concerned, and as Sanjay Bhai has rightly pointed out, that corporate entities probably are more eager to show more profit. They are eager to show more profit than what they are earning. So in any case, there we can go with the Ind AS, and therefore ICDS can be done away with. Insofar as other entities where there are no mandatory accounting standards as prescribed under Section 133 of the Companies Act, probably ICDS provides a guideline that, as courts have again held time and again, that those are the guidelines. If they are in contradiction with the court laid down ruling, then probably you can deviate from ICDS, subject to, of course, a comment. So probably for corporate entities, my personal view is that ICDS can be made applicable to non-corporate entities, and subject to that rider, we can move smoothly, turn to Ind AS and do the needful in the matter.
Just a very quick comment. This is the point which Sanjay ji made and Tushar is making. So the point is that most countries have over the decades had taxation. When I go to look at UAE, which has just introduced tax a year ago, what do I see? And they'll come back to say your audited accounts are the basis. We don't need to recompute any income. There is some disallowance with regard to entertainment expenditure, but basically they go back and say if your accounts are prepared using IFRS, we will accept that, and whatever you are showing is what we will tax.
Very good, sir. Sanjay Bhai, can you comment something on this? Because I also believe that when the accountancy has matured, our regulators have also matured, auditing science has also matured, then why can't audited financial statements can be the basis for filing the return? No further adjustments are required. Is it possible, or some of the countries
I think for listed companies, without any second thought, it should be implemented. Without any second thought. Because as I already mentioned, that market forces are already governing their disclosures, and you have SEBI and you have other things to check that. But as I mentioned, that there are three categories of taxpayers. If you implement presumptive taxation for others, there is no question of accounting standards and ICDS. And for them, they book disclosures. And second point I would like to make here is, now you have so comprehensive GST mechanism now, where you are tracking my outward and my inward both, except real estate, except immovable property. You are tracking all my transactions. You are tracking my output. You are tracking provision of service, sale of goods. You are tracking buying of goods. You are tracking buying of services. If everything is there in GST return, and my turnover is there, my expenditure is there, and my income is calculated on that basis, what more standards you need? How many times you would like to check the same thing? Income tax, you are again checking what is your sale, what is your purchase. In GST, you have already checked that. Then you will ask in PMLA to render your account. How many times you will check the same thing? It is saying like, पुराना joke एक याद आ रहा है कि एक आदमी ने कहा कि साहब ये मेरे पास ट्रेन के 2 टिकट है, एक नीचे वाली जेब में, ऊपर वाली जेब में, कि साहब क्यों 2 टिकट क्यों हैं? तब ऊपर वाला खो जाए तो नीचे वाली जेब में. उसके दोस्त ने पूछा भाई नीचे वाला भी तो खो सकता है टिकट, फिर क्या करेंगे? बोला कि नहीं, एक मंथली पास और है. So government is doing like this. In GST, they are checking everything. Sale, purchase, everything. In income tax, they are checking once again. So what for? Once you have checked everything, you can apply the profit rate or you can compute the profit. Even if it has to be computed from books, you can do that.
वेरी राइट, बिकॉज जीएसटी तो मेरा मानना है सब ज़माना ये आने वाला है कि शायद हमारी बैलेंस शीट गवर्नमेंट बना के देगी, बिकॉज द एंटायर डेटा इज विद देम, और वो बैलेंस शीट बना सकते हैं कि आपके ट्रांजैक्शंस या प्रॉफिट क्या है. Anyhow,
RBI Deputy Governor has already said to small banks to think of providing this value-added service to their clients, that they prepare the balance sheet on the basis of GST details and on the basis of the transaction payment IDs, and then give it to the client for further corrections if they want to make any amendment. So I don't think in 3 years' time, I think Income Tax Department would make your income tax return itself, and only for corrections it will come to you if you want to make any corrections.
Sanjay bhai, this is a separate session. We have future of profession. Therefore, let us not discuss this here. Thank you very much. The time is over. I have received the parchi from the MOCs. Thank you very much from my side and from the side of audience also for, I know the time is very short.
Just two quick comments. Number one, in respect of search and seizures. In India, we have about 13 legislations, economic legislations in which we have the provisions relating to search and seizure. FEMA also has, GST has, income tax has, like that money laundering law has. Every law has a search and seizure provision. In UK and United States, if you want to enter the house of somebody, you are infringing on the constitutional right. And therefore, you need a judicial warrant. So every department, every officer, he cannot be having that. So soon, I think it should happen. I have also suggested previously that instead of having a search and seizure chapter in every law, GST law and income tax law and every law, they should have a search and seizure act, independent law. Or there is already a code in CRPC on search and seizure where they have to seek judicial permission from the magistrate. So instead of that, they can have a higher threshold, maybe permission from High Court judge or whatever they want to make. But it has to be judicial permission, because now they have a power to collate all the data. All the departments collate their data. If there is one search, you get everything, GST evasion or income tax evasion. Why do you need एक आदमी के यहाँ 5 बार search हो रही है 3 साल में, एक बार GST की हो रही है एक बार. Why do you need that? So that is one. And second, I endorse what Dinesh Bhai mentioned and what Tushar Bhai mentioned initially, that there is ADR mechanism in US, UK, and almost all the developed nation. Like he mentioned about Vodafone, there is ADR mechanism in taxation. Like we had settlement commission. Little better than that. We can have an ADR mechanism in taxation for settlement. So instead of a settlement commission sitting at Delhi, Bombay, or 4 metros, it can sit at chief commissioner's level. And if that can be revived, I think most of the, instead of bringing in the settlement schemes and eliminating the disputes from that, if it can be done, that could be a better way of doing. Thank you.
With this, we need to wind up the session. Thank you very much, all the panelists, for your time and the valuable inputs. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, everyone. As we come to the close of this enlightening session on new income tax law, bold initiatives needed, I would like to extend my heartfelt thanks to our distinguished panelists for their invaluable contributions today. Your knowledge, insights, and experience have truly been a beacon, guiding us through the complex landscape of tax law reform. The innovative ideas that you have presented today deserve consideration while drafting the new law.
A special thank you to our moderator, Sri Rajiv Sogani sir, for steering this session with such finesse, raising the relevant issues for deliberation, and keeping us all engaged in this thought-provoking conversation.
Thank you once again.
We now hand over the mic to CA Shefali Jain and CA Ruchika Saraf to take the proceedings further. Thank you. पहला सुख निरोगी काया, दूजा सुख घर में माया, तीजा सुख सुंदर भार्या. The phrase पहला सुख निरोगी kaya emphasizes that happiness in life is good health, as it is foundation for enjoying everything else. Good morning, everyone. I, C.A. Shafali Jain Bang,
And I, C.A. Ruchika Saraf,
welcome you all to this special session. We hope you all are ready to dive into a session which is as crucial as the numbers we work with, that is, our health. As chartered accountants, we spend countless hours solving complex problems, managing financials, and navigating corporate challenges. But amidst all this, there's one balance sheet we often overlook, and that is our health and well-being.
our profession is a demanding profession that prioritizes deadlines and client expectations over personal well-being. As we juggle with the due dates, the importance and efforts of maintaining a balanced lifestyle falls apart. Mahatma Gandhi rightly said, "It is health that is real wealth and not the pieces of gold and silver." This session, Deadline to Lifeline, a professional's health blueprint, is dedicated to our health and to understanding how we can prioritize our health and fitness and ensure that our bodies and minds are as strong as our professional skills.
Today, we have the rare privilege of hearing from one of the India's most esteemed figures in medical world, a visionary who has transformed cardiovascular care in India. It is said, a healthy heart is a key to a healthy life. And who could guide us better than the man who has dedicated his life to healing hearts, both literally and figuratively? Please allow me to introduce Dr. Naresh Trehan, Chairman, Managing Director of Medanta, a pioneer, a healer, an inspiration, and a name synonymous with perfection in the field of cardiology. He has been honored with the Padma Bhushan and Padma Shri, two of India's most prestigious civilian awards, for his unparalleled contribution to the medical world. Sir also has over 48,000 open heart surgeries to his credit. His expertise extends far beyond his remarkable ability to heal. His dedication to preventive health and fitness makes him the perfect guide for today's session, helping us understand the importance of a healthy lifestyle, especially for professionals like us who often keep our health on the back burner.
Leading this important discussion with Dr. Trehan is none other than Dr. Sudhir Bhandari, the chairman of JNU and an eminent figure in India's fight against COVID-19. Dr. Bhandari's leadership and expertise during those challenging times were inspiring, and we are privileged to have him with us today. Dr. Bhandari will be hosting today's discussion and guiding us through this session, ensuring that we gain valuable insight from Dr. Trehan's vast experience in health and fitness.
We now take honor in introducing C.A. Ghansham Rawat, CFO of Awas Finance, as co-host for the session with Dr. Sudhir Bhandari, sir. With a wealth of experience in financial management and strategy, sir has been instrumental in driving the company's growth and ensuring the financial health. His insights into the evolving financial sector and his dedication to innovation make him a key asset to the organization. To make the deliberation comprehensive, we have two co-hosts, one from the medical fraternity and one from the chartered accountant fraternity. Ladies and gentlemen, please give them a big round of applause.
To honor our esteemed guest, I request C.A. Naveen Sharma, Chairman, Jaipur Branch, and CA Dr. Abhishek Sharma, co-director of this conference, to come up and present a bouquet to Dr. Naresh Trehan, sir. I now request CA Prakash Sharma, Central Council member and Conference Director, to come up and present memento to Dr. Naresh Trehan, sir. I request CA Vipin Gangwal, sir, to come up and present a bouquet to Dr. Sudhir Bhandari, sir. I request CA Dheeraj Borat, sir, to come up and present a memento to Dr. Sudhir Bhandari, sir. I request CA Keshav Shah to come up and present a bouquet to CA Ghanshyam Rawat, sir. I request CA Akhil Pachori to come up and present a memento to CA Ghanshyam Rawat, sir. Sir, we are truly honored to have you with us today, and we look forward to a healthy session. The floor is all yours.
Thank you very much, ma'am. It's truly a privilege to be here today, and an even greater honor to share this platform with one of the most distinguished figures in world of medicine, Padma Bhushan, Dr. Naresh Trehan. We welcome you, sir. Dr. Trehan is a name that needs no introduction, a beacon of excellence in cardiothoracic surgery, a visionary who has transformed the landscape of healthcare in India. Representing Medanta, a world-class institute in Delhi, Dr. Trehan has not only mastered the art and science of cardiac care, but also has earned the unwavering trust of patients and colleagues alike. His journey is a testament to tireless dedication, unparalleled skill, and an unshakable commitment to save lives. Whether it's leading groundbreaking surgeries or shaping medical innovations, Dr. Trehan's work has touched countless lives. He is just not a doctor, but a symbol of hope for patients who walk through the doors of Medanta Hospital seeking world-class care. As we sit together today to discuss a pressing issue, heart attack in young, it is crucial to recognize that insights we will hear are born from decades of experience, thousands of successful surgeries, and a heart that beats not only for the health of his patients, but for well-being of society at large. There is a story I came across recently that speaks volumes about the kind person Dr. Trehan is. A patient once asked him, "Doctor, I have been told that surgery is almost impossible. I have an incurable cardiac issue. What should I do?" Dr. Trehan calmly replies, "The word impossible doesn't exist in his dictionary when it comes to saving the life. If we can dream it, we can achieve it." This confidence paired with his humility is what sets him apart. His hands heals, but the words inspire. As Hippocrates once said, wherever the art of medicine is loved, there is also a love of humanity. Dr. Trehan's profound love for his craft is rivaled only by his compassion for his patients. His truly embodies this spirit, reminding us that healing is not just about science, but about empathy, humanity, and hope. That's his character is. Very important saying, दिल से दिल तक सफ़र है मुश्किल, पर जो चाले उसके लिए सब मुमकिन. जहाँ कुछ लोग हार मान लेते हैं, यहाँ पे excellent professionals like Dr. Trehan जीत लेते हैं. That's a compliment for you, sir. The journey from heart to heart is difficult, but those who desire it, everything is possible. Where some may give up, warriors like him emerge victorious. In this chat show, as we dwell deeper into challenges of heart attacks in younger populations, there couldn't be more befitting expert to guide us through the discussion. Dr. Trehan's expertise will help shed light on how we can tackle this rising epidemic and empower people to take charge of their heart health. Someone said, दिल की धड़कन जब भी रुकती है, जिंदगी के रास्ते भी थम जाते हैं. इसलिए दिल को संभाल कर चलना, क्योंकि यही एक साथी है जो हमेशा धड़कने रहना जानता है. My welcome to Dr. Naresh Chand. He starts his presentation, and then probably we are going to have a talk show that how he can enlighten the audience sitting here about heart problem in young. I invite Dr. Trehan.
Good morning. Good morning. Thank you for inviting me to share some thoughts about medicine. And today's subject, which was assigned, was heart attack in the young and not so old. So I was just joking that you people as chartered accountants are not unlike doctors. For us, there is disease, and we try to find ways and means of trying to beat the disease and make the person healthy. Your clients get themselves into trouble, and you have to find a way out of keeping them away from you know where. So that's why the similarity. I was happy when I was requested, and Dr. Bhandari, of course, is a dear friend who you don't say no to. बहुत सारी बातें आप लोगों ने बोली, डायस से भी बोली, आपने भी बोली, सब झूठ बोलने की ज़रूरत ही नहीं थी. ये बोलते शरीफ आदमी है, इसकी बात सुन लो. So talking about heart, actually, by the way, I must give you one disclaimer. Jaipur is my favorite place. So when I came back from the US after 20 years, I was, is this too low? You can't hear in the back? I thought my voice was pretty rough. So when I came back, after 20 years of being away in the US, when I landed back in Delhi and I had started a Scott's Heart Institute, I was very, very disappointed, or in some ways even heartbroken, that the India that I had left behind was not the same India, because what I found was there were such disputes happening between families, father, son, brother, sisters, on stupid things like money. And it kind of said that what happened to our culture? And in walked in Bhairav Singh Shekhawat ji, God bless him. And in him I found the embodiment of the perfect human being of values and distinction that actually I was used to before I left India. So he said to me, कि डॉक्टर साहब ये तो ठीक है, दिल्ली में जो कर दिया सो कर दिया, जयपुर के लिए भी कुछ करिए. That's how I started my journey with SMS, and cardiology and the cardiac surgery establishments were done with his help, but on my participation. So the joke was that जब हार्ट सर्जरी शुरू करी तो हार्ट लंग मशीन नहीं थी SMS में, तो मैंने एस्कॉट से एक यहाँ ला के रखी, और वो अभी तक यहीं कहीं जंक यार्ड में पड़ी हुई है, कभी वापस नहीं हुई, पर हर साल मेरे से अभी भी वो सर्टिफिकेट लिखवाते हैं इनकम टैक्स वाले कि वो मशीन का क्या किया आपने, बेच तो नहीं दी. So that's why Jaipur is close to my heart, because I do believe that the culture of Rajasthan, the family structure of Rajasthan, at least till a few years ago, 10, 15 years ago, was still very much intact. That respect for your family members, your elders, and generally in society seemed to be much, much, much higher than what had happened in us Punjabis from Delhi. So the basic thing was that this one day, Mr. H.P. Nanda, who was the chairman of Escorts, with whose collaboration I had made Escorts Heart Institute, he asked me that, why do you go spend your weekends in Jaipur? So I said to him, I said, listen, what you can't provide to me by way of consoling my soul, Jaipur can provide, that's why I go there every weekend. So enough about that, let's come to the subject. So today, as a disclaimer, I will tell you that it's going to be short. I just want to talk about the subject assigned, and then I can delve on anything that you people would like to ask after that. So can I have my first slide, please? Who's controlling? Next, please. Next. कैसे करेंगे कंट्रोल, यहाँ से नहीं हो सकता. So this is actually Medanta, Gurgaon, which is our flagship, 1,400 beds, much like the Cleveland Clinic, Mayo Clinic, Harvard of the West. No, bottom one is for next. Let's try this. Okay, all right. So we talked about how hard the heart works. It beats more than 100, it's about 144,000 times a day. And a gap of more than 3 seconds between two beats means you can say bye-bye to yourself. So that's how precise a machine it is. And it must work for your entire life, including when you are in the womb. So this is not to underscore okay, so it's working now. So they say, why has this whole subject come to light? Not that young people have not been dying from heart disease earlier, but because a bunch of famous people died during physical activity or singing or dancing or speech, and then suddenly it became into the limelight, and coupled with COVID, it brought our attention to the fact that yes, we are vulnerable. Till then, especially when you are young, you take your heart for granted, you take your body for granted. So what are the reasons? The SCD, like sclerotic cardiac disease, is actually not that common. It's 5 to 25 per million population around the world, compared to in the older people, which is double, 50 to 100 people per million. That's the world statistics. Now you come down to Indian statistics. India has one of the highest incidence of heart disease in the world. What are the actual components of it? We don't know yet completely, but definitely there is a genetic propensity. There is our all other diet, lifestyle, all the other. I'll come to that later. So if you say, in the young itself, what are the reasons that can cause death is that from the birth you can have structural heart disease. That means your connections in your heart or the chambers of your heart were not developed the way they should have developed during your gestation period in the womb. The other is that there are some percentage of people, and a lot of it is genetic also, that you find the propensity for irregular heartbeats, which can suddenly happen and there can be sudden death. And then there is acquired heart disease that you can get premature coronary artery disease, because if you look at the Western pattern or Caucasian population, the incidence of heart disease in Caucasian population is about between the ages of 50 onwards, more intense 60 to 70. So that's the trend that we see around the world. But Indian population with Indian genes starts 10 years earlier, and that is 40 onwards. And this has been tested around the world, so it has nothing to do with which country you're living in. Because we did the study in US, UK, and India, compared the three, and we found that the incidence of heart disease or sudden deaths are double that of the Caucasian population, no matter where you are. So these facts I just want you to register. Then what are the things that is wrong in the sense to think? It is wrong to perceive that having a well-built body, which is one of the diseases our young people have, by pumping iron they feel that the muscles, the more muscular they look, the better they are and maybe more desirable to women. But if you ask the women, they say the reverse. They like the body of a tennis player, not the body of a pumping iron guy. Right? Second, poor lifestyles, of course, we'll see patients with high cholesterol even in the age of 20 to 30. And the fact, the World Economic Forum has projected that 50% of people who die at a young age will die of diabetes or heart disease. So diabetes is also a very important player, because India, unfortunately, has the distinction of being the capital of heart disease and the capital of diabetes in the world. We have the highest incidence of heart disease and diabetes. So I'll come to why it is important to know whether you're a diabetic or not. The other myth that is, it is felt or it's believed that heart disease is disease of men. It's not true, because yes, women are protected by their hormones till menopause. Once they hit between 40 and 50, they start catching up. And so much so, by the time they reach 80, if you do, then women have more incidence of heart disease than men. So there is a reversal at that midlife. This is also something that I want you to register, because these are myths that people carry normally. Which direction should I point it in? Okay. Hello? Okay. No, I got it. It moved, Dr. So this is one of the other reasons why young people die, especially when they do something strenuous. You have seen so many people fall off bicycling, who are used to bicycling, people who are racing who drop dead, people who are dancing vigorously drop dead. This is one of the major causes. The reason is that, I don't know if it reaches there, but there are two main arteries that supply blood to the heart, right and left, and they are supposed to come off from two different parts of the main artery, the aorta. But if it is an anomalous, what we call abnormal origin of both arteries from the same stem, then the course the artery has to take is between two solid arteries, and if it compresses it under pressure from super exercising or things like that, then you can shut off the blood supply to the most vital part of your heart and then experience sudden death. So this is also something which one must keep in the back of the mind, especially doctors. Because if you can't find a reason for people to get chest pain, don't give up till you have established that there is an abnormality in the origin of the artery. Then comes COVID. Whatever was happening to India was happening already, but then COVID made it worse. Why? It was discovered, if you remember, in the early days, we all felt around the world that COVID actually affected your lungs because the symptom was that you would get cough, your oxygen will drop, and that's what we were concentrating on, that there was something happening in the lung, that inflammation of the lung. It was only 50 autopsies done by doctors against the advice of WHO. This was done in Italy, Bergamo, where they dissected the post-mortem dissection and actually came out with the fact that the virus was affecting every organ of the body. It was found in the kidneys, it was found in the liver, it was found in the brain. So it was not so benign as it is only going to affect your lungs. And then the fact that if that inflammation would cause the capillaries, which is the smallest artery, to actually become thrombosed or blocked, and that's what was causing all these problems. So we saw many, many patients, up to 20% of the patients who had serious COVID develop severe compromise of heart function. That's where we recognize that this is a separate entity which we must deal with because this is inflammation of the heart. That's when cortisones and all these other anti-inflammatory drugs were introduced, and we saved many, many lives with that knowledge. Now, that having been said, many, many people, and if you get repeated bouts of COVID, even if it's mild, will complain of brain fog. Brain fog is real. Brain fog has been documented to be that there is inflammation of the brain tissue, which takes up to a year and a half to settle down. So that's why COVID is, even in this form, when it's happening in the Omicron variants, is still not benign because it can still hurt you. So it's not that we should be so careless that if somebody has a cough or cold, even if you think it's the flu, it's better to isolate yourself for the sake of your families and friends. So I think that word of caution also should stay in the back of your mind. So what are the risk factors that we actually have been talking about for many, many years? And you go from left to right, you will see age, family history, high BP, diabetes, deranged blood chemistries, smoking, physical activity, obesity, and psychological stress. These are all factors that influence heart disease. And very often you will see people will come and say, I live such a healthy life, why should I get it? My cholesterol was normal, I don't have any family history. So if you break it down, and these are the conventional risk factors which we have been talking about for a long time, and I'll tell you where we are now. So what happens is that when you have these risk factors, there are modifiable and non-modifiable. Non-modifiables being that you can't do anything about your family history. If one of your parents has heart disease, then the children will have 20% chance of developing heart disease. So that is one warning sign. If, God forbid, both have it, then you will have a 40% chance, it doubles. Age, of course, is a factor in the sense that you're supposed to, till about 40, you're not supposed to be getting atherosclerosis, but I'll show you a little later. Gender, as I told you, gender is not controlled by you, but you must be aware of the fact, as I said earlier, that women will catch up post-menopause. And ethnicity, again, whether you are a Marwadi or a Punjabi or a Pandit or whatever, it doesn't make any difference, right? But then you have a lot of things that are under your control. So you say tobacco use, diet, physical inactivity, stress, these are all under your control. High blood pressure can be controlled easily, diabetes can be controlled, dyslipidemia can be controlled. Dyslipidemia means excess of fat in your blood, and obesity can be controlled. So then, if these factors that you have under your control and you don't want to pay attention to, it is an individual's responsibility. And I'll come back to where our frustration is. So the other thing I want you to know is atherosclerosis doesn't happen in one day. If you remember, some of you are young, but the ones who are a little older, in the 60s, 50s, movies had favorite scenes that the daughter runs away with her boyfriend and the father has a heart attack and dies. So the girl has to feel guilty for the rest of her life that she killed her father. Now that's not true. Okay, so for whatever it's worth, you can run away if you like. So what happens is, atherosclerosis is a process which starts very early in life. The youngest patient I have operated on in America while I was operating there was a 17-year-old boy from Madhya Pradesh. It had never been seen in the US. In fact, we were 5 in our group, and they said, what happened? We can't even operate on this kind of person because the arteries were thin and blocked very diffusely. So I asked the boy. He says, "Maa mujhe har roz subah एक कप घी पिलाती थी मेरी सेहत बनाने के लिए." What I see, that grandparental love for grandchildren is expressed in either sweets or rich food somehow or the other, because unfortunately that's an expression that you offer food is a hospitality or you love somebody. Okay. But you don't realize you're actually triggering a slow death to that same person who you want. Unless you want to deliberately want to kill them, that's different. Then give them a lot of fried food. So atherosclerotics keeps building, building, building. That's why I said that it is not in one day that the father got a heart attack because the girl ran away. It's because he was supposed to have it one of these days. So trigger happened. So physical inactivity, of course, is one of the biggest problem one has. Why? Because it does not only affect the heart, it affects your whole body. What will happen? You don't do physical activity, your muscle mass goes down, slowly, 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 and fat keeps building up. Because whatever you eat has to go somewhere. Either you eat very little, or if whatever excess you have will turn into fat. Second, your bones will become atherosclerotic. Third, your immunity will go down. And by the age of 60 plus, your memory will start fading. So no matter which way you look at it, physical activity becomes the most important part one needs to incorporate. And unfortunately, more and more professions have become dependent on sitting in front of a screen and just putting your head down. And so there are many diseases that are developed from that, but I'm talking about heart only. Second thing is, that to know the difference between saturated, trans fats, and preserved or processed meats, right? Because saturated fats are those which are solid fats. Liquid fats are not saturated. They are usually monosaturated. Solid are polysaturated. So try to stay as much away from saturated fats like butter. Ghee is, by the way, an exception if it is pure ghee. If it is hydrogenated ghee, some people may remember Dalda or Vanaspati, these are the favorite brands we used to see in our house. Those were the bad part. But what is the worst part is, trans fats are those which are actually concentrated when you refry in the same oil. So this is a very common thing in because people can't afford to throw away ghee or oil because every time you fried something, and that is the most dangerous of the lot. So this is to be just conscious of it, that try to do it as little as possible. Low intake of fruits, vegetables, fish and other things make you deficient in omega-3s and things like that. That is supposed to build up your immunity and also improve your metabolic state. Smoking, of course, you see is not good, but excess salt will lead to high blood pressure. And while we are on high blood pressure, let me tell you, we did a study of 10,000 executives, much like you guys. 26% of them had high blood pressure, which they did not know about. Because it is also a silent killer. It's a silent killer because only when you get headaches, or you get a nosebleed, or you get a bleed in your brain, that you will realize that you have had severe blood pressure for long periods of time, which you never knew about. So that's the other big thing to be careful about. Excess salt is not good for you. So as I said, just to enumerate it, these are some of the things that you need to avoid. But things have changed now. Our thinking has changed. When we became doctors to treat disease. Then we said, why let people get so sick? So let us do early detection. And early detection meant CT scans, MRIs, all the other testing materials came out to help us to detect disease early. Having done that, we said, why do we let people get sick at all? Why not we tell them wellness? And in wellness, we gave a full lecture, like I've given you just now, about risk factors, physical activity, avoid that. What we found is, after having talked about it for 30 years, the adoption around the world, not only in India probably less, the adoption of these recommendations around the world is less than 5%. Why? Because it's difficult, because the temptation in life are so many. There are so many things that we know are bad for us, but we'll do. I give you an example of a samosa sitting in front of you. By the way, it's my favorite food. So samosa sitting in front of you, you said, should I eat it and live 5 minutes longer at the end of my life? Or should I satiate myself just now? I said, to hell with old age, right? So that is the way, why you can't paint the whole world, now it's 7 billion people, with the same recommendation. That's what our mistake was. So that's when we said that what can we do to actually cull out people, and to our rescue came genome sequencing. Genome sequencing will tell you your body's complete genetic makeup. It used to cost lakhs of rupees, and over a period of time, it has come down to 10,000 rupees for us, 15,000 for the public. I mean, in the sense that the lab will charge you, but we have got a special rate for them. Your complete genetic sequencing can be done. So if that is so, we know that there are many genes which will tell you what is the tendency in your genetic makeup to develop different diseases. So we know that there are 3 sets of genes that have already been discovered, and there are many in the process, which say that for cardiac disease who are more vulnerable, for diabetes who are more vulnerable, and even to some degree cancer. As you must have heard Angelina Jolie's story about the BRCA gene and all that, so that's a very accurate thing. You know 80% chance that you'll develop breast cancer if you have a BRCA gene in you. So it's more and more genes like that are being discovered. So what we are saying is, today, with the knowledge of the genetic makeup, we can make an algorithm. In other words, a health Janam Patri for an individual rather than giving you all 7 billion people the same prescription. So why should one person who has no risk factors or even genetically doesn't have any risk factors, why should he be doing, excess of what we want him to do, deprive himself, in other words? Things. So if you look at it, it's genotype, phenotype. Phenotype is your lifestyle, including your environment. How old are you? What are the environmental stresses on you? What is the pollution state around you? All these things are put in one algorithm. And this is the power of AI, which helps us. And then we do digital part. That is what we do. We measure. We measure your blood pressure, your TMT, your all other parameters, your weight, your visceral fat, all those things we can. So we put it all into one algorithm, and we can come out with what we call a health Janam Patri, so that we can predict atherosclerotic cardiovascular disease to a greater degree. So if those, like I said, 8-10 people can be put on warning. So we used to do this only, to do blood tests, treadmill test, ECG and angiogram, but it's only when you have developed coronary artery disease that we will find out from all these tests. But the idea is to do it several steps before this happens, right? So that is the effort today, why we can have many methods of detecting the earliest form of atherosclerosis, that is what causes heart attacks, to detect it very early in your body, along with, of course, your genetic makeup and your phenome. We can check the thickness of the carotid artery to see if the intima is more than 0.8 millimeters, you know you've already started atherosclerosis. We know we can, if your arteries are getting stiffer, we know there is atherosclerosis has started. If we suspect more, then we do a CT angio, it can tell us whether there is a calcium deposit happening in your arteries or not. So there is enough armamentarium today for us to say, let us be able to give you a prescription for an individual. Now, polygenic score, which is now available, as I told you, actually predicts that if you have these genes, you can actually tell how 5%, top 5% of those people defined as high propensity for heart disease. It's found in 17% patients with MI. So this is backward calculation to say people who developed, that's how we know that these genes were present in people who got heart attack. And then if we go backwards, we can tell who are the people who are at risk. Okay. Then, so the 3 things, the biomarkers, that's what we call digital health, along with your genetics, can give you a more accurate prediction for an individual. Third, as I said, if you combine it with risk markers, like a CT angio if you have to, it gives you even more accurate. And you can then come up with the formula or a precise prescription for an individual. That means one of the things would be a less than 25 years of age individual with polygenics risk score, Q risk lifetime risk score, 3 to 10 year risk score if age is less than 40, you know you need to do atherosclerotic imaging to see if they are developing it or not. So to a great degree today, if we can identify those people who need to be careful, the rest will be free to lead their life in a balanced manner, not abusive manner, but balanced manner. But not in a deprived manner. Deprived manner should only be those who are actually, who have the propensity for the disease. So the other big benefit of personalized medicine is that we today give people, without knowing their genetic makeup, which medicine will suit them and which will not. We let the patient tell us how they got side effects, how they got sick, or it was ineffective. With this, you can actually, you'll see the single treatment, one fits all was like, will it work or not work? We don't know. Serious adverse events would be 30%, lower efficacy 30%, and good efficacy in 30%. That's what the normal score rate is for us. But if you do it personalized and you prescribe the medicines that are suited for that individual, then you will see that that curve shifts to the right. So the efficacy becomes 3 times. So those are the new markers that today will help us and ultimately help all of you to be able to lead a healthy life. Okay. So these are all summation points. So the questions really are, can we halt it, can we reverse it, or what should be the prescription for healthy living? So these are the 5 take-home points. These are for general population, and we did not succeed much. I'm saying if we take this as a format and add the new formula that I just talked about, we can actually identify those people, cull them out, and put them on a high alert list. Then it is up to them to follow it or not follow it, their choice. So coming to the end, thank you very much. This reads Har Ek Jaan Anmol. The Har Ek Jaan Anmol is our tagline for Medanta, and that's what we try to live with. Now, I just wanted to spend time on this. Of course, there are many, many new technologies, it's a changing scenario every day. And another time we can tell you about, in case you get into trouble, what are the things to do. Thank you very much.
I think it was very enlightening to listen to Dr. Trehan. You know, if you delay listening to your heart, you will have to listen to your doctor sooner. So better try to listen to your heart. So make friends with your heart now. A healthy heart is the foundation of your true happiness, because when heart is healthy, life runs peacefully. All has been elaborated very nicely by Dr. Trehan, but just to enlighten our audience, there are few queries I'll be posing to him. I'm sure all of us are going to be enlightened. My first query to you, sir, there is an increasing incidence of heart attack in young in our country. Why we talk so much about that young heart attacks in our country and what the statistics say?
So some of them I already mentioned to you. The basic thing is that youth is something to be celebrated and something to be scared of. I remember, and I still, when we were in college, you could actually take a full bottle of vodka and put it down you and then still feel perfectly fine the next morning. Now, 50 years, 60 years later, you have 2 small drinks and you can't take it anymore. So there are transitions in life. But the basic thing is to know very early in life, do you have any handicap that may make you more vulnerable than the next person? So my purpose was, at 19 years, it's very difficult to destroy a body. Except if you have some of the 3 things that I showed you. If you have electrical instability of your heart, if you have hypertrophic cardiomyopathy and you can drop dead from both these things. And the third is anomalous origin of your arteries, of your coronary arteries. These 3 things, if they are not there, then you could abuse your body to quite a degree when you're young. Hit 30, your whole metabolic status starts changing. It slows down just a little bit, 5%. You hit 40, it goes to 10%. You hit 50, then it's a disaster. So the same, you start wondering, why can't I drink the same amount? Why can't I eat the same amount? Now I'm getting a belly, all that stuff. So I'm saying that life changes by decade. The youth is the beautiful part because your stem cells are very active at that time and they are repairing your body, replacing your old cells very rapidly. Given, without having done any of the fancy tests that I told you about, if you have history of diabetes or heart disease in your family, every individual, it is recommended, should have one basic evaluation by the age of 25. That means it tells you what your risk factors are. And then it's up to you, you know that I avoid this, I don't avoid this, I'm okay here, I'm not okay here. It'll help you. If you don't have any of these things in your family and you're lucky, then by the age of 30, your first assessment should be done. Because that'll give you the whole runway for your life. And you'll know exactly how to steer yourself. That is if you care. So that's why I'm saying that there are simple tests available, not very expensive. Within 5,000, 6,000 rupees, you can get the entire assessment done. If you want your genetic done, in which is prescribed in some people, that is another 10,000 rupees. It's not such a difficult thing to know about yourself. So, point being that rising death rate in young is 2 parts. One is their unawareness, and there are newer and newer substances also available that can be abused. But secondly, inborn factors that may happen to you.
I think it sounds very logical, sir, that even people with the younger age group need to have a periodic cardiac checkup. We hear that, sir, 40% of Indian heart attacks are at quite young age, unlike the Western world. Are there some countries where there are lesser incidence of younger heart attacks, like Asians and Indians we have?
If you want to live the longest and the healthiest, you'll have to move to Okinawa, Japan. Okinawa island has an average age of 110. The oldest one recorded is 125 or something. But all of them live. But Okinawa has nothing else to do. So if you don't die of boredom, you can live 110 years.
Perfect. I think Japan and Korea are the few countries where they have. One thing is very important, sir. What kind of personality, especially young, I think, stressful executives. They are always under target-based jobs. So what are the salient features of main signs and symptoms of cardiac attack which people should be aware of?
So there are two parts to it. One is to say stressful jobs. I don't know of any profession today which is not stressful. It used to be the heart surgeons, and now everybody's catching up. I asked my two daughters when they were young, which one of you will become a doctor? And they said, oh, no way, we don't want your lifestyle. So one is a lawyer, the other is an architect, and they are both working harder than I am. So there is no escaping. The idea is to cope with stress. Stress will not go away. The world is getting more and more competitive, so what do? Okay. I normally, in my life, I used to get up in the morning, hit the treadmill straight, do some cross trainer, and that for half an hour I would do exercise. Then half an hour I do yoga and jump into the car and go to work. Okay. Now that morning, and I'd work 12 hours a day, it's like a minute to minute, we know what it's like. Anyway, the point is, in between, if you think that you are actually getting stressed or feeling the stress, Alom Valom of yoga pranayam is the best relief you can find. 2 minutes break you need to take every 2-3 hours, especially if you think you have a stressful job. Also, do not sit more than 2 hours at a time, because most of you are fixed to your desk. So take a 2-3-4 minute walk, because what it does is, it actually repumps the entire collected toxins in your legs and all that by the leg muscles into your circulation, and it gets detoxified. So stress will become much less with that. Okay? So those are the two main things you can do for yourself. Drink enough water, because in our work we forget that you have not had a drink of water, because dehydration also is a big enemy of yours. So these are the kind of just generalities you can do. Try to, for people who work on laptops and iPads and computers, try to keep it higher so that you don't have to strain your neck like that all the time.
Could you share, sir, common as well as atypical symptoms which could indicate the impending heart attack? There are some, not the chest pain is not the very common symptoms, but there could be many atypical symptoms.
So it starts with what we call stress angina. That if 50-60% of the people will present with this, because I told you that blockages don't happen overnight, it's over a period of time that they develop, that you are going for a morning walk, or you are on the treadmill, or you're doing some activity, climbing upstairs, which things that you could do very easily, then you start feeling that at a certain point you feel heaviness in your chest. That is exertional angina. And you stop, it goes away. So that is the earliest sign. You ignore that. And not everybody will get it, because especially diabetics will not get that warning sign, because their nerve endings of their heart have already been damaged. So they don't feel chest pain. They will continue to have micro heart attacks without knowing, and one day when they go for an echo, they find their heart function is now 20-25%. Now that's one of the things that people who are diabetics in this hall, you're being treated by a physician for your diabetes, but 90% of the people who are endocrinologists or diabetologists, they do not bother to tell you that you should get a stress test and an echo every year. Because at the first sign of problems, you can save yourself. You don't have to reach that stage. That's one part. Because I find I'm actually very angry with my diabetologist, not my own, but because they know already my views. But generally, Doctors ignore it, and you've already made a person 1/3 of what they should be. I mean, we can still operate on them, we can still get them better, that's not the point. But you have done a huge amount of damage just by your ignorance that you're only treating blood sugar and nothing else. So that's one thing, please ask your own doctor, should I not be getting my annual checkup?
I think it's so relevant thing. Diabetes and cardiac problem goes hand in hand. In fact, the silent cardiac damage continues even if you are a controlled diabetic, and it's a very $1 million advice that all diabetics need to be very careful of occult
That's
cardiac
right.
disease.
But to continue the answer to your question, what are the other things? The most obvious is you get very severe chest pain, which doesn't go away. You first reaction is to try Pudina Hara or some Amrit Dhara or some home recipe, koi antacid lega, koi massage karayega. If it doesn't go away in the first 10 minutes, you should at least take the trouble of going and getting your cardiogram done in the nearest place that you can. Now, of course, we have even machines which is the size of a cigarette, which you can carry with you. And you can take your own cardiogram, 6-lead cardiogram. We have the Heart Alert Center in Vedanta. No matter where you are in the world, it is transmitted to us, and the doctor will read it and call you back and say what you need to do. Because this happens a lot, especially people who have had heart attacks or people who have had some heart disease. This is a very handy device. It's known as Core Alive, and that's a very, I carry it myself in the sense if somebody else, or I hope I don't need it, but even if somebody else, many times on the plane, somebody needs something, you can send the cardiogram from there. So that's why there is one thing which, if it doesn't go away, go and get a cardiogram. Second, if it could be burning, which is the most common thing that is mistaken for and costs lives, is the fact that you have heavy food, masala food, you lie down, you feel the burning, you must say it must be burning, which 99% it is. But if it's after you take whatever antacid you take, if it doesn't go away, again go, take that trouble, because the cost of missing a heart attack is very high.
I think we need to be very vigilant. It's a great device which can, through tele connection, you can devote it. Now, definitely, sir, one of the very important things is that what are the common warning symptoms which audience should know, something like perspiration or exertion, dyspnea, or other than chest pain, non-chest pain symptoms of angina?
So, like I said, it has what we call atypical angina. It can progress into jaw pain, back pain, anything that recurs again and again, particularly with a given activity, whether it is physical or whether it is anxiety or yelling and screaming. Anything that comes with that should be checked out, because it's very simple to check it out today, but very expensive if you miss it.
I think once someone perceives that there is likely to be a cardiac ailment, some advice to the audience that how they need to handle impending cardiac attack, and what is your recommendation on aspirin, sir?
Okay, so if you have been given a warning that you are a candidate for heart disease or heart attacks, I don't recommend aspirin just like for the whole population, but if we can document on CT angio that yes, there are blockages, then aspirin is relevant. But if there are any doubts about yourself, strong family history, some history of angina, you need to carry 3 things with yourself in a little pouch, because one of my patients actually presented me with a little box around their neck as a pendant, in which you should have sorbitrate, aspirin, and rosuvastatin or any statin. So you take 40 milligrams of statin, half a tablet of sorbitrate under your tongue, and an aspirin in a half a glass of water dissolved in that, and you drink it straight away and sit down. That is the first aid you can give yourself. Now the other one, which, you're an organization, and I think that it's very important, you must have chapters everywhere, that learn basic life support, for resuscitation, what we call BLS. Because if you are trained, and it's a very simple thing, if you are trained to massage a person's heart when they have collapsed, till an ambulance or professional help arrives, you can save a large number of people's lives. And I don't think that there is for any one of you a greater satisfaction in your life that you'll get if you save somebody's life. So it's worth learning. And if we have a hospital in an area where you are, we'll be very happy to do it voluntarily with no charge, to come and give your any clubs or whatever you have, basic life support training.
It's true, sir, that everyone need to be updated about what is going on. One of the biggest myth we have, sir, that people who have high blood pressure, diabetes, they feel highly contented with normal ECG. How misguiding is normal ECG in the light of someone having atypical symptoms, especially after age of 40?
See, the only thing we must understand is cardiogram is a recorder of history, not a predictor of events to come. If an event has already happened, started or happened, cardiogram will show up. If it is still in its very early stage where damage is not happening, you can miss it in the first cardiogram. But if you take it 10-15 minutes later, it will show up. But it's not a predictor. So just because I did a cardiogram today does not make me safe tomorrow. So that's why the other tests, like provoked tests, like a stress test, like a stress thallium scan, CT angio, these are the tests that will tell you your future. So you're not safe just because you had a normal ECG.
I think it's a very strong advice, sir, that everyone need to go for a provoked test and not be contented with a simple ECG, which is very important. You talked about COVID, sir. All the people who had COVID, especially in the second wave, Delta wave, and post-COVID, they have cardiac symptoms, do we need to be very careful and preventive health checkup should be done?
Most definitely. Because COVID, as I told you, has produced inflammation around the heart, no question. So I think the important part is to get a full assessment once, and like I said, it's not expensive. I'm sure everybody can afford it, but the basic thing is to care for it, and that be careful enough that you and your family get checked out according to the prescribed time period for everybody. First being 25 years for those who have family history, 30 years for those who have no family history, and then we decide whether it's every 5 years or 3 years or 2 years. That will depend on what we find.
So
Okay?
I think people with a history of COVID need to be a little more vigilant for provocative cardiac tests. One of the most important talks, sir, that gym heart attacks, this is a really very disheartening to learn. A lot of celebrities have gone to. All about you talk about and pre-gym cardiac assessment and evaluation need about gym heart attacks.
You know, that's one of the things that a provoked test, like a stress test, should most definitely be done before you undertake excessive exercise. So maybe what I would suggest to the gym owners would be, before you take on somebody, just because somebody is young does not mean that they can go to the highest limit. I think just one treadmill test, whether they have their own facilities to do it at their place or get it from the nearest clinic, is the best thing to do before you embark on heavy exercise. Many, many heart attacks have occurred. I can't tell you, 40 years ago, one of the major industrialists, his son collapsed on a treadmill test. I had just come back to India. So this was 40 years ago, and he was 40 years, and today that's one of the largest companies in the country. So I'm saying that even the best educated people can miss it.
So I think rather than joining gym blindly, probably pre-gym assessment is very important, what you suggest. So there's been a lot of fashion for energy drinks, steroid and testosterone containing supplements in the younger age group. What is your take and their cardiac risk?
Nothing could be worse. Apart from the cardiac risk, it actually throws your whole metabolic system off and your hormonal system off, more importantly, because it suppresses certain organs which will be affected for life. And I said to you one thing, unless it is your profession that you need to show bulk muscle, there is no reason to bulk up because it doesn't do anything for you. And like I said, there was a misconception that women love it. From all the women I have spoken to, they say no, they don't like it. They like Djokovic's body rather than Salman's body. I don't know, you can take a poll here of all the women. Who all like a lean body?
I think everyone is very preoccupied, long working hours, international tie-ups, people work whole night, sleep for some time in daytime. So sleep disorder is the biggest challenge these days in the generation.
Sleep deprivation is the worst thing you can do to yourself.
So
you're right.
Is the sleep deprivation less than 6 hours, does it has any detrimental effect on heart?
Listen, I'm not the right man to talk about it. Why? I have slept, my whole training period was 3 hours a night. Then when I became a consultant in New York, it was 4 hours a night. Then it became 5 hours a night, and now 6 hours a night. I've never achieved my stated goal of 7, 8 hours. So what we say is 7 hours for men, 9 hours for women. Even if you take away 1 hour, it's okay. So at least 6 hours for men and 7 hours for women is required, because women's body is wired in as such a way that it takes 1 hour longer to rejuvenate every organ.
Our country takes a lot of carbohydrates, sir. We are most of them vegetarians, not taking too much of non-veg. In light of food habits in our country, do you have a quick, just short advice that there is a lot of confusion about the oils which to be consumed, and especially some advice about the ghee to be taken in diet or not?
So, as I said, liquid oils are better than solid fat. Liquid oils, I mean, it's said olive oil is the best. I don't know how that is ever proven, but olive oil is expensive, so it looks like it must be good. The other thing is, the other evidence for olive oil is that Mediterranean people have less heart attacks. So that's why they use a lot of olive oil. So that's indirect evidence. Then we say two things. Liquid oil are okay, like olive oil if you can afford it, it's a little expensive. Rice oil, sunflower oil, all those other oils are okay, but each one has its own toxicity. Now, I give you an example of mustard oil. Mustard oil is used a lot in Bengal and in Kashmir. The highest incidence of heart block requiring pacemakers is in these two states. So we know that there is a toxic material which affects the nerves of your heart in mustard oil. Okay. Similarly, in other oils also there is some toxicity, because there is no such thing as toxic-free oil. So, basic point is to rotate the oils every 6 months, because different oil will not have the same toxic material that one has. So even if it has small amounts of something else, it won't affect your body.
I think this is very important. A very common test for a common man is that.
So you talked about cold versus hot pressed, right? I saw you thinking about it. So cold pressed is actually healthier. Why? Because you use the seed raw as it is. and you will not roast it. For hot pressed oil, you have to roast it first, which it increases in acidity and loses its nutritional value. So cold pressed oil is not heated. It's the seed itself. It retains its nutritional value, and it also does not give you acidity.
I think if you heard age-old saying, ghani ka tel, that used to be a direct squeezing out the oil without heating, which maintains all the nutritional values. So that's also integral part. One of the very common observation is that any edible oil which stays in liquid form in the fridge probably has an unsaturated fat more and less saturated. Any oil which freezes in fridge has a more of a saturated fat. You already talked about, sir, that good food has a very important thing. Very next important question for a younger woman, the uses of oral contraceptives are very high. Do they have some link with the higher incidence of thromboembolic phenomena and cardiac issues?
That's true. That's true. It does produce hypercoagulability. Incidence is not high. It is medium. So you can't say that zillions of young ladies used contraceptive pills and did fine. But the incidence of deep vein thrombosis and even pulmonary emboli is not infrequent. That's the way.
Now, I'm going to ask the most favorite question of audience, sir. All what you say about alcohol and the heart.
But accountants don't drink.
How safe it is?
No, I am also here to get educated. यार मुझे बताओ पीते हो कितना पीते हैं? So, two things. One is that alcohol, what does it do? Alcohol actually increases the corrosiveness of the blood, of your blood. When the concentration of alcohol in your blood reaches a certain level. So what we recommend, and I've gotten into trouble for this, I'll tell you why. 2 small drinks over a 1.5 to 2 hour period is not harmful. So that means your level of corrosiveness in your blood or acidity in your blood does not reach a level where it will hurt the inner lining of the arteries. No more than 4 times a week. Okay? Question being that if you skip 2 days doesn't mean that on 3rd day you can have your 2 days quota that you missed. That will undo what I'm recommending. Okay? So that's why you need to, drinking is perfectly okay. It may be even maybe a little de-stressing. I gave this lecture in Bihar one day, and by the time I reached the airport, the Chief Minister Nitish Kumar was on the phone saying, Dr. Saab, you have done me a big disfavor. I said, why, what happened? He said, just yesterday I announced prohibition, and you're telling people they should drink 2 drinks a day.
Fine.
So that's, I think it's okay to drink small amounts, but if you can control that.
What do you say about binge drinking, sir, on heart problem? Binge drinking.
What?
Binge drinking, the frequent.
Binge drinking?
Yes.
Only when you're 19 years old.
Fine. To be avoided in the later life.
No, it's not for us.
Okay. I'm sure you, I think, elaborated already the antioxidant value for all what we are not supposed to eat, which going about it. One very strong message, sir. What is the importance of preventive cardiac evaluation? Many people want, but they don't have time. They don't have enthusiasm to go for it. So preventive cardiac work.
You know, basically, this is a problem, time. And doctors are actually worse than others because we don't take care of ourselves as much. But I think that there should be a company policy, and there is. In all good companies, there is a policy that you have to have an annual checkup. So, like I said, the price is very little now, even for a company to afford. And you can calibrate, you don't have to get the gene sequence for everybody, but maybe people who are above a certain age or above a certain level. But generally, everybody should get an annual checkup because the price you pay for missing something is too huge. So it has been done thousands of times that data has been calibrated, that for a company, the loss of manpower, the human days, insurance premiums, and a happy family, that means if you consider your company a happy family, the cost is 1/100th by giving preventive checkup rather than waiting for disease to appear. Okay.
I think is well said, sir. Many people, those who are obese, they do snore, but many of the younger people also snore these days. What is your advice to them? Adverse effect of snoring on heart?
Two things. Snoring is a symptom of sleep apnea. Sleep apnea means that you actually choke on your own tongue, and the fact is that your blood oxygen level drops. And if that drops, your brain doesn't get enough, and then you don't get good sleep. So that's why you feel no loss of energy, or you're not energetic, you're not all bright all day because you didn't sleep well the night before. So most snoring comes from fat around the neck. It can happen without that also. Age also, when your tissues become lax. But mostly younger people will snore because if they have fat. So the first thing to do is to reduce their weight, and they will feel much better. But if it is documented on sleep apnea that they are severe sleep apnea, then there are simple devices. I wouldn't say simple because it's uncomfortable wearing them in the first few days. But the ones who wear it, bless us to say, you have changed my life because my whole energy level has changed because I didn't know that this was from sleep apnea. So sleep apnea is an under-recognized, under-diagnosed disease. Sleeping, I mean, what usually will happen between husband and wife, if one is snoring, they will move to another bedroom. They don't, or they will kick and say, turn over. But that's not healthy. Better get a sleep study done. That's the bottom line.
One of the important observations, sir, younger people have been biking, they've been driving to high altitudes, and we have seen higher incidence of cardiac issues without acclimatization going to higher altitude. So is there any correlation between increased cardiac incidence and high altitude?
Of course there is. This is the oxygen content as we go higher becomes less and less. That's why we always talk about acclimatization. Anybody who's doing professional climbing and all that knows that. But even for us, if you are breaching more than 3,000 meters, you will feel the difference in the air and the air hunger. The way to cope with it is, one, hydration, and two, limit your activity for the first 24 hours. Then you will start getting used to it. So hydration is the most important thing, otherwise you'll get a very bad headache. So I think that going up, better to do conditioning, but if for some reason you're flying into some place which is 9,000 feet or above 8,000 feet, you'll feel the difference.
I think there's a very important observation, people going to higher altitude. One of the very common screening tests is our CT angio, which most of the diabetics and many of the people with exertional symptoms are advised. What is your advice about CT angio? How safe it is, how sensitive it is for coronaries?
See, for no reason any test is bad. I don't see, but CT angio in a good machine with low radiation and properly trained people is a 100% safe procedure. Okay. The problem is that some of these places which are not equipped to deal with the side effects of any dye, doing it can cause danger. So you say, I do it in my diagnostic lab, but because if something bad happens, I'll ship you to the hospital. I have made arrangements with the hospital. You don't want to be in that situation. You'd rather be in a hospital. So I think that the danger is of doing it where the full facilities of resuscitation and treatment are not available. And diagnostic centers are a little bit of a scary thing to do.
Otherwise, it's a good screening tool.
Definitely a good tool. Whenever somebody, I'll tell you the different reasons. What I see every day is to say, I'm getting recurrent chest pain. Every time I get anxious, am I getting a heart attack? You may know that possibly the possibility of finding something is low. But the mental wreck that that person has become because of that chest pain, CT angio is indicated. Second, if you have high risk factors, family history, CT angio is indicated to check where you are and how should you plan your life. If you have symptoms which are atypical, CT angio is better rather than putting catheters inside the body. So it has a lot of utility, but it should be done on the right machine so that you can get the right picture. So if you have a 64 slice CT and you are doing it for the public, then you are not doing the right thing. If you have a 256 slice CT or a 375, yes, that will give you a good picture. Now, the latest one, Force, which has come out just now from Siemens, it is the lowest radiation and brightest picture. So it's AI driven.
One of the very important screening tests. One important advice, sir. How important is physical activity, yoga, meditation in preventing heart attacks?
See, first of all, if you looked at what are the reasons why one gets, what are the effects on the body, and stress, is, as we said, is a huge one. Physical inactivity is the other. The other part which yoga does, which other exercises don't do, is to improve the flexibility of the body. So if you have a flexible body and the fact that it actually exercises your inner organs, there's no exercise that exercises your liver. There are asanas that will stimulate your liver, your kidneys. So I think yoga is a complete science. I have been doing it for the last 30 years now. So I believe in it. And I think that it helps you to stay healthy, well balanced, because also your balance loses when you're older, right? So all these things, and the aging is much more graceful if you have been doing yoga than it is if you don't.
Very important, sir. Now, one very question related to your profession, sir. Your comments on fear of cardiac intervention like angiography, stenting or bypass, how safe they are if someone needs. People have a lot of inherent fears, avoid, delay, procrastinate.
No, I'll tell you one thing. As I was asking you earlier, that there are so many vagaries in life and so many distractions and temptations in life. And some of the symptoms, and I'm now treading very dangerous territory. I'll give you an example what happened. I was lecturing at SMS to the faculty. I don't know if you were there then or not. And the subject was, what do we have to do as physicians to cure ourselves and improve our reputation in the society? So I said, first look at what are the accusations against doctors. And the accusations was that there is unnecessary procedures, there may be charging too much, they don't give enough time, whatever, XYZ. So I said, look, we need to build the confidence in the people. And there is media there somewhere. Can you raise your hand? Media? Nobody from media. Okay. No, just quote me right, that's all. Last time it was misquoted and I got a lot of brickbats for that. So the headlines that appeared in the paper was, Dr. Trehan said that doctors are doing all this, they are doing unnecessary procedure, they are taking money, extra money, they are cheating people. So what would the doctor say? I mean, naturally they reacted the right way. I said, we need to improve our image by being honest, by being this, by spending time with the patients, let them explain, and try to catch other people from, or stop other people from doing bad things. So in our profession, and I'm sure in your profession, you have the same problems occur. So the basic thing is that if you want to stay healthy, first of all, the last thing you want to do is to lose sleep over knock on the door that may happen in the middle of the night. You're getting me what I'm saying, right? So the basic thing is that if we can stay on a straight line, that's the best mental state you can be in, and the best state of mind or least stressed mind you can be in. If you're thinking like, if you look at it, I have a belief that Indian brain is better than any brain in the world, and I can say it. This is true. But unfortunately, we were born with a little twist in the tail so that we find it difficult to walk straight. That we need to neutralize. In India. Nobody will ever be able to beat India in anything in the world. This is my belief. The other way somebody, I'll quote, it's not my quote, but I'll quote it, somebody said that when genome sequencing was done, 2 extra genes were found in Indians. One was J and the other was K. So he said J was for jealousy, and K was for conjure thinking, dirty thinking. Not dirty sexually, but dirty means towards each other. So he said that if we can get rid of those 2 genes, India has the best chance in the world to rule the world. Okay? So that's... Can we stop? Because it's
yes,
now...
Sir. Now, I think I'll hand it to Mr. Rawat. He wants to know your...
You're not paying me enough. Actually, you're not paying me anything, but I'm still happy.
I'll hand it over to Mr. Rawat. He would like to be enlightened about your message to the younger professionals and all what he would like to ask.
Hello. Thank you, Dr. Sir. Since I came from corporate world, so you know nowadays there are a lot of high business, competitive business there, targets, achievements, lot of pressures are there in day-to-day life in the professional world basically.
You can see nobody wants to hear it.
So,
left.
So, 2 things. One thing is that obviously what we achieved in 30 years, young professionals want to achieve in 10 years. Second, or due to this globalization, they want to enjoy 3 days in a week. We need to work 7 days in a week basically, and 24/7. All these are putting us on young generation, a lot of stress, anxiety, depressions, and more worry, doctors are, in off late, we are seeing a lot of extreme steps by them basically. It's not late to heart, but we want to hear from your very successful professional in this field, what message you want to give us to this young professional so to manage the stress and not go towards that extreme steps?
See, first of all, एक दिन our venerable PM asked me this question. He said कि कहाँ लिखा था कि हर डॉक्टर मर्सिडीज चलाए? तो मैंने कहा सर 30 साल हो गए एडिया रगड़ते हुए, अब तो चढ़ जाने चाहिए। जैसे मैं आपकी बात नहीं कर रहा, पर मैं बोल रहा हूँ जो डॉक्टर पैदा आज होता है कल मर्सिडीज चाहिए उसको। ये कहाँ से आया? So one message that gives is that don't be in a rush. There is plenty of life and people who have actually done the proper things at the proper time and diligently grown, except two principles I think apply, which I live with, which is not my own, I learnt it from my guru, that if you are standing still, you are going backwards. And if you're not better today than yesterday, you wasted 24 hours. So, if you actually grow yourself, you will automatically rise, no question. You don't have to do bad things to here and there to get there. So I think that, look, the message is, patiently you build yourself, you'll always have a solid base and you will go to the top, no question. You try to rush here, there, trying to do all sorts of things. Sooner or later, somewhere you will get tripped. And if more importantly, if you think that your children don't know what you are doing, then you are totally mistaken. You have to be a role model to your own children, otherwise you are actually perpetuating bad things. So I think straight line, hard work will get you very, very high level. If you are, but the important part is to enjoy your work. See, Dr. Bhandari and I were talking, I said, if a doctor complains that he's too stressed or unhappy, then he should not be a doctor. This is the most gratifying profession you can have. And you want to do it. It's not like anybody is forcing you. So, for me, I still get up at 6 in the morning in my car by 7 and I'll go to work. I'm the happiest person. So, yes, I'd like to take a break 2, 3, 4, 5 days, but then after that I feel like let's come back to work. So the whole thing is that you must enjoy your work. Otherwise, you're in the wrong profession. So my advice to the young people is always go for the profession which gives you your natural talent. It will take you the farthest and also gives you joy. That's the two things.
Excellent, sir. A healthy heart means a healthy life. Taking care of your heart should be your priority. Avoiding heart diseases is not difficult. Just a little care and time can keep it safe, as all you have been advised by Dr. Trehan. I think it's a great afternoon. We had a very strong message that we need to be very sensitive for atypical cardiac symptoms. Preventive checkup has very important role. High-risk people with genetics and the family history and diabetics need to be little careful. And the latest innovation, what Dr. Trehan has said about predictive and medicine to predict through genetic studies how prone you are for cardiac issues. So we thank you very much, sir, profusely for having spent so much time.
My pleasure.
And it's a wonderful to be here.
My pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Listening to you was a treat. Your insights into the cardiovascular health have provided us with invaluable knowledge and practical strategies to enhance our understanding and approach to healthcare. Thank you so much, sir.
I think we'll start the next session only. अभी start करते हैं क्या?
Please kindly be seated. We're starting the next session. Request all of you to be seated, please. I request all the delegates to please be seated. We will be starting with the next session.
Okay. Opportunities do not happen. You create them. This quote emphasizes the proactive mindset needed for chartered accountants to explore and seize new global opportunities. Good afternoon, everyone. When we read around, we do understand that the global opportunities are not just restricted to the big organizations anymore. Even the mid-sized, small-sized organizations are exploring these opportunities in Middle East countries, America, Australia, and South Asian countries.
In many two-tier cities in India, at some point of time, a lot of professionals must have thought of global opportunities. We must have been struck with the questions, how do we upgrade ourselves? In which sector should we upgrade? Should we do CPA or CFA? Which all countries should we explore? And what are the gray areas? But perhaps the gap in the guidance made us so unsure.
And to acknowledge the gap, we have invited the learned professionals who will discuss the myriad opportunities available for chartered accountants around the world. So brace yourself for the next session, Global Horizon, New Opportunities for Chartered Accountants. The session will delve into the exciting new avenues available for chartered accountants in our ever-evolving landscape. With advancement in AI, blockchain, and sustainability consulting, the landscape is expanding. And as chartered accountants, our skills are highly sought after across various industries, from advising startups to guiding multinational corporations.
Moreover, as businesses evolve and increase globally, chartered accountants have the opportunity to work in diverse markets. Like it said, the future is bright for those willing to innovate and expand their horizons. To gain the best from the best, we're delighted to welcome our incredible panelists on the stage. To fuel the discussion, we have CA Rahul Bell from Australia as moderator. Sir, please grace the dais.
Everyone, please be seated as we are having our session started. We are pleased to have amongst us respected Vaibhav Manik sir from Mumbai. Sir, I request you to grace the dais. I would now like to welcome on the stage esteemed CA Kshitij Patel sir from Ahmedabad.
May I now request CA Siddheshwar Bhalla sir from Delhi to grace the dais. To honor our esteemed panelists, I request Jaswant Baid and CA Maharishi Vijay to present a memento to CA Siddheshwar Bhalla sir.
I now request CA Anshul Agiwal and CA Avinash Maheshwari to present a memento to CA Kshitij Patel, sir. I now request CA Lakshman Sharma and CA Anshul Karwa to present a memento to CA Vaibhav Manik, sir. I request CA Bhumika Agarwal and CA Ritesh Agarwal to present a memento to CA Rahul Bahl, sir. Thank you so much. We are looking forward to an engaging and informative session. We now hand over the session to CA Rahul Bahl, sir.
Thank you very much for hosting this session, inviting us as the panelists. While I was just getting onto the stage, I got this slip. Generally, people are getting at the end of the session. I just got at the beginning. हलवा बनने में भी देर है 1 घंटे के बाद ही आप जा सकते हैं so lunch is not ready yet so if your friends have already gone out please ask them to come inside they will not get anything they'll it's 30 degrees outside it's good AC is going on so all right so I think 1.5 days very much engaging we recently got this session from Dr. Trehan very much enlightening. Last night, I was having dinner, unofficial dinner, which Prakashji said, with my CA partners and fellow members. And while we were sitting, one of the person who looks like me, and people started doing handshakes and all the stuff started happening suddenly. And the person came and said, sir, पहचाना मैंने बोला नहीं sir, बोले sir मैं अनिल यादव मैं बोला बहुत बढ़िया सर आपने पहचाना बोले हाँ आपका फ़ोटो देखा था ईमेल चल रही थी उसके नीचे कुछ नहीं लिखा हुआ था तो मैंने बोला कि you should ask people sitting on your left and right they might be able to tell about this session and if they also don't know then you are sitting on the wrong position. With that let's start the session. I'll not introduce all three of you. It is I think the best if it comes out of your own mouth and after that, let's convene the session. So over to you, Vikas.
Sure. Thanks, Rahul. Friends, good afternoon. I know we are sitting between all of you and a sumptuous lunch. Something is pending. We'll try and make justice to it. We'll make sure that we try and give some food for thought. My name is Vaibhav Manik. I built a firm called KNAV. We are an international firm based out of US and India. And over time, we have set up practices in UK, Canada, Singapore, Philippines, and Netherlands. We are 750 people, 45 partners. This is the 26th year of the firm. Audit, tax, and advisory are our key focus areas. I run the corporate finance for the firm. But I'm always excited to share thoughts, how we can build internationally, why should we think about international markets. So when I was invited for this session, I said I'm more than delighted and happy to take any questions once we finish the initial panels. So thank you very much.
Good afternoon, friends. I'm Kshitij Patel. I'm the co-managing partner of Manu Bhai and Shah. It is a chartered accountant firm with 18 partners and having 1,500 people. I'm here because apart from our audit, tax, advisory and other services, we have ventured into foreign accounting in the year 99-2000 when people were not knowing what foreign accounting was. And at that time, we have started working with the US market. Subsequently, we went to the UK, Australia, New Zealand, and UAE. And I qualified in 1992 as a chartered accountant and then completed my CPA in Australia on the mutual recognition agreement. And talking about foreign accounting has been my baby, I would say. And that has been my passion all 30 years which I have practiced. Thank you. Looking forward.
Yeah. So I am, you can call me Sid, Siddheshwar Bhalla. Prominently in the professional fraternity, I'm called Sid. I'm a chartered accountant and a company secretary and bring around more than 2 decades of experience. Worked with large firms, mid-sized firms all across. Currently, I'm a partner with KPMG and worked across countries, sitting in India. Almost more than 10 countries I would have worked. I'm the immediate past president of the Institute of Internal Auditors as well. Most of you would know, and as chartered accountants, obviously we should. We have the Companies Act, Ramayya, and MC Bhandari. For the current editions that are going on, I'm the specialist editor for that. I also believe that we should always be grounded and with the roots. So I did a Jyotish Acharya as well, long time back, 2 decades back. So that's to do with my passion. Yeah.
Thank you very much. So yesterday, our Vice President said that chartered accountants are unsung heroes. Let me elaborate by saying that behind every successful person, there is a chartered accountant. And behind every successful chartered accountant, there is also a chartered accountant. So what brings us the best in the industry is our collaboration, working together. And I was not referring to the elections, by the way, that you might have misinterpreted it. Thanks all for your introductions. We would like to make this session as much practical as possible, highlighting 2 things. What is the key takeaway from this session? And what are the key things you may need to do from here on? I think we'll focus on that. Questions are welcome towards the end of the session. So just starting the session in terms of, you might have seen when you were studying the concave, convex lenses and those kind of things. The global opportunities may look a bit distant. थोड़े दूर की लगती हैं कि डॉलर तो बहुत दूर है, इतना कुछ क्या करेंगे, कौन कैसे काम चलेगा, रात होगी, दिन होगा, वो सब चीज़ें हैं. But you should remember कि क्या लिखा होता है उस ग्लास के नीचे. The objects are and the mirror is much closer than they appear. I think after this session, we would try to make an influence that these things are not that far away. The global opportunities are as simple as you do and go to your tax department or do an audit in any bank. With the enhancement of the technology, with the AI, with the phones, WhatsApps and everything, the global is just one world. Vasudev Kutumbakam, we have already said that thousands of years ago. And this is all part of the global opportunities that, we are discussing upon. Let's bring the elephant in the room, basically, by saying that, for the people who have understood about the AM and FM radios, this is way beyond the FM was invented. You have to tune the radio system so that you can hear the right music. I just wanted to understand from you, Vyam, how have you tuned in the past few years? And as you mentioned about in your introduction that you have been practicing for such a long time, I think that is more than how I'm born, my age as well, but that's very good to know.
Rahul, black hair does not always denote the age, so don't go by that. But having said that, I think the elephant in the room is critical. The question that we asked ourselves when some of us qualified a few years back was, what can we do differently, especially in the international markets? That was the question, because we saw some of our clients when we started our practices looking at, let's say, the US market or some developed market for basic stuff, for marketing their technology services, marketing their products, selling, business ideas. And it was a common conclusion that if you want to do that, you have to have a business entity overseas. And I'm talking, friends, in the 90s, much around the dot-com era or a little earlier, where US, for example, was seeking actively Indian professionals in technology services, software services. A lot of innovation happened around automobile components. The whole of Detroit wanted products to be manufactured in India. We had companies back in the day like Bharat Forge, Rico Auto, they continue to do that very significantly. But the key message for us was, how do we sell more? So as an accounting firm, we realized that we need to put our clients out there. See, if a business incorporates in the US or in any other country where they have customers, they are far closer to the customers. And for us, as a set of professionals, we took this as a challenge that can we be there? So we set up our office in the US in 1999. We realized there's a big opportunity on the US-India corridor. And I will have Kshitij by talking about the accounting side of it. We looked at it from a business point of view. A, can we help set up a business overseas? What does it take? So we all qualified the US CPA program. That's how I met 3 of my partners when I started the firm. We just happened to meet by doing a program, and we said, let's do something. All of us were having our accounting practices. One of my partners, Nishta, was an investment banker. But we said that there is value in the corridor, the US-India corridor. People will seek you out. And we started doing workshops like these, free marketing, CIIs and FICCIs and ASSOCHAMs would invite us for one-day sessions. We would travel from Bombay everywhere, do these sessions, and lo and behold, in about 6 months, we got 30, 40 clients. I'm talking about 1999. We helped them set up. Once you set up a business overseas for your client, be it Dubai, be it Australia, be it any country, they naturally want you to be their advisors. So you help in accounting, help in tax, help in compliances, help in your core. And we realized very quickly that the fun is not in the basic services. The real value is, can you help them to grow their business? So we developed a management consultancy practice. We call it business advisory services. But we continue to do audit and tax as well, and that's how the firm grew. So for us, I think that whole concept was, can we be relevant to Indian companies overseas? That was a key kind of concept that we worked on. From US, we expanded to UK, same philosophy, a lot of Indian clients, Indian companies have a European base. UK is a natural choice back in the day. Things have changed, obviously, now. But that time, UK was at its prime. You can't enter the European world without having a UK headquarters. People want to meet you in London. People want to do business with you. So again, as a firm, we realized that if we can provide some interesting services, starting with setup, to then helping them manage the whole year. Our corporate finance team back in the day used to search joint venture partners, marketing firms to acquire. So we naturally set that out. We were lucky. We were very, very lucky. We had some very good clients in India who backed us. They said, can you guys help us? And it just worked out that they grew very well. So as the clients grew very well, there's no rocket science here. We just supported them in their growth and we grew. The client moved to Canada, said that, you guys need to be here. Somebody moved to Netherlands. Somebody looked at Singapore. Over time, tax treaties helped us. So we said, can we just simply follow, basically the direction of the wind? We can't create the wind. We can't create the direction. Just follow it. And we realized that if we are in these places, of course, the accounting profession exists in each of these countries. Each of the countries have a very established. The US, for example, there are 350,000 CPAs. At least 150,000 of them are in practice. Very established practices, very high-paying practices, but they may not necessarily understand the Indian mindset. They may not necessarily understand the Indian culture. When a CEO or a CFO wants to talk to you, he doesn't want to pick up a phone in the midnight and say, now I'll talk to a US CPA. They want advice here. So we quickly realized that, and once we were 4 of us started, 2 of us were here, 2 of my partners moved there, and we created a practice. And then we added other geographies. We found Netherlands as a very interesting structure, and I'm sharing these names only to try and give some ideas that if you are looking at a country, I'm sure some of you or most of you may have clients from overseas. If they are coming to you for advice in India, they also will help, it will also help them to if you can give some advice locally. And there's a ways to do it and we'll discuss it. One way is definitely to go and get qualified, go and get licensed. Accounting profession, friends, in most countries is a licensed profession. You got to take the exam or you got to qualify with MRA, etc., and then be eligible to practice. Once you can do that directly or through a partner, you are now qualified to render services. People will listen to you. We heard Dr. Trehan talking about the whole cardiac health. People listen to him because of 48,000 surgeries, the experience. So when as a professional, when you are advising on another country, people expect you to be qualified, expect you to have the experience, and you can build that over time. Even today, frankly, Rahul, for somebody starting afresh, frankly, there's no better day. Look at the trend of exports in India and exports of services, exports of products. It's a constant, I'm not saying it's a hockey curve, It's a constant growth part. We are doing more and more exports. Look at our foreign exchange reserves, $700 billion. A lot of it is export driven. Now, which means that somebody is advising that particular client to export. Somebody is helping them set up some shop out there, and can we be that catalyst? I think that's the single largest question, friends, that we can kind of explore, and then the world opens up in the world of accounting.
No, thank you. You mentioned you were lucky. I think fortune favors the brave. So well done on that, and congratulations on multiple more successes. Just to let you know, the market size that we anticipate with these opportunities is at least 200 billion US dollars. 17 लाख करोड़ रुपए का मार्केट है इंडिया के अंदर. जितना ये काम यहाँ पे आ रहा है, जितना हम काम कर रहे हैं अभी यहाँ पे. But with all these things, you should remember one thing, and that is called intelligent optimism. Being an optimistic is a very good thing, but you need to be intelligently optimistic. कुछ भी सोच के सब यहाँ पे दुकान बंद करके we will only work for US, we will only work for Australia, that will not work. You need to have a very good plan. और गुजरातियों से अच्छा कौन प्लान बना सकता है, you know? एक के घर में शादी ख़त्म नहीं हो रही थी इस साल. You know, I was in Australia. मैं रोज़ देखता था कभी कोई फंक्शन, कभी कोई फंक्शन. दूसरे का कार्यकाल ख़त्म नहीं हो रहा है, चले जा रहे हैं, बहुत अच्छी बात है. मैं अनिकेत जी के लिए बोल रहा था, बाय द वे, अगर आप किसी और के लिए समझ रहे हैं तो मेरा इशारा उसकी तरफ नहीं था. पर आप क्षितिज जी, ओवर टू यू. हाउ इज़ योर जर्नी सो फार, एंड व्हाट वुड यू टॉक अबाउट द इंटेलिजेंट ऑप्टिमिस्टिक, एंड हाउ डू वी सी द वर्ल्ड? I've painted a picture. हमने बचपन में कहानी सुनी थी, ये गांव में हाथी आता है, किसी ने उसको आगे से देखा, किसी ने पीछे से देखा, पर समझ ही नहीं पाए कि वो एक हाथी था. Holistic picture is a very important thing to understand in this game. What are your views on that?
See, when you talk about opportunities, there are ample opportunities in the world. See, I take you back to 99, 2000, when you looked at, I would give the example of Ahmedabad. And there was no Modi ji at that time in Gujarat as well. And there were, when we look at our profession, we talk about growth, we were all not very positive on things. So we thought that if we want this firm to be growing in Ahmedabad, and see, Bombay firms were growing like anything, but not the Ahmedabad firms. So if we wanted to do, we had to think something different. And at that time, I think the Silicon Valley had shifted to Bangalore. And people were talking about software development, and everything could be done in India, and India as a software base. So at that time, it was just an idea that why debits and credits. We accountants know debits, credits, we know house property, capital gains, salary, income. So ultimately, when we look at the tax laws world around, or the accounting world around, it is all about debits, credits, and this. And that is how, see, we had the domestic practice going on. We are one of the oldest firms in the city, etc., etc. But then, if you wanted to do something different, you had to have a different mindset to go about it. And without having too much, without going too much afraid to go on to a new sector, we just went and delivered our talks and had a lot of conferences with our networking partners to see whether this was an idea which could be successful. And that's how the first year we implemented a pilot project wherein we did some US tax returns and accounting work in India. And that's how the whole thing started. And since then it is no looking back. I think, so it has to be planning, lot of planning to be involved in it. A lot of dedication needs to be given. You cannot do two things together. You have to have a focused approach. And I think with focused approach and dedicated planning, a lot of things can be achieved.
Thank you. I think what I have learned, one thing in this profession is there is only one thing more important than money, which is more money. And more money does not, gives you a pass to be rowdy. You need to practice gratitude. You need to challenge negative thoughts. You need to set around with positive framework of people so that you can grow further. And by this, I think just moving on to the next one, and I would like to tell you a story about this picture that you see on our back. This is the oldest living furniture in the world, commissioned in 1300 in Great Britain. हमारे यहाँ पे भी कुर्सियाँ हैं, ऐसी बात नहीं है राजा महाराजाओं की, but this is just an example to tell you कि whenever this chair is being set outside from wherever it is being kept, recently King Charles का coronation हुआ था, Queen Elizabeth की death के बाद, the first thing the palace people did to this chair, can you imagine? No painting, कोई नए नगीने कुछ नहीं लगाया. The first thing that they did was they checked कि इसकी टांगें ठीक है कि नहीं. जब राजा साहब बैठेंगे तो गिर नहीं जाएं. Fixing the basic is the key to start anything new. That is your basic being done to the new era that you are about to step up. And there are various things that we have learned in the profession. When I moved to Australia 15 years ago, after spending time in UK and US, what I learned was, which VK just mentioned, about the key degrees that you need to hold in that space so that you are relevant to that place. आज एक बहुत ही अच्छा quote बोला गया था, if you are standing still and not moving, it means you are moving backwards, not forwards. With that said, आप एक astrologer भी हैं, आपने बताया, so from that sense, sixth sense, what kind of gyan you want to give, ki what should they do now so that their future is secure?
So let me put certain facts and then I'll come to some specifics. If you look at, today we talk about artificial intelligence, we talk about metaverse, we are talking more about digital. Yeah, we're talking about clones also, and very soon we'll see that thing happening. And having studied the Shastras to whatever extent, because it's very deep, all of it is mentioned. We talk about ESG today, it's all mentioned over there. Perhaps like you said कि ये chair जो है, इसकी legs को पहले check किया जाता है, knee strong होनी चाहिए. So we already have strong foundations as a fraternity, overall as a fraternity. But हमें उसको धीरे-धीरे check करते रहना चाहिए, उसमें deep dive करते रहना चाहिए. Then only things will surface up. I think before giving one or two examples, I'll also highlight, and since I come from the risk advisory space in a profession, I'll talk more on those lines. As chartered accountants, latest what I know is कि हमारे curriculum के अंदर risk management भी एक paper है. We have in the final, we have a risk management paper. And that's quite attuned and aligned with what actually I do. It's very important for us to learn, to unlearn, and relearn. Very, very important over there, because then only the legs will keep strong and we'll be able to stand tall at the end of the day. There are a lot of courses which are there. अगर particularly मैं थोड़ा specific बात करूँ risk management के अंदर, so being past president of the Institute of Internal Auditors, I know CIA, Certified Internal Auditor. For chartered accountants, single shot exam. Just appear for one paper and you're a CIA. CRMA, Certified Risk Management Assurance. Why I'm highlighting all these things is because post 1991, and I'm going slightly back over there, Indian economy has opened up. Now, it's a 3 decades backstory, but we opened up, which meant a lot of global companies are here in India. A lot of Indian companies have also made footprint outside. It's a two-way traffic that way, which also means that there are governance norms जो कि globally practice चल रही है, वो हमें इंडिया में भी करनी है. For instance, आज से तकरीबन, like I said, 2 decades of experience, तो Sarbanes-Oxley, almost now 25-26 years back. So any company that is listed on a US stock exchange, उसको Sarbanes-Oxley होगा, which is like a internal financial control जो Companies Act में हमारे 2013 में आया, IFC. Something on similar lines it is there. Japanese के अंदर अगर आप listed हैं तो JSOX है applicable, Canada में है तो CSOX है, Canadian Sarbanes-Oxley Act. And same way we have for every country. Which means कि आज इंडिया के अंदर अगर हमारे पास opportunity है and rightly है, we need to upskill ourselves at the same time. We need to know these terminologies, we need to know ये सब क्या है, and what it takes from a education perspective to deliver the right thing. Because believe me, जैसे ही हम काम बाहर करेंगे या बाहर की कंपनी में करेंगे, मतलब in our own capacity also, I am not saying service, I am saying as professionals, we need to deliver quality, that is paramount. The right solution, quality is paramount. I'll give you an example. 1990s में late 1990s. So I come from, I've seen all types of firm and respect all firms, small, mid, large, all types of. 1990s, late 1990s के अंदर एक काम काफ़ी शुरू हुआ था practicing chartered accountants के लिए, because that was the era जब हम book writing जो थी वो computers पे आने लग गई थी. That was a transition that was happening. Means कि हमने किताबें मैनुअल जो थी उसको टैली पे चढ़ाना था. उस टाइम टैली ही ज़्यादा चलता था. And chartered accountants were doing exemplary work in that. It was nothing like a mini BPO. आज की डेट में हम BPO, KPO, GCCs की बात करते हैं, बट अगर देखा जाए तो वो काम हम उस टाइम कर रहे थे. वो काम अकाउंटिंग रिलेटेड था, बट आज की डेट में इवन एडवाइजरी स्पेस में वो बढ़ गया है काम. लॉट ऑफ इट इज देयर, एंड आई नो पर्सनली मेनी ऑफ प्रैक्टिसिंग चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट्स हु आर डूइंग दिस वर्क. बट उसके लिए हमें स्किल सेट राइट होना, और जितना स्किल हमारा स्ट्रांग होगा उतनी हमारी लेग्स स्ट्रांग होंगी, एंड देन ओनली वील बी एबल टू डिलीवर. डॉक्टर त्रेहन वॉज देयर एंड ही वॉज सेइंग के we also look at, all of us look at clients, and personally I call all of us as corporate doctors. हम corporate doctors ही हैं, chartered accountants हैं, but we are corporate doctors. We look at the, not the blood report and all that, but we look at the trial balance, balance sheet and all, so we are corporate doctors in that sense. But doctors as chartered accountants have to keep on ourselves. So that is, I think, is the essence which is there. We'll delve on it.
No, definitely. No, thank you very much. I think the key message here, what I'm hearing is, don't think outside the box, drop the box. Box है नहीं है, अंदर बाहर उसको रखिए ही मत. We are part of one big galaxy, and think about that as a bigger term, long-term kind of things, and how we can work together. What we have been doing, and the three panelists have mentioned that traditional services was accounting, tax, advisory, audit, and think all these horses as one of them. But if you want to really go in future, if you really want to go into a digital AI space, you need to combine that power of one. सबका साथ, सबका विकास. अभी जो बड़ी बड़ी गाड़ियाँ आती हैं उसमें आपने देखा होगा V6 इंजन लिखा हुआ रहता है. ये सब क्या है? ये सब 6 घोड़ों की ताकत उस गाड़ी में डाल दी और उसको V6 का नाम दे दिया. That's all it is basically. So ये जो डिजिटल गाड़ी जो आपको देख रही है, ये this is nothing but all these big companies have started opening captives, or what we call as GCCs in India. India is the biggest market of GCCs, Global Captive Capability Centers, कुछ भी नाम ले दीजिए. They did consolidation at their end, but what was missing was the dedication, that next-gen thought, and the power of 1.3 billion brains. अभी इस मन से बोला गया कि Indian brains are the best brains that you will have in the world. और उसके ऊपर अगर आप चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट का तड़का डाल दीजिए उस ब्रेन पे, तो उससे बढ़िया कोई चीज़ ही नहीं है यहाँ पे. और अगर CA, हम सब इस प्रोफेशन के अंदर आकर, जितनी भी कंपनीज हैं छोटी बड़ी, उन सब का काम अगर हम यहाँ से करने लग जाएं विद द टेक्नोलॉजी दैट इज गेटिंग डेवलप्ड. येस्टरडे अनिकेत तलाटी मेंशन्ड दैट फर्स्ट इंस्टीट्यूट इन द वर्ल्ड हैज़ देयर ओन GPT tool which is getting developed. And if we combine all those powers, technologies, and the empathy that we Indians bring with our work, that will be really the best secret sauce that I can imagine. You mentioned that you have been dealing with US firms quite a lot and Australian firms quite a lot. What are the challenges that you face while dealing with them or dealing domestically with them? आपके भी अलग अलग घोड़े दौड़ने लग जाते हैं, आप सबको combine करके गाड़ी में बिठा लेते हैं.
So I'll tell you, GCCs today, what you see, were very different and they've evolved over time. And we are talking about some large GCCs, a Microsoft, an Apple, a Google, having their own centers here. But we did it in our own way. We created a model where we call it global delivery model. We borrowed the term from the software guys. So let me take one example from an audit perspective. One of our clients is a listed company on the Netherlands Stock Exchange. It's a listed company on Amsterdam. They do oil wells in Brazil. It just so happened that the founder relocated, so his business was originally a Brazilian. So just like we have Bombay High and you have oil in India, off the Brazilian coast, these guys actually do oil exploration and they have got the entire business going from there. But the company is listed on the Amsterdam Stock Exchange. We were appointed as auditors, my firm in the US. Since we use a global model, delivery model, my team was sitting in India. We had partners and managers in the US office, but we had a 20-people team. It's a fairly large business, almost 800 million euros of revenue, fairly large. We had a 20-people team deployed from Mumbai. 2 of them were shuttling Mumbai-Pune, but there was a 4-5 people team in Atlanta. This is the team that delivered audit of a Brazilian business listed on the stock exchange because our Netherlands partner had the ability to sign off. He was a veteran, he did that. The team, so 2 or 3 people obviously traveled on site from here, 2 people traveled from US. But what we were doing is 2 things. There was a single audit software which everybody in the firm uses worldwide. So if that guy travels from Mumbai to Brazil, finishes the work, he uploads the documents, he reviews it. Some manager sitting in Atlanta or somebody in Amsterdam or somebody in Bombay is approving the work overnight. Till the time he wakes up in the morning, that is already approved and documented. When you do that for 30 days or 15 days consistently, what you have is an audit file. So friends, the point is, world is an oyster. You don't have to be in one location and perform. In COVID we knew most of us didn't even go to offices. We're still functional. So I took this example of a multinational audit, simply that the GCC function can be extended to performing work in a remote way, provided you have processes in place. So when we say a global audit tool, it is a global audit tool. I cannot audit outside that tool. Every paper that I see and which I want to take has to be then digitized and put in that tool so that the audit partner or the senior guys review it and they approve it. Now think of it, friends, if you do this in India, for your clients overseas who are coming to India, if you demonstrate technology using tools, today with AI, we use a tool called MindBridge, and I like to give names so that it's easy if somebody wants to take a look. MindBridge is one of the best AI in audit tool, developed in Canada a few years back. We were early adopters. We could do 100% audit cycles in fraction of minutes, not days, not hours. So let's say if we're auditing a pharma company in the US, having operations worldwide, and we realize that one of their big problem is chargebacks. There were a lot of frauds happening, chargebacks and provision was never there, and our teams would struggle for months to close it. Using AI, we were able to give operative language there. It was scanning millions of records, and we would get a script in like less than half an hour to focus on, and the clients would be surprised, how did you find this out? So friends, AI, see, one is a GPT and one is a tool where you get answers. But if you can try deploying it in your day-to-day work, and I'm sure we will have audit tools coming in India which will give you that flexibility. We are using Thomson Reuters for audit and MindBridge for AI. It has worked fantastically. We don't have to be on a client side to tell the client what is going wrong. You take the data in, import it, write your scripts, and you should be able to have intelligent conversations with the right output that's coming in. So for us, it was really, over time, Rahul, that experience that can you bring some of this tech to use. In a corporate finance practice, and if anybody here is doing corporate finance, valuations, raising capital, pre-IPO, IPO advisory, friends, there's a lot of technology available. Today you have databases to tell you what the valuation should be. You'll have market multiples of all the peers, all the comps. Within about an hour, you should be able to generate a table which you should tell your client that, look, if you get listed, this is the multiple the market will give you on listing. If you grow your EBITDA, if you grow your profits, this is how the market cap will grow. And for that, you have time to, so just wait, don't rush for an IPO. Yes, you may get listed, but you won't get the valuation. Now, that is the advisory that people seek. So our advisory practice line, and something that Sid also mentioned, worldwide from compliance to advisory, that is the trend. And in GCC also, one can develop advisory capabilities. So a lot of foreign companies come to us and say, hey, can you guys set us up here? Of course we do. But more than just setting up a business, we try to give them a full-fledged service where we say that, can we develop a business plan? And that's one thing as chartered accountants, friends, we can all develop in this room. If you can help your clients develop a basic business plan, walk them through what is the capital you need, how will you deploy that capital over a 3-year period, get that foreign companies board to approve it using very clear data. You have enough availability of data today to find out if a foreign company wants to enter India, what are the costs? What would it take to make sure you're fully compliant? How should the team develop? What is the payroll looking like? What should be the HR end of the year appraisal? So if you can develop that cost estimate and the budget, I can tell you that you can really develop a proper business plan for a foreign company. I can't name some of these clients, but some of the finest Fortune 500 listed companies, when they came to India, they took 1 or 2 years to develop business plans, and only then they enter foot. Because you're talking about deploying $100 million, $500 million over 3 or 5 years, you got to have a very sound plan. And friends, who does all of this? It is us. It is chartered accountants. So, if you look at the next Fortune 500, Fortune 2000 companies worldwide, only half of them are in India. Another 1,000 companies are yet coming in India. And now with the market opening up, just look at the opportunities that are there for us, even sitting here. So on both sides, it's great if you can open up a shop outside, bring that business here, but here we can deliver end to end. And that's the power of, I think, some of us in the room. We can really give clients what they need and much more.
No, thank you. Your example of that audit tool reminded me of one story. I was in US with a client. He was a Spanish client. We were sitting in an Indian restaurant, and we ordered a pizza. And then after having a few drinks, he passed on a very old comment. We were talking about this whole work only that we are talking about. He said, "Do what Romans do in Rome." So I told him, you are a Spanish guy in an Indian restaurant eating a pizza. Is it in a global model that we are talking about? A Spanish guy should eat a Spanish food. Or if you are in an Indian restaurant, you should eat butter chicken. Or if you are eating a pizza, you should go to an Italian one. But और अगर कुछ भी नहीं है तो खिचड़ी खा लेते फिर इतना ही कुछ करना था तो. So the point is that we are living truly in a global world. If there is a standardization, 1 or 2 things everybody knows. Pizza, everybody knows whichever country you goes. Butter chicken, Britishers say they have invented it. If you go in Delhi, they'll say we have invented that. If you go in Punjab, we have invented it. It is irrelevant now who has invented it. It is one dish everybody knows. Accounting has become something like this. It has become a product. If we master the skills of delivering that product, we can definitely deliver, those things. But let's not think only about accounting. There are so many new things that are coming up, say sustainability. There was a session yesterday on ESG. There is a cyber tax. Now we are entering into the different versions of tax, the future of tax. We are discussing about it. So what's your, take on all these things? And I understand you have at least 700 people in your firm working only for Australia, in India, and you are talking about the 24-hour shift when you are working for US. So if you can throw some light on that, it will be good.
Before doing that, I would like to add to what Vaibhav was telling, that now we have the opportunity in Gift City also, that the regulations for bookkeeping, accounting, taxation has been notified, and you get tax benefit for setting up GCCs and also accounting back office in that location at Gandhinagar. So I think for that also there is a lot of tax advantage, both the GST as well as the income tax. Coming back to the various types of services, I think it is open for, say, as a chartered accountant, we are equipped to do anything and everything. But I think as a person, each person should focus on what he or she is good at. So therefore, may that be audit, may that be accounting, may that be tax. Or I would say financial crime is another area where even the Gift City has allowed financial crime. And forensic audit, financial crime is another area where a lot of people are engaging themselves in. And it becomes, apart from the ESG or cyber security also, but back office to the audit operations to various CA, CPA firms is another area where people have ventured into, and we are doing that work in fact. In fact, if I specifically say the Australian market, self-managed super funds is an area which there's a lot of need for us as chartered accountants, because there you require your analytical skill as well as your investment skills, apart from your accounting skills.
SMSF is definitely the key there.
And also there are a lot of audits, because it is an auditable entity. Therefore, you require audit of SMSF also. So that is another area where people are concentrating on. But see, I would generally say that there are few problems with the Western countries, and that is why a lot of people are coming back to countries like India, where we have a lot of English-speaking people with accounting background. In the Western countries, in Australia and all the places, there is a big issue of aging population. And aging population, the lack of accountants, because people are moving towards technology rather than being accountants in that country. So therefore, see, compliance has to be done everywhere around the world. And where India is now progressing as a global financial hub, accounting and financial hub, is because of this lack of resources elsewhere, all this work is flowing into India.
So that's really good. So Sid, I want to understand from you, we have spoken about the practitioner's approach currently.
Yeah.
What about the people who are in service, who wants to maybe take a job in the countries outside India, or there are GCCs here, and what can we do?
Yeah.
Obviously deals are not served on a cheese platter. घी जो है वो डिब्बे में नहीं आता है, गाय देती है.
Right.
उस गाय को हम मथे कैसे कि दूध निकले, घी बने? What's the procedure? What is in your mind basically?
See, I think again I'll fall back when it was globalization time, 90s, और उससे पहले भी majority used to say that let's go out. इंडिया के बाहर जाके काम करते हैं, फ़ायदा होगा. आज भी है वो, ऐसा नहीं है. But I think the reverse is better. Today, if you look at, almost 89% of GCCs are wanting to make footprints in India. And this number is going to further increase and grow only. In terms of the people skill set that is there, if I look at the demographics, 24% of our population in India is in the age bracket of 20 to 34 years. That means skill हमारे पास है, people हमारे पास है. 1 out of 10 analytics professionals are from India. Companies are coming in India. We have the skill in India. Year on year growth, 30% of digital talent is happening in India. Regulations are good in India. It is encouraging from a tax angle and other perspectives. A lot of initiatives government is taking. I think it is the best time for the Gen Z and Gen A to be in India. Obviously, opportunities are there outside. I'll talk about that as well. And serve in the capacity of service or as professionals as well. जितने भी GCC आ रहे हैं, उसमें they are hiring as well as they are taking consulting also, and not from large firms, from all across firms. The thing is only that do you have the right talent? Because what again GCCs have done is, India के अंदर they've seen, do we have talent that we can employ? It is reliable and actionable. They have found that thing, that is there. This is again my personal view. We will find, and the labor code, labor laws are also changing, transitioning that way. We will find employment coming down and consulting coming up. That means people are going to become consultant. They will be self-sufficient. तो आज की डे न्यू लेबर कोड की बात चली थी, वो आया नहीं. It will, I'm sure it will see the light of the day. It says that the employment is not till 60. Retirement वाला नहीं है. You can have 6 months, you can have 2 years, 3 years. It's more like talking about consulting. कि आप consulting की approach में कैसे इसमें चलेंगे. I think those are the changes that are coming up, and it is actually gearing up for professionals in India to be independent, Atmanirbhar. जिसको हम कहते हैं. So, if I look at, okay, we want to serve outside, today, if I see in the Middle East, tax norms are coming up, a lot of opportunities for professionals to move out, work there. In the risk advisory space, the biggest bet anybody can take is in Saudi, Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. अगर आप risk advisory space के अंदर हैं, whether it is internal audit, whether it is risk frameworks, control frameworks, you touch Saudi market, आपको काम मिलेगा वहाँ पे. But yes, again, I have seen personally, I have seen that thing, quality. And believe me, outside of the large firms I have worked, to some extent in my individual capacity, and I have got the work there. तो काम मिल जाता है वहाँ पे भी जाके. Because the economy is opening up, we need to see the transitions that are happening in India and outside India. The geographical boundaries have actually collapsed. It's no more there that way.
Thank you very much. I think if we have to give one piece of advice to the audience here, from my side, it will be like focus on the high velocity deals. Quick turnaround, low effort, small risk, minimum risk, but ability to deliver, so that at least you can test the waters by dipping your toe, whether you can do it or not, to start with. Now, what's your advice to the audience here?
I think if I were to say one message, Rahul, that this is for everybody, think a little more international. Start with a product. When I say product, have one offering that you think will appeal to the international audience, and friends, focus on it. In addition to what you are doing in your domestic practice, now it could be international due diligences. It could be international investor reporting. Today we have somebody in Kochi. The Morningstar guys have outsourced the work to a city of Kochi to do investor reporting for 10Ks. So when an annual report comes, 10K comes, there's an earnings call, there's an investor call in the US. Somebody prepares that 50-slide presentation. A lot of those companies are being done out of the city of Kochi. Now, and there's no rocket science there. It's a quarterly reporting, annual reporting. So I would say pick a product. It could be reviews, diligences, advisory, planning, investor reporting, and then try and be the best at it. Friends, believe me, every market looks at India for providing services. If China is for manufacturing, and it continues to do so, India will do Make in India, we'll do manufacturing, but for services, we are right up there. And that's the demographic dividend that we have with so many English-speaking graduates coming every year, engineers coming, accounting coming in. Today, in our firm, we also have non-accounting graduates. We have people who can think, who can write, who can speak, who can develop nice presentations, who can develop nice reports. You need everybody. You need an engineering mind as well. So multidisciplinary firms will happen. But to start with, if you can talk about one or two markets, you can't spread yourself too thin. One or two international markets, one or two products, that could be a good start to kind of lay a platform for an international practice.
Good advice. I think God created Earth. Things are made in China and delivered by Indians. I think that's the concept the globe is going towards. So Kshitij, what's your one-liner towards this audience, and what is the one piece of advice they can go away?
See, I would always say that infrastructure, technology, and people. Always there is a situation of chicken and hen, whether you will have to have a proper infrastructure, technology, etc., softwares, or whether you go out and market. So I would always advise that you please set up your shop in a very professional manner, in a manner where you can present it to the prospective client, and then you go out to the client, and that will make a lot of difference. And always dare to dream big.
Dare to dream. डर के आगे जीत है. So, Sid, from your standpoint, what's the key thing?
I'll say the 3 C's: co-create, collaborate, and conquer. And I'll just explain it very briefly. Everybody will not know everything, but someone will definitely be aware about. That's where the co-create comes. किसी का accounting में अच्छा hold होगा, किसी का advisory में, किसी का taxation में. Organizations are looking at a holistic view. They want one-stop shop. So we have to co-create. And obviously, if we create together, it will only happen when we collaborate. I'm sure our institute is also coming up with some norms where better collaborations can happen amongst our fraternity. And the day is not far when if we do the first two C's, we will be able to conquer that thing. That's the key. I'll just add one perspective to this because maybe the question might come कि ये तो ज्ञान हो गया, इसको practically कैसे करें? And since I told you that I believe in being grounded in my thoughts as well. देखिए, and this is one initiative which I am working upon, and I'm sure it will lead to very good results for the entire professional fraternity of ours, is through the Institute of Internal Auditors. I'm coming back on that. There is humongous opportunity outside of India. And IA is a platform wherein this 3C formula I'm trying to apply, wherein we will have people, say professionals like us, going there, working, or sitting here and the work is coming through other affiliates and chapters across the globe. It's 170 plus countries. But say 10 countries we agar pick kar lein uske andar, it will serve the purpose that way. So that's a practical thing. I'm sure when I actually crystallize this, I'm going to share it with all our professional fraternity, and it should do wonders that way.
Oh, that's very good. Once again, I would really like to thank all the panelists for coming from different cities and states from India and helping us and the audience, with the vision that you have and the journey that you have been on. So thank you very much, and thanks to the audience.
We thank all our panelists for their valuable insights. This will not only enhance our professional growth, but also allow us to contribute to cross-border collaborations. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, everyone. We now request you to proceed to the lunch area. Enjoy the delicious meal. We look forward to seeing you after lunch session for next technical session at 2:15 p.m.
We'll start at 2 p.m., 2:15 p.m. Thank you.
Wonder Cement, Computax, Vidyasagar Career Institute Limited, SIDBI and BOB card. We thank you all for your support.
This entire event is being streamed live on YouTube on ICDS Jaipur branch YouTube channel, the link for which is being displayed on the screen behind us. Radhika, do you know, approximately 24 centuries ago, a book named Arth Shastra, written by Kautilya, described 40 different ways of committing fraud. And sarcastically speaking, till date, fraudsters are relishing that knowledge.
Oh, that's interesting. And Pawan, do you remember what we all have been taught in our CA curriculum? That auditors are watchdogs and not bloodhounds. But, the concept uno reverses with the forensic auditors. They are meant to be, they have to be bloodhounds.
Exactly. The infamous Satyam scandal, or the Bharat Pay fraud, or the very recent, the ABG shipyard scam, siphoning millions and billions of rupees out of Indian economy, has surely compelled us to look at the financial frauds as a matter of grave concern.
Absolutely. But with increasing technology and tools like data analytics and audit trail at our disposal, detecting financial frauds has become way lot easier. Our audience would be surprised to know that the number of banking frauds has increased by a whooping 986%. 986% in the last 5 years. And we have lost over rupees 1 lakh crore to cyber frauds in year 2023.
So, with the increasing cases of frauds, the need for chartered accountant has become even more evident. And to shed some light on our role as chartered accountants, we have with us a stellar lineup of speakers. So firstly, we would like to heartily welcome our session moderator, respected CA Dr. Durgesh Pandey sir from Ahmedabad. We request you to please grace the dais. Please give a big round of applause for our speakers and moderators. We welcome you, sir.
Now let's welcome our eminent panelist. With a huge round of applause, please welcome on stage respected CA Anand Prakash Jangir sir from Bangalore. We request you, sir, to please grace the dais.
We welcome you, sir. We would now like to welcome our esteemed speaker, CA Uday Kulkarni sir from Mumbai. We request you to please grace the dais. We welcome you, sir. A round of applause for all our speakers, please.
With a huge round of applause, we would now like to welcome respected Shri Prafulla Kumar sir, IPS Inspector General of Police Vigilance, Jaipur. Sir, we request you to please grace the dais.
We welcome you, sir.
A big round of applause for all our distinguished speakers. It's truly an honor to have such experts among us today. It's time to now felicitate our esteemed speakers.
We would like to invite CA Mahavir Singh Shekhawat and CA Nishant Bhardwaj to present a memento to respected Shri Prafulla Kumar sir as a mark of respect and adulation.
Thank you.
Sir.
We would now like to invite CA Subhash Yadav and CA Ashok Kumar Saini to present memento to CA Dr. Durgesh Pandey sir.
Thank you. Now we request CA Dr. Durgesh Pandey sir, the session moderator, to take this session forward. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Radhika. Thank you, Pawan. So, first of all, compliments to our MOCs today. They did more homework than what we did. The 40 ways of committing fraud as given in Arthashastra by Kautilya still is a golden principle for those who have not read or studied that. Bearing the technology part that the computers which have brought those changes, उसके अलावा अभी भी वो 40 तरीके ही हैं जिससे फ्रॉड होता है, किसी भी लेवल का फ्रॉड हो, किसी भी स्केल का फ्रॉड हो. अब fraud is as old as time. And हाँ, एक चीज़, I have the privilege of having audience from a Hindi speaking belt. so I take the liberty हिंदी में बात करने के लिए, क्योंकि मैं भी हिंदी भाषी हूँ, तो हिंदी में बोलने का मौका कम मिलता है, अच्छा लगता है जब भी मिलता है। थैंक यू, थैंक यू। तो फ्रॉड जितना पुराना समय है, जितना पुराना व्यापार है, उतना ही पुराना फ्रॉड है। एंड रीसेंट अगर सर्वे की हम बात करें, एक ACFE एसोसिएशन ऑफ सर्टिफाइड फ्रॉड एग्जामिनर का एक सर्वे आता है, रिपोर्ट्स टू द नेशन कहते हैं जिसे, उसके अनुसार 5% ऑफ द ग्लोबल GDP इज लॉस्ट टू frauds. 5% of the global revenue, rather not GDP, I'm so sorry to use the word GDP, 5% of global revenue. Mind you, मैं revenue बोल रहा हूँ, profit नहीं। 5% revenue, अगर जो global revenue को roughly $70 trillion आंका जाए, उसी सर्वे में है, that the size of global revenue is $70 trillion, 90 trillion dollar. I don't know, इतनी गलतियाँ मैं क्यों कर रहा हूँ। हाँ, so size of global revenue is $90 trillion. तो $90 trillion के global revenue पे 5% $4.5 trillion होता है। ये वो इकोनॉमी का साइज है जो हम बनने को एस्पायर कर रहे हैं। उतना बड़ा इंडस्ट्री है ये। दिस इज नॉट समथिंग विच वी शुड बी वेरी हैप्पी अबाउट, बट एज प्रोफेशनल दिस इज एन एरिया जहाँ पर हमको बिजनेस पोटेंशियल दिखता है कि यहाँ पर काम है। इसीलिए जो भी लोग इस प्रैक्टिस में नहीं हैं या इस प्रैक्टिस में आना चाहते हैं, उनके लिए बहुत अच्छा अपॉर्चुनिटी है। आज हमारे पास वी हैव अ गैलेक्सी ऑफ पैनल, some very good friends, a very senior and decorated officer with us. So we have Uday Bhai, Uday Kulkarni, he is with us. Probably he can best introduce himself. For me, he is a dear friend practicing in this domain of financial crime investigation since long. We have Prafulla sir, the IGP from Rajasthan. Sir IPS हैं, हम सर से फर्स्ट हैंड अकाउंट लेंगे कि पुलिस के पास बड़े फ्रॉड्स आते हैं या बड़ा केस आता है और नए जो एक्ट आए हैं उसमें किस तरह का परिवर्तन आया है, उससे क्या चेंजेस है, हम सर से समझेंगे। देन आई हैव आनंद अलॉन्ग विथ मी। आनंद इज ए डियर फ्रेंड, ही प्रैक्टिसेस, वर्क्स एंड स्पीक्स अ लॉट इन द टेक डोमेन। तो नए वाले जो टूल्स हैं, AI, ब्लॉकचेन, वॉट एवर आर द मोस्ट यूज्ड वर्ड्स दीज डेज, आनंद यूजेस देम मोर and he investigates financial crime. So this is about the panel. Now, the model, as always in a panel discussion, is that we allow open discussion for 5 minutes for each panelist. Then I have questions. Then we have your questions. That is the model. लेकिन हम थोड़ा सा समय अभाव के नाते इसमें परिवर्तन ला रहे हैं। हम पहला जो इंट्रोडक्शन वाला पोर्शन था वो हम स्किप कर दे रहे हैं और हम प्रश्न से ही शुरू करेंगे। आई होप दैट इज ओके विथ ऑल ऑफ यू। प्लीज़ फील फ्री टू आस्क क्वेश्चंस। लगभग हमारे पास अभी और 45-50 मिनट है डिस्कस करने के लिए, और इन 50 मिनट में मैं कोशिश करूंगा कि 40 मिनट में हम अपनी बातें ख़त्म कर लें, 10-10 मिनट ईच, एंड देन 10 मिनट में हम आप लोगों के अगर कोई क्वेश्चन होंगे तो विल टेक दोज क्वेश्चंस। ओके, सो we'll also be discussing, I hope there was a lot of discussion yesterday and today as well. एंड जिन लोगों को नहीं पता है उन लोगों को हमारे यहाँ फॉरेंसिक अकाउंटिंग एंड इन्वेस्टिगेशन स्टैंडर्ड्स है, FAIS, प्लीज़ डू रेफर देम, दे आर वंडरफुल पीस ऑफ डॉक्यूमेंट। और हमारी पहली और एकमात्र इंस्टीट्यूट है जिसने इतने एक्सटेंसिव डॉक्यूमेंट्स बनाए हुए हैं जो आपको हेल्प करेंगे और गाइड करेंगे आपके इन्वेस्टिगेटिव काम के लिए। एक और केविएट बिफोर आई स्टार्ट द सीरीज ऑफ माई क्वेश्चंस इज दैट हम इस प्रैक्टिस को फॉरेंसिक ऑडिट नहीं बोलते हैं। राधिका के लिए भी, शी ऑल्सो यूज द वर्ड फॉरेंसिक ऑडिट। फॉरेंसिक ऑडिट नहीं बोलते हैं। हमारा जो स्टैंडर्ड है वो स्टैंडर्ड का पर्टिकुलर क्लॉज है। आई डोंट वांट टू बी कोटेड रॉन्ग, दैट इज वाई आई एम नॉट कोटिंग द क्लॉज, बट इन ऑल प्रोबेबिलिटी इट इज 3.1210। वो क्लॉज ऐसा कहता है कि फॉरेंसिक ऑडिट इज अ मिसनॉमर, the word forensic audit should not be used, and the correct word is forensic accounting and investigation. So either it is forensic accounting or it is investigation, or we have the third service called as litigation service. Okay, litigation support. ये 3 एरिया में forensic practice divide होता है। Okay, yes. Now coming to the discussions. So Uday bhai, we have seen that, the first question I'll put it to you. We have seen that the landscape of financial crime is changing. एक टाइम था जब सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने ही, आरबीआई ने ही वो शब्दावली हमको दी हुई है, द मीनिंग दैट हैज बीन गिवन डर्टी डजन, ठीक है. अभी तो बहुत सारे रिजॉल्व हो गए हैं आईबीसी में, बट a lot of flutter and the concept of fraud in large companies, probably it started then. So how do you see the landscape of economic crime changing in this time?
So first of all, we are all experiencing happening right now. अभी क्या हो रहा है, हमारे पैसा बैंक अकाउंट में से गया ये हमें पता नहीं लग रहा है. So डिफरेंस क्या आ रहा है, विजिबिलिटी एंड इनविजिबिलिटी. पहले जब लूटमार होती थी, चोरी मारी होती थी, ओपन आय होती थी, उसका पता लगता था, एंड एवरीबडी इज गेटिंग टू नो दैट कि भाई कुछ गलत हो रहा है. एंड वी वेर अज्यूमिंग, हम ऐसा समझते थे कि वो जो लोग कर रहे हैं दे आर नॉट लिटरेट, दे आर अनपढ़, वही लोग कर रहे हैं. बट नाउ द लैंडस्केप हैज चेंज्ड एंड वी यूज टू कॉल इट एज अ वाइट कॉलर क्राइम. सो द पर्सन्स हु आर डूइंग दिस काइंड ऑफ एन फ्रॉड और फ्रॉडलेंट ट्रांजैक्शंस, they are well aware about the laws, they are well aware about the systems, they are well aware about the business processes. And the layman, and sometimes we as a professionals, we also don't come to know कि भाई इस जगह फ्रॉड हो रहा है, फ्रॉड हो गया है, राइट. उसका पता कब लगता है, when we'll take a hit to our pocket कि भाई हमारा पैसा चला गया है. So the question is visibility, invisibility, and one more thing, the techniques that has been used, that has been systematically in a corporate styles, the frauds has been getting organized and those are getting executed in a well systematic fashions. So that is the biggest change that which I observe.
Yeah, interesting point to bhai. I do agree, the how do I say, ease with which financial fraud is done, and I'm sure प्रफुल्ल सर इससे एग्री करेंगे. ऐसा होता है ना कि जो बॉडी ऑफेंसेस होते हैं, जो फिजिकल क्राइम होता है, जैसे चोरी, डकैती, मारपीट, ये होता है, इसमें अक्यूज्ड और विक्टिम एक दूसरे को फेस करते हैं. तो वो इमोशनल जो हिचक रहता है, हेजिटेशन रहता है, उसको ओवरकम करना पड़ता है. बट इकोनॉमिक क्राइम में क्या होता है कि एक कंप्यूटर पर बैठ के किसी कोने से कहीं से करना है, विक्टिम का चेहरा नहीं रहता है. तो विक्टिम का चेहरा नहीं रहता है तो इकोनॉमिक क्राइम करना आसान होता है. सो दिस इज अ रीज़न वाई इकोनॉमिक क्राइम फ्लरिश कर रहे हैं. सर, प्रफुल्ल सर, मैं आपसे पूछना चाहूँगा दैट लॉ एनफोर्समेंट पर्सपेक्टिव में, जैसे शुरू से हम देखते थे कि पहले बड़े बड़े क्राइम आते थे, आपने भी अपने करियर में काफ़ी समय से आपने देखा होगा, तब में और अब में व्हाट इज़ द चेंज दैट यू सी, कि किस तरह के केसेस रिपोर्ट हो रहे हैं, किस तरह के आपके पास कंप्लेंट्स आ रहे हैं सर?
हेलो, फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल वेरी थैंक्स फॉर हैविंग मी हियर. जब बात हिंदी में ही हो रही है तो मैं चाहूँगा कि मैं प्रफुल्ला से प्रफुल्ल बन जाऊँ, एंड वो जैसे राम का रामा हो जाता है, देश वैसी ही कहानी है कुछ. डेफिनेटली जो अभी उदय सर ने बताया और जो आपने पर्सपेक्टिव, सही पर्सपेक्टिव में जो क्वेश्चन रखा है, जो आज की डेट में जो मैग्नीट्यूड है वो हम सोच नहीं सकते. जो एक ट्रेडिशनल क्राइम था उसके कंपैरिजन में द अमाउंट्स आर इनॉर्मस. आपकी यूज़ ऑफ टेक्नोलॉजी इज़ इनॉर्मस, यूज़ ऑफ कम्युनिकेशंस, मैनिपुलेशन ऑफ डेटाबेसेस, एंड सबसे बड़ी बात है फेसलेस. तो चाहे छोटा सा एग्जाम्पल जैसे इन्होंने कहा आपकी जेब से बिना आपकी जानकारी के पैसे निकल गए, या कई बार आपने विलिंगली आउट ऑफ कई बार लालच हो जाता है कि टू गेन शॉर्ट मनी एंड प्रॉफिट, तो और वो सारा सेटअप आपको जो दिखाया जाता है दैट सो कन्विंसिंग दैट यू बिकम अ प्रे टू दैट. तो द मैग्नीट्यूड इज एनीथिंग फ्रॉम 2000 रुपये से लेकर के वी फेल टू कम्प्रीहेंड द जीरो, उसके कितने जीरो लगाए इसमें. एग्जैक्टली. सो इट्स अनथिंकेबल 1000 करोड़, 2000 करोड़, 5000 करोड़ की जो हम बातें करते हैं, एंड मोर और लेस नॉट ओनली नेशनल, इट हैज़ बिकम मोर ट्रांसनेशनल. जब आप मनी लॉन्ड्रिंग की बात सोचते हो वाइट कॉलर क्राइम्स में, जब आप हवाला ट्रांजैक्शंस, टैक्स इवेजन्स, ये सारी चीज़ें, शेल कंपनीज, तो आप देखो इट गोज बियॉन्ड बाउंड्रीज. सो स्केल इज एनीथिंग आई वुड से अबव द स्काई. ऑफ कोर्स आपको कई चीज़ें हैं जो कैटेगराइज करनी होती हैं. सम थिंग्स विच कैन बी डेल्ट एट द लोकल लेवल, some things are there in which you need the assistance of national agencies. At times the international assistance is also required. So this is the kind of scenario that we are talking about.
थैंक यू सर. सर आपने जो दो बातें कहा ना, जुरिस्डिक्शन और ट्रांसनेशनल, ये दो इतने बड़े प्रॉब्लम हैं कि, क्योंकि मैं तो सर बहुत सारी एजेंसीज के साथ काम करता हूँ, मदद करता हूँ इन्वेस्टिगेशन में, लेकिन ये इतना बड़ा रोल प्ले कर रहे हैं, इतनी दिक्कत हो रही है. अल्टीमेटली जैसे मान लीजिए मैं पिछले 5 इन्वेस्टिगेशन की बात करूँ, जो देश की प्रीमियर एजेंसीज हैं जो इन्वेस्टिगेट कर रहे हैं, अल्टीमेटली दे आर कमिंग एट अ स्टैंड स्टिल व्हेन इट कम्स टू अ क्रिप्टो वॉलेट. एक ब्लॉकचेन आ जाता है, ब्लॉकचेन का क्रिप्टो वॉलेट आ जाता है, वो वॉलेट का ओनरशिप ही नहीं पता है, कौन ओनर है, कहाँ जाता है. इनफैक्ट व्हेन वी सिटिंग देयर, आई जोकिंगली सेड आनंद कि तुम क्रिप्टो खोज सकते हो तो मेरे पास तुम्हारे लिए 2-4 काम है, मैं रेफर कर दूँ. हाँ, एनीवेज, सो आनंद, as both of our distinguished panelists, they said that the landscape is changing, and I understand substantial change. Of course, greed is the primary reason why frauds happen, but substantial change is because of the tech. जितना ज़्यादा टेक्नोलॉजी उतना ज़्यादा फ्रॉड, उतना ज़्यादा जीवन आसान और उतना ज़्यादा फ्रॉड. ठीक है. So how do you think tech is playing a role in both committing the crime and then preventing or detecting the crime? If you can, throw some light on this.
Sure, Durgesh bhai, that is something which is very interesting. But before I answer that question, just want to tell the audience, like both our esteemed, panelists has used a word called white collar. They are not pointing at me. I actually checked my shirt. I'm wearing a white, but they are all three of wearing a blue shirt. So it was nothing pointing at me. I just wanted to clarify on that. But coming to the point, so एक बहुत interesting चीज आपने पूछी, use of technology in crime. Let's see, start from there. सर अभी एक आप लोगों ने सुना होगा, and if you can Google it out, it is a very interesting news which was there. हांगकांग में एक कंपनी थी जिसका headquartered was in Europe, and the CFO who was sitting in Hong Kong, उनका एक Zoom call होता है with the group CFO. So he is the country CFO. उनका एक group call होता है with the group CFO in Europe. He gets into a Zoom call with that, and उनको बोला जाता है कि आपके पास में अभी यहाँ पे हांगकांग में you have 150 million extra reserves. Please transfer it to one of our other group company in Croatia. Another country is there, and आप वहाँ पे transfer कर दीजिए, and you will get a credit. We know debits and other things which are there. You'll get your part. और ये कॉल चला करीब 1 घंटे तक, Zoom call, and he is interacting with the group CFO in between. उसके बाकी जो CEO वगैरह रूम में आते हैं, they say hello and all the things जैसे ये regular चल रहा है, and afterwards the money was transferred, 150 million. In fact, totally it was, the impact was 200 million. आप अगर news.google.com पे search करेंगे, but the transfer amount was that. There was other case which happened later after that, and later, 3 days later, they realized that he has not spoken to the group CFO. That was a deep fake. आपने एक word सुना होगा आजकल, deep fake, कि हम actually आपको लग रहा है कि आप बात कर रहे हैं किसी से from your family, but that is not your family member or anything. पहले ये voice पे चलता था. अभी it has gone to a level where the face also can be created and people are doing it. Now imagine आप सब लोग, हम लोग कितने सारा काम Zoom पे करते हैं ना, बात करते हैं, ठीक है, this is the call, this is the discussion, this is how it is done. 150 million is not a small amount. अब यहाँ पे आप देख सकते हैं कि how technology is playing the role. एक पहले word होता था hackers. That was a word we all used it up. आपने कितने लोगों ने एक word सुना है स्क्रिप्ट किडीज, एक टर्म आजकल बहुत फेमस हुआ है, स्क्रिप्ट किडीज. They are not hackers, but they know how to use technology to do a crime. They are not experts in any of the thing. वो एक आपके जैसे जनरल है, उनको पता है ये टूल यूज़ करने से ये हो सकता है, ये टूल यूज़ करने से ये हो सकता है. So one thing we have to agree कि बहुत ज़्यादा यूज़ हो रहा है टेक्नोलॉजी इन एवरी काइंड ऑफ थिंग. आपने ये डिजिटल अरेस्ट के फ्रॉड सुने होंगे, अभी बहुत सारे कुछ हो रहे हैं. इवन इन फिनेंशियल स्टेट, यू नो, लॉट ऑफ दिस emails and spoofing mails and other things. So सब जगह टेक यूज़ हो रहा है. लेकिन having said that, technology can also be a good enabler to prevent and detect fraud. Because उसके बिना अगर मतलब होता है ना, लोहा लोहे को काटता है, आप अगर टेक्नोलॉजी यूज़ नहीं करेंगे तो यू कांट बेसिकली ट्रेस दैट और क्लोज इट. एवरी इन्वेस्टिगेशन आज के टाइम में फॉरेंसिक में हम जितने भी इन्वेस्टिगेशंस करते हैं, पहला ऑप्शन आप लोगों ने देखा होगा, जितने भी रेड केसेस आपके क्लाइंट्स वगैरह के पास होते हैं, the first thing they take the digital assets, laptop, mobile phone and all thing, because those are the place where the evidence lies and that has to be taken care of. So to summarize, Durgesh bhai, I would say कि technology is like, जो हम बोलते हैं ना, fire. It's like fire. आप उसको सही यूज़ करेंगे तो it can actually create a lot of, you know, great thing. आप उसको गलत तरीके से यूज़ करेंगे तो हाँ, उससे बहुत चीज़ें जल सकती हैं, बर्बाद हो सकती है. So that is the analogy I would like to bring.
चलिए, so technology is like a fire. ये तो साहब कोई भी ज्ञान ऐसा है कि ये चाकू की तरह है, आप चाहे जो काट लें, सब्जी काट लें या जो भी काट लें. So that of course is, and the entire game is changing. अभी हम पीछे बैठे थे, हम प्रकाश सर के साथ भी बात कर रहे थे, तो ऐसे ऐसे डीप फेक हो रहे हैं. डीप फेक की अगर हम बात करें, ऐसे ऐसे डीप फेक होते हैं कि फादर को फ़ोन कॉल आता है कि बेटे को पकड़ लिया है या बेटे का तबीयत खराब हुआ है, बेटे से बात कराते हैं, छोटा सा एक कॉन्वर्जेशन कराते हैं 10 सेकंड 15 सेकंड का, और फादर बिलीव करके पैसे ट्रांसफ़र कर देते हैं. अब आप समझिए कि बाप बेटे का रिलेशन, माँ बेटे का रिलेशन, हस्बैंड वाइफ का रिलेशन, ये ऐसे रिलेशनशिप हैं जो सुबह शाम मतलब बीवी की आवाज़, खैर बीवी की तो आवाज़ कोई भी नहीं भूल सकता है, पर बाप बेटे के रिलेशन में भी बाप बेटे की आवाज़ को कैसे मिसकंस्ट्रू कर सकता है. लेकिन ऐसे, इनफैक्ट हमारे अहमदाबाद में हमने एक केस देखा है, चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट हैं, उनको फ़ोन आया कि आपके बेटे के साथ ऐसा ऐसा हुआ, और वो अस्पताल में उनको जाना पड़ा. मतलब ही गॉट सो वेरी टेंस्ड, एंग्शियस, कि उनको अस्पताल जाना पड़ा. एक और सर ने, प्रफुल्ला सर ने भी कहा था ना, ग्रीड. अब एक बड़ा इंटरेस्टिंग एनेक्डोट है. हमारे यहाँ पर अहमदाबाद में एक मैडम थी, चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट थी. सुनेंगे तो उनको बुरा तो लगेगा, लेकिन ठीक है. शी वॉज डिफ्रॉडेड. उन्होंने किसी स्टॉक मार्केट के स्कीम में जो 1 रुपये का 2 रुपये कर देता था, उसमें मैडम ने रुपए लगाए, अच्छे रुपए लगाए, 30-35 लाख रुपए के करीब लगाए. उसके बाद फिर एक दिन उनका फ़ोन आया कि दुर्गेश भाई मेरे साथ फ्रॉड हुआ है. हम गुजरात वाले हैं ना, तो हमारे यहाँ भाई बहन बोलने वाला कल्चर है. तो उनका फ़ोन आया कि दुर्गेश भाई मेरे साथ फ्रॉड हुआ है. मैंने कहा कब हुआ? इनफैक्ट मेरा कोई मीटिंग चल रहा था वर्चुअल, तो उसमें मैंने म्यूट करके बोला, मेरे बोलने की बारी नहीं थी, तो मैंने म्यूट करके बोला, क्योंकि 2 बार उनका फ़ोन आया. मैं बोला मैडम कब हुआ है? बोली कल शाम को हुआ है. और मैंने कहा कितने अमाउंट का हुआ? तो उन्होंने 30 लाख 32 लाख 35 लाख कुछ तो भी अमाउंट बताया. तो मैंने बोला मैडम सबसे पहले मेरा फ़ोन काट के 1930 पे, और आप लोग भी जिनको नहीं ध्यान है अपने मोबाइल में सेव कर लीजिए 1930, ठीक है. 1930 पर कहीं आप फ़ोन करके और फ्रॉड को रिपोर्ट करिए कि भाई हमारे साथ ये फ्रॉड हुआ है. जितना जल्दी आप रिपोर्ट करेंगे, वो गोल्डन आवर जैसे होता है ना हार्ट अटैक में, वैसे वाला बात है कि गोल्डन आवर में अगर आप रिपोर्ट करेंगे तो सर मदद कर सकते हैं, फ्रीज करवा सकते हैं. अगर आप उसके बाद रिपोर्ट करेंगे, एटीएम से पैसा निकल गया, उसके बाद तो फिर केस होगा, लड़ाई होगा, अगला बंदा जेल में जाएगा, आपको पैसे नहीं आएंगे, बाकी सब कुछ होगा. तो वो गोल्डन आवर में फ़ोन करना है. तो मैडम ने बोला कल शाम को मेरे साथ हुआ था. मैंने कहा मैडम आप सबसे पहले 1930 पे फ़ोन करिए, उसके बाद अपने आगे बात करेंगे. फिर ख़त्म हुआ सेशन वेशन, तो मैंने मैडम को फ़ोन किया. मैं बोला मैडम क्या हुआ था? तो उन्होंने बोला कि कल 30 लाख रुपए चले गए. मैंने कहा ये कैसे हुए? तो उन्होंने कहानी बताया कि मेरे पास कोई 2 महीने पहले फेसबुक से आया था, लिंक आया था, ये वो, उसमें पैसे हमारे डबल हो जाएंगे, ऐसा उन्होंने बताया. मैं ग्रुप में थी तो मैंने 30 लाख रुपए डाला. मैंने कहा कब डाला था आपने? तो उन्होंने बोला 1.5 महीना हो गया. मैंने कहा अब कितना हो गया आपका बैलेंस? बोली 1.5 करोड़ हो गया. कहा बहुत बढ़िया. तो मैंने कहा मैडम फ्रॉड आपसे कल शाम को नहीं हुआ, 1.5 महीने पहले हो गया है. तो ये जो समय है बताना, ये वो है. अच्छा दूसरा, इससे ज़्यादा मज़े की बात, हमने मैडम को मदद कर दिया, कह दिया, तो एफआईआर रजिस्टर हो गया उनका। उसके बाद फिर हमारे पूछ सकते उन्होंने मुझसे पूछा कि दुर्गेश भाई, ये जो अपने को पैसे वापस रिकवर करा के पुलिस देगी, वो 35 लाख देगी कि 1.5 करोड़ देगी? हाँ, मैंने कहा मैडम, मेरे हिसाब से तो 35 लाख देनी चाहिए। अगर 1.5 करोड़ देगी तो मुझे ये अफसोस होगा कि मुझे भी 2-5-10 लाख रुपए आपके साथ लगाना था। एनीवेज, दूसरा क्वेश्चन मैं प्रफुल्ला सर से पूछना चाहूंगा कि नए जो एक्ट आए हैं, द न्यू भारतीय न्याय संहिता, साक्ष्य अधिनियम, नागरिक सुरक्षा संहिता, जो नए एक्ट आए हैं, इसमें बहुत सारे प्रोविजंस हैं। जो नए एक्ट आते ही इसलिए हैं कि पुराने एक्ट में जो कमियां हैं, खामियां हैं, कमजोरियां हैं, उसको हम सुधार सकें। तो नए एक्ट जो आए हैं, सर आप कितना मानते हैं कि नए एक्ट में कुछ प्रावधान हैं जो पुराने एक्ट से, विच आर बेटर देन द ओल्ड एक्ट एंड विच empowers probably, because a lot of problem was faced with the police department. You didn't have power to attach, you didn't have power to seize. So how better placed are the new set of laws? And Uday bhai, if you can contribute once sir has finished in the new act, sir.
देखिए, बहुत कुछ आप लोगों ने भी सुना होगा, टीवी डिस्कशंस, प्रिंट मीडिया के थ्रू नए लॉज के बारे में बहुत कुछ बातें कही जा चुकी हैं, सुनी जा चुकी हैं। तो मेन फोकस जो है, एज द नेम सजेस्ट, न्याय एंड सुरक्षा, इन पे फोकस आया है नए लॉज में। पहले जो इंडियन पीनल कोड कहते थे, दंड संहिता कहते थे, उससे एक पैराडिम शिफ्ट हुआ है। अब न्याय की आप बात करो, भारतीय न्याय संहिता, भारतीय नागरिक सुरक्षा संहिता, पहले जिसको हम क्रिमिनल पीनल कोड, क्रिमिनल प्रोसीजर कोड कहते थे। बहुत सारी जो इमर्जिंग क्रिमिनल ट्रेंड्स हैं, जो चीज़ें कहीं ना कहीं लॉ एजेंसीज़ को दिक्कत हो रही थी, उनको एकोमोडेट करने की कोशिश की गई है, उनको एड्रेस करने की कोशिश की गई है। सबसे बेसिक चीज़ जो हम बात करें, जहाँ डेफिनेशंस की हम बात करते हैं, तो जब भी ऑफेंस होता है, इकोनॉमिक ऑफेंस होता है, उसमें प्रॉपर्टी की बात आती है। प्रॉपर्टी को अभी तक जो समझ थी, जो डेफिनेशन थी, दैट वाज मोर और लेस टेंजिबल प्रॉपर्टी। जो इनटेंजिबल हैं, आपकी आईपीआर हैं, इंटेलेक्चुअल प्रॉपर्टी राइट्स हैं, इनकी कहीं बात नहीं होती थी। जो आपकी कैपेबिलिटीज़ हैं, अगर उसको किसी ने गलत तरीके से यूज़ हुआ था तो उसको कहीं बात नहीं, इंटेलेक्चुअल कैपेबिलिटीज़ की बात नहीं थी। तो सबसे मेजर चेंज जो हुआ है इसमें, इनटेंजिबल जो आपकी एलिमेंट्स हैं, उसको भी एज अ प्रॉपर्टी इसमें इन्होंने एड्रेस किया है। दूसरा, जो मास स्केल के फ्रॉड्स हो रहे थे और ऑर्गेनाइज्ड फ्रॉड्स हो रहे थे, उनको लेकर के ऑर्गेनाइज्ड क्राइम को एज अ सेपरेट क्राइम इसमें पहली बार डिफाइन किया गया है। अभी तक स्टेट स्पेसिफिक कुछ लॉज बने हुए थे, कुछ स्टेट्स में थे, जैसे महाराष्ट्र में मोकोका है, गुजरात में गुजकोका है, इस तरीके से यूपी ने भी अपना लॉ बनाया जो ऑर्गेनाइज्ड क्राइम और गैंगस्टर्स को एड्रेस करते थे। बट हमारी जो पीनल प्रोविज़न थी, पीनल कोड थी, आईपीसी, उसमें कहीं इस तरह का, उस समय जब बना था 19th सेंचुरी में, उस समय इट वाज अनथिंकेबल। तो ऑर्गेनाइज्ड क्राइम को डिफाइन किया गया है, इसमें इकोनॉमिक ऑफेंसेस को इंक्लूड किया गया है। बेसिक किसी भी प्रकार के इकोनॉमिक ऑफेंसेस हो, काउंटरफिटिंग से लेके, फॉर्जरी से लेकर के, आपके हवाला ट्रांजैक्शंस हो, मल्टी मार्केटिंग हो, गैम्बलिंग हो, ये सारी चीज़ें जो एज अ सिंडिकेट के रूप में यदि वो हो रही हैं, और सिंडिकेट को भी बहुत स्पेसिफिकली डिफाइन कर दिया उन्होंने कि 2 या 2 से अधिक लोग मिलके जब भी कोई ऑफेंस करते हैं, इट कम्स अंडर द डेफिनेशन ऑफ अ क्राइम सिंडिकेट। मीटिंग ऑफ माइंड, 2 या 2 से अधिक लोग, और इकोनॉमिक ऑफेंस अगर हो रहा है, ऑफ कोर्स उसमें दूसरी कैटेगरी ऑफ ऑफेंसेस भी हैं, बट इकोनॉमिक ऑफेंसेस को प्राइमरली उसमें एड्रेस किया गया है। ये एक बहुत नई चीज़ आई है। और साथ के साथ टेररिज्म को भी न्यू एक्ट में पहली बार एज एन ऑफेंस डिफाइन किया गया है, इन एक्ट्स में शामिल किया गया है। कई सारे जो हमारे इकोनॉमिक ऑफेंसेस हैं, वो टेररिज्म के डेफिनेशन में भी आते हैं। आप अगर टेरर फंडिंग के लिए यूज़ कर रहे हो, हवाला ट्रांजैक्शन का पैसा यदि किसी रूप में टेरर फंडिंग में जा रहा है, ड्रग कार्टेल का पैसा यदि आपके एंटी नेशनल एक्टिविटीज़ में यूज़ हो रहा है, ऑफ लेट जो देखा गया है हमारा कि द बाउंड्रीज आर ब्लरिंग बिटवीन प्योर क्रिमिनल सिंडिकेट्स, इकोनॉमिक वाइट कॉलर क्राइम्स और टेररिस्ट क्राइम्स। वही ग्रुप जो पहले एक्सटॉर्शन करता था, वही ग्रुप अब क्रॉस बॉर्डर करेंसी ड्रॉपिंग करा रहा है, क्रॉस बॉर्डर ड्रग्स ड्रॉपिंग करा रहा है, और वही ग्रुप वो पैसा हमारे जो डिस्टर्ब एरियाज है वहाँ पहुँच करके टेरर फंडिंग करा रहा है। सो सिंस द डेफिनेशंस, सिंस द बाउंड्रीज हैव ब्लर्ड, इसलिए इन सब को एज अ टेररिस्ट एक्ट के तक इकोनॉमिक ऑफेंसेस को भी इसके अंदर किसी ना किसी रूप में कवर किया गया है। दूसरी हमारी लिमिटेशंस होती थी कि जब कोई क्राइम करके बाहर चले जाते थे तो फिर बहुत सारी चीज़ें, कई कंट्रीज़ की लॉज ऐसी होती हैं जो वो कहते हैं कि जब तक आपके यहाँ ये कन्विक्ट नहीं हो जाए हम आपको हैंड ओवर नहीं करेंगे। एमलेट के इश्यूज आते थे, आपके उनसे एक्स्ट्राडिशन ट्रीटी होनी चाहिए, ओनली ऑन द बेसिस ऑफ रजिस्ट्रेशन ऑफ एन ऑफेंस वो नहीं हैंड ओवर करते थे। अब जो हमारा सुरक्षा संहिता है उसमें इन एब्सेंस ट्रायल भी पॉसिबल हो गया है। यू विल बी गिवन, द एब्सकॉन्डर विल बी गिवन अ रीजनेबल टाइम टू अपील, जो भी उसका कन्विक्शन होना है या उसका एक्विटल होना है वो उसके एब्सेंस में किया जा सकता है। इसका फ़ायदा लॉ एजेंसीज को ये मिलेगा कि आपके यहाँ ऑफेंस करके यदि कोई बाहर चला जाता है उसको भी आप यहाँ गिल्टी ठहरा सकते हो, ही कैन बी कन्विक्टेड एंड देन योर एक्स्ट्राडिशन process becomes a bit easier to get him here because a court of law has tried him and found him guilty of the offense. दूसरा, विदेश में बैठ करके भी कोई अगर इंडिया में ऑफेंस प्लान कर रहा है, पहले ये भी एक हमारी लिमिटेशंस आ जाती थी। नाउ इट इज़ पॉसिबल कि एज अ अबेटर फॉरेन कंट्रीज़ में भी बैठ करके, जो खास करके इस तरह के चैनल्स में कहीं देखा जाता है, कई जो गेमिंग ऐप्स भी हैं या इस तरह के जो मनी रोटेशन स्कीम्स हैं, उसमें मेन व्यक्ति बाहर बैठा है और इंडिया में वो आपको कर रहा है। लोन फ्रॉड्स जो आजकल बहुत सारे चल रहे हैं, डिजिटल अरेस्ट वाली जो चीज़ें चल रही हैं, तो ये भी अब इन एक्ट्स में इसको एड्रेस किया गया है। तो आई थिंक इट्स अ बिग शिफ्ट और जो मॉडर्न चैलेंजेस हैं उनको काफ़ी हद तक एड्रेस करने की कोशिश की गई है, लॉ के एम्बिट में उसको लाने की कोशिश की गई।
Very well said, sir. I never thought from these perspective. सर ने जो कहा, मतलब हम तो प्रैक्टिस करते, काम करते, नाम पर ध्यान ही नहीं गया और हम तो लोगों के साथ निंदा में ही लग गए थे कि सारे नाम क्यों बदल दिए थे। बट ये जो पर्सपेक्टिव जो सर ने दिया हुआ है कि फ्रॉम पीनल टू न्याय एंड फ्रॉम क्रिमिनल प्रोसीजर टू सुरक्षा, ये this in itself tells the intent of the law which are enacted and some very wonderful provisions to address the crimes of today. I am sure this will go a long way. Uday bhai, if you can quickly weigh in.
Yeah, but before starting saying something on the law ऐसा सब्जेक्ट है जो मैं हमेशा बोलता हूँ, कई लोगों को नींद की बीमारी होती है, मतलब वो रात में भी सो नहीं सकते, वो हमेशा कंप्लेंट करते हैं कि मैं रात में सोता नहीं हूँ, नींद ही नहीं आती है। तो हमेशा मैं उनको एक सलाह देता हूँ कि मतलब वो पुराना इंडियन एविडेंस एक्ट की मैं सलाह देता था, ठीक है आपको नींद नहीं आती है तो आप इंडियन एविडेंस एक्ट पता नहीं चलेगा। और एक इन्वेस्टिगेशन में भी हमारे साथ ऐसा ही हुआ था, एक बैंक में साइबर क्राइम हो गया था, एक ईमेल पे लिंक आया था, उसमें किसी स्टाफ ने क्लिक कर दिया, वो डेटा वाटा सब गया, पैसे गए, वो तो ठीक है। तो हमने इन्वेस्टिगेशन करते वक्त उनसे पूछा कि आपने स्टाफ को ट्रेनिंग दिया था या नहीं दिया था, तो बोले नहीं ट्रेनिंग तो दिया था। मैंने बोला कब दिया था, तो उन्होंने डे बोला, मैंने बोला डे नहीं चाहता हूँ, किस टाइम पे दिया था, तो बोला लंच के बाद इमीडिएट सेशन था। रिस्पेक्ट टू द लॉ, एज सर हैज़ वेल कवर्ड अबाउट दिस प्रोविजन इन द BNS which is replacing the Indian Penal Code, I would like to add few more things which is coming from the new BSA, that is भारतीय साक्ष्य अधिनियम। उसमें स्ट्रॉन्ग पॉइंट ये हो गया है कि जो इलेक्ट्रॉनिक और डिजिटल एविडेंसेस है उनको प्राइमरी एविडेंस करके मान्यता दी गई है। अर्लियर वी वर फेसिंग वेरियस challenges in putting those evidences in the court proceedings. But because of that game changer, that BSA, they have now introduced that as a primary evidence. Of course, there are certain things additionally under section 63 that needs to be done for that. लेकिन एक मान्यता मिल गई, उसको सबमिट किया जाता है, उनके एविडेंस के तौर पे एक्सेप्ट किया जाता है, और उसमें ईमेल, व्हाट्सएप मैसेजेस या सोशल मैसेजेस जो भी आपके एविडेंस, बिकॉज मोस्ट ऑफ द फ्रॉड्स, मोस्ट ऑफ द थिंग्स, दोज आर गेटिंग डन विद दिस काइंड ऑफ एन थिंग. So those are now acceptable as an evidence, and I think that will be most helpful for the police also and for us also to put those evidences in an acceptable manner. Apart from that, I still feel that the frauds which the Durgesh Bhai had just explained or Anand Bhai had just explained, digital or AI-based frauds, there are certain provisions in the Information Technology Act, but I think that needs to be revisited because impersonation, the definition of the personation and definition of the impersonation, either in the BNS or in the Information Technology Act, that still needs to be revisited to cover these kind of frauds.
You said personation, impersonation, and information technology. So you ended with technology, and then the buzzword everywhere is artificial intelligence. I mean, we have so much of artificial intelligence that now the real intelligent people are feeling it as a threat. ऐसा लग रहा है कि cognitive abilities will take a back seat and artificial intelligence will take a front seat. So, Anand, if you can explain the use of artificial intelligence in fraud detection, and probably I understand you do a lot of fraud prevention as well. So if you can first explain the use of artificial intelligence in fraud detection, and then probably we can come back to circle around to you for the fraud prevention.
Okay, I think that is one thing very interesting what you ask on prevention and detection. तो अभी हो क्या रहा है कि as chartered accountant, all of us here, हमें पता है कि every organization is seeing a huge amount of data generate हो रहा है. अब एक concept होता है fraud detection में या prevention में कि we try to understand the pattern. अगर someone is trying to do something, spoofing, anything which they are doing it can be on IT side, emails coming to you, anything out there. There is a pattern which will always be there. Now, एक चीज़ जो है जो AI based solution आज बहुत काम आ रहे हैं, organizations are using it, वो है कि पहला हम ये देखें कि get clean and stay clean. So get clean का मतलब है अभी तक हमारा जो डेटा है इसमें is there any pattern which says, जैसे हम एक वर्ड यूज़ करते हैं, आपने याद सुना होगा anomaly detection, कि एक anomaly है, इसको चेक करना है, और ये anomaly क्यों है? Now this is like root cause analysis. As auditors, as chartered accountants, as finance controller, as advisor, whatever role we play, I think we have to start playing with the data to find out this kind of things. Point number one, which helps in detection, but detection is not enough. I hope some of you have seen, there is a very interesting exposure draft issued by PCOA. PCOA is equivalent to NAFRA in US, Public Committee Oversight Accounting Board, and these people have issued that why not we remove sampling from auditing totally. No more sampling, 100% population has to be reviewed. And that is the kind of thought process which is coming everywhere. और आप सोचिए, the place, like I come from a background, हमारे आर्टिकलशिप में जब पनिशमेंट देना होता था बॉस को, तब वो बोलते थे कि 100% वाउचिंग. And now you have to do 100% of the data. Can you imagine the time and effort it is going to take? Now, if we don't use AI-based solutions which are there, like machine learning and all thing, 100% we can't do it up. तो आप इसको दोनों तरीके से देखिए कि one is autonomous control monitoring, कि you have controls in place. IFCs में हम control बनाते हैं, ये बनाते हैं. Can we use this technology which is there on our disposable? And one thing which I would like to share with you is there is a democratization of technology. एक time था कि ये सब technologies बहुत high profile लोगों के पास access होता था, corporates के पास में होता था. Today it is available to all of us, and that is something we have to think how we can use it, Durgesh bhai. That's my submission.
Yeah, so two things that I got from your answer. First, fraud has a pattern. I always say, हमारी ऑफिस में भी नया काम आता है तो सबसे पहला काम यही रहता है कि पैटर्न. फ्रॉड से ज़्यादा व्यक्ति के दिमाग के बारे में सोचना चाहिए. इट्स मोर इम्पॉर्टेंट टू नो द पर्सन, नो द पर्सोना, नो द प्रोफाइल rather than the fraud itself. उस पे समय तो fraud has a pattern and mind you कोई भी fraud है उसमें pattern होता ही है. Pattern इसलिए होता है क्योंकि human beings are complacent. हमने भी एक बार checklist बना दिया होगा तो हम कब वो checklist change करते हैं. So human beings are complacent. हम परिवर्तन नहीं लाते हैं. हमको लगता है कि एक चीज़ चल रहा है तो चलते ही रहता है. तो fraud में pattern होता ही है. दो चीज़ है. और without pattern, it becomes very difficult to find the frauds. Again, you said, democracy of tools. साहब, अभी मैं 2 दिन पहले भी एक सेशन लिया, उसके 2 दिन पहले भी एक सेशन लिया, AI पर भी कुछ सेशन लिया. Of course, आनंद के जितना तो AI मुझे नहीं आता है, हाँ. लेकिन इतने टूल्स हैं, AI के इतने टूल्स हैं कि आपको मेरे ख्याल से टूल चाहिएगा खोजने के लिए कि कितने टूल्स हैं. इतने AI के टूल्स हैं एंड माइंड यू सम ऑफ देम आर वेरी गुड. और हमको, मैं पर्सनली ऐसा एडवाइस करूंगा कि हमको पर्सनली अपनी अपनी फर्मों में जो प्रैक्टिस कर रहे हैं उनके लिए खास, जो इंडस्ट्री में है वो तो अपने एम्प्लॉयर से कह सकते हैं, पर जो प्रैक्टिस कर रहे हैं उनको अपने अपने बजट में 1,50,000 रुपये बेयर मिनिमम साल भर का, बेयर मिनिमम 1,00,000, 1,50,000, 2,00,000 रुपये का बजट रखना चाहिए टेक्नोलॉजी पे खर्च करने के लिए. आज ही सुबह में हम नाश्ता कर रहे थे तो आनंद मुझे बता रहे थे कि BCG का रिपोर्ट था, बॉस्टन कंसल्टिंग ग्रुप का रिपोर्ट था कि 4% ऑफ द ग्रॉस रेवेन्यू शुड बी स्पेंट ऑन टेक इफ अ फर्म वांट्स टू प्रोग्रेस. करेक्ट?
Yes, sir. 4%. Very much. That is the number which you should always know.
Yes. तो आनंद ने कहा कि मैंने 4% खर्च करने के लिए जब देखा कि और सॉफ्टवेयर ही नहीं है कि हम खरीद सके, रेवेन्यू ज़्यादा होगा ना तो 4% ज़्यादा होता है, तो 4% का बजट पैसा बच गया है तो क्या करें. तो बोला सबको लैपटॉप दिला दिया कि चलो लैपटॉप ही नया होगा, 2 साल पुराना था, अब नए लैपटॉप यूज़ करें. तो ये बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है. नहीं तो फिर क्या होता है ना कि अगर हम सिस्टम्स नहीं बनाएंगे, प्रोसेस नहीं बनाएंगे तो सब्जेक्टिविटी आएगा. सब्जेक्टिविटी आने से क्वालिटी डिग्रेड करेगा. एक और चैलेंज है सब्जेक्टिविटी का कि इन्वेस्टिगेशन में बहुत सारी बार, क्योंकि मैं तो डिस्प्यूट में प्रैक्टिस करता हूँ, तो ये सबसे बड़ा डर रहता है कि डिस्प्यूट रेजोल्यूशन में डिस्प्यूट ना हो जाए, क्लाइंट को ऐसा ना लगे कि उनका काम नहीं हुआ और हमको भी अंत में दक्षिणा मिल जाए काम खत्म करने के बाद. तो ये दिक्कत रहता है. एंड देन दिस वाज नॉट ऑर्गेनाइज्ड. दिस गैप इज वेरी ब्यूटिफुली फिल्ड बाय द forensic accounting and investigation standards that we have. And I would say hats off to the institute, hats off to the council that in their wisdom they thought of something like this. हमारे जैसे लोगों को मौका मिला थोड़ा सा कंट्रीब्यूट करने का, स्टैंडर्ड्स ड्राफ्ट हुए और स्टैंडर्ड्स आए. उदय भाई, both you and Anand were part of the drafting team. So, how do you think the standards are a game changer कि हमको सर जैसे लोग अगर एम्प्लॉय करते हैं कि भाई आप ये इन्वेस्टिगेशन में हमारी मदद करिए, कॉम्प्लेक्स केस आया, इसमें 50 कंपनी है, कहाँ पैसा गया हमको समझ में नहीं आ रहा है, ऐसे केस में अगर हमको मान लीजिए एम्प्लॉय करते हैं, हम चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट्स को एम्प्लॉय करते हैं, तो आपको स्टैंडर्ड्स का क्या रोल लगता है, कितना इंपॉर्टेंट रोल लगता है?
I think in the last year, 1st July 2023, ICI made it not only published the first time in the accounting world, but in the first time in the accounting world, it has made mandatory for those chartered accountants who are practicing in this forensic area. Forensic area means, दुर्गेश भाई ने जो बोल दिया पहले, forensic accounting का होगा, investigation का होगा या litigation support का होगा. तो what these forensic standards have been contributed, कि एक you can say this is a SOP kind of and things. तो मैं investigation करूँ, आनंद भाई investigation करे या दुर्गेश भाई investigation करे, all of we will be on the same platform, and that platform is given by the standards. So that is the first thing, and these are the minimum steps, or these are the minimum SOPs that needs to be followed by the every chartered accountant. That is what is expected. और हमें चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट को स्टैंडर्ड्स के बारे में ज़्यादा बोलने की जरूरत नहीं, बिकॉज वी आर फॉलोइंग अकाउंटिंग स्टैंडर्ड्स, वी आर फॉलोइंग ऑडिटिंग स्टैंडर्ड्स, एंड वी नो द इम्पोर्टेंस ऑफ मेकिंग द compliances of those standards whenever we are conducting our practices. So additionally, when you go for this forensic kind of practices, and you are going to provide the services of these three types, the standards will definitely guide you what you should follow bare minimally to conduct these assignments. And one more thing, not only by Durgesh bhai humne forensic accounting standards, but we have issued the implementation guide with the real life case studies. उसमें सारे एग्जाम कि आप उस स्टैंडर्ड्स को फॉलो कैसे करें, कंप्लाई कैसे करें, और उसके एग्जाम्पल्स भी हमने उस इम्प्लीमेंटेशन गाइड में दिए. सो दीज आर द टू थिंग्स विच यू हैव टू रेफर फॉर दिस फॉरेंसिक प्रैक्टिसेस. ये तो अपनी तरफ से हो गया, बट आई विल से दैट दीज स्टैंडर्ड्स are more useful for the other stakeholders like the police or the regulatory authorities who are employing us for certain investigations. So they can set their own expectations. They can see that after appointing a well-qualified forensic professionals who is conducting the assignment as per these forensic standards, what they will deliver. तो delivery की जो expectation है, वो उनको भी पता चल जाएगी, रिपोर्ट में क्या मिलेगा, कैसे मिलेगा, ये सारा हमने उस स्टैंडर्ड्स में वेल डिफाइन किया है और उसके प्रैक्टिकल एग्जांपल्स दे दिए हैं. सो इफ दे विल आल्सो रेफर, they will completely get the idea what would be the outcome. Apart from that, in these standards, apart from reporting, execution and all these are the 20 standards. इसमें 3 standards, these are very specialized kind of standards, जो आज की डेट में बहुत importance रखते हैं. एक तो कलेक्टिव डोमेन, क्योंकि सारा एविडेंस कहाँ से मिलने वाला है, डिजिटल एनवायरनमेंट में मिलने वाला है. दूसरा जो data analytics, which is going to be most powerful tool for the pattern analysis and all, so उसके लिए भी एक specialized standards है. और तीसरा जो लोन टाइप्स के फ्रॉड्स ज़्यादा बढ़ रहे हैं, उसके लिए भी हमने स्पेशलाइज्ड स्टैंडर्ड्स के रूप में एड्रेस किया गया है. सो ऑल दीज विल बी अ वेल सेट गाइडेंस not only for chartered accountants, but I feel, sir, like the investigating agencies, they can make a most of the use of these standards to set your expectations from us.
And just to add to what Uday bhai said, like apart from जो आपने बोला कि it helps like from law enforcement agencies perspective, जैसे प्रफुल्ल सर हैं, इनको अगर देखना कि how do I get a standardized approach, that is one thing. But the most interesting thing I would like to add, Uday bhai, is what I have seen is when you are cross-questioned on your report in the court.
Yes.
That is the time, there is all the time they'll ask you on what basis you say this, what is the thing. We have a...
लाने से ये होता है, and the standards will go a long way. Sir, एक last question मैं प्रफुल्ल सर आपसे पूछूंगा, and then probably we can have few questions from the audience if they want. सर, अपने यहाँ पर चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट्स के सर्विसेज का उपयोग हमारे यहाँ पर इन्वेस्टिगेशन में होता है, हो सकता है, आपको क्या भविष्य लगता है और अभी क्या हो रहा है, अगर इस पर आप थोड़ा सा प्रकाश डाल सकें तो.
हमारे यहाँ अभी जो हमारी इकोनॉमिक ऑफेंसेस विंग है, जो एसओजी के नाम से है
सर,
दे डू हैव अ पैनल ऑफ चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट्स, और कुछ अच्छे इंपॉर्टेंट केसेस हुए हैं कोऑपरेटिव बैंक से और इनसे रिलेटेड. मल्टी लेवल मार्केटिंग केसेस में भी हमने उनकी मदद ली है. एट टाइम्स जो हमारे डिस्ट्रिक्ट्स में अगर ऐसा कोई बड़ा केस आता है तो उस पैनल से ही वी टेक असिस्टेंस. बट अभी दैट पैनल इज सेंट्रलाइज्ड, वो बहुत एरिया स्पेसिफिक या डिस्ट्रिक्ट स्पेसिफिक नहीं हुआ है. बट येस, वी आर टेकिंग द सर्विसेज and we are taking it in a professional way. So that thing is there.
नहीं सर, तो यही अपॉर्चुनिटी है, हमने सर को ये अपॉर्चुनिटी है, हमने लिया हुआ है. अब मेरे ख्याल से रिप्रेजेंटेशन होगा तो सर.
जी बिल्कुल, जो सर ने कहा, प्रकाश सर ने कहा कि नाउ इट्स टाइम कि हमें इन लाइंस पे सोचना होगा, करना होगा. कभी जयपुर से आप किसी को बुलाते हो, कई बार इट्स नॉट प्रोफेशनल, आप पर्सनली किसी को जानते हैं, उनको बोल देते हैं, बट ही वोंट गो एंड टेस्टिफाई इन द कोर्ट ऑफ लॉ. वहाँ आपका जो केस के लिए इट्स इम्पॉर्टेंट कि आप प्रोफेशनल तरीके से उसको लें, बाकायदा उनकी उसमें एविडेंस हो और वो उन चीज़ों को जाके प्रूफ करें. रादर आई वुड से कि जो मैं इन्विसाइज कर सकता हूँ एज ए इन्वेस्टिगेटर, he can be a great help in your investigation, in your interrogation also. बिकॉज जो बात आपने पैटर्न एनालिसिस की करी, बहुत बड़ा चैलेंज होता है जब हम किसी बड़ी कंपनी के फ्रॉड को इन्वेस्टिगेट कर रहे होते हैं. कुछ उसमें 2-4 बहुत एक्टिव पार्टनर्स होते हैं, 2-4 ऐसे होते हैं जो पार्टनर्स तो हैं बट उनकी लाइबिलिटी कितनी है ये पता नहीं होता. अब आप एक अगर फिल्टर लगा दो, ऑल द पार्टनर्स आर इक्वली लाइबल, तो ऑफ कोर्स वो भी हैं. बट व्हेन यू डू दिस पैटर्न एनालिसिस, तो यू कैन स्पेसिफिकली पिंट आउट कि आपका वाला बंदा कौन सा है. कई बार जब बड़ी कंपनीज पॉन्जी स्कीम्स होती है, उसमें जो एजेंट्स होते हैं वो अक्यूज्ड भी होते हैं और विक्टिम भी होते हैं. क्योंकि उनका खुद का भी पैसा लगा है, उसने अपने घर वालों का भी लगा रखा है पैसा, और लोगों को उसने उसमें पैसा लगवाया भी है. सो ऐसे सिचुएशंस में जो अगर हमें कोई प्रोफेशनली पैटर्न एनालिसिस करके दे रहा है तो बहुत हद तक मदद आ सकता है. एंड सेकेंडली जो मैं देख सकता हूँ फॉरेंसिक अकाउंटिंग का रोल, एक बहुत बड़ा रोल ये हो सकता है कि पैसा गया कैसे वो तो हमें पता है, पैसा वापस कैसे आ सकता है इसमें भी मुझे लगता है कि काफ़ी बड़ा रोल हो सकता है. एक चीज़ जो मैं मेंशन करना रह गया था, पहले लॉ एजेंसीज के सामने ये दिक्कत होती थी, कोर्ट्स के सामने भी होती थी कि सीआरपीसी जो हमारी थी उसमें प्रोविज़न नहीं था कि आप विक्टिम को वापस उसका पैसा कैसे दिला सकते हैं. नाउ देयर इज़ अ स्पेसिफिक प्रोविज़न जिसमें प्रोसीड्स ऑफ क्राइम जो है उसको सीज करने का और उसको वापस जो अफेक्टेड लोग हैं उनको डिस्ट्रीब्यूट करने का स्पेसिफिक प्रोविज़न डाला गया है. तो जो मैंने बात की थी ना कि न्याय देने की बात की गई है, इस चीज़ की जानकारी सीएस को भी होना बहुत ज़रूरी है, जो लोग खास करके लॉ एजेंसीज के साथ काम करते हैं, कि नाउ देयर इज़ अ स्पेसिफिक सेक्शन, इफ़ माय मेमोरी सर्व्स मी राइट, सेक्शन 107, उसके तहत आप जो प्रोसीड ऑफ क्राइम है उसको विधिवत सीज करा सकते हो, और जिसके नाम से भी है, नॉट ओनली जो अक्यूज्ड है उसके रिलेटिव के नाम से भी कोई प्रॉपर्टी है, उसके एक्वेंटेसेस के नाम के भी प्रॉपर्टी है, आपके इन्वेस्टिगेशन में ये आ रहा है कि दैट्स अ प्रोसीड ऑफ क्राइम, तो आप उसको भी सीज कर सकते हो. एंड द प्रोसेस इज वेरी शॉर्ट नाउ, विद इन 60 days इट हैज़ टू बी डिसाइडेड, द पर्सन हैज़ टू प्रूव कि इट्स थ्रू हिज लीगल मीन्स. अगर वो नहीं प्रूव करता है या सामने नहीं आता है तो कोर्ट कैन ऑर्डर फॉर इट्स डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन अमंग द अफेक्टेड पार्टी. दिस इज अ थिंग विच जिसमें आप हमारी मदद कर सकते हैं.
तो दुर्गेश भाई, यू कैन एक्सपेक्ट 35 lakhs बट नॉट 1.5 crore.
एंड लास्टली जैसे आपने अपने स्टैंडर्ड्स बनाए हैं सर, तो एक एडवाइजरी रोल भी होना चाहिए. हाउ टू प्रिवेंट, जो चीज़ें हो रही हैं, जो कॉमन ट्रेंड आ रही हैं, तो कुछ एक एडवाइजरी रोल भी होना चाहिए जो गवर्नमेंट बॉडीज़ को आपकी एजेंसी थ्रू दिस एक्सपीरियंस वो शेयर कर सके कि हाउ टू प्लग दीज लूप होल्स. क्योंकि जनरली लूप होल्स आइडेंटिफाई करके उसको वर्कआउट तो कर रहे हैं, बट प्रिवेंटिव रोल भी आई थिंक दिस जो बॉडी है वो एक प्ले कर सकती है इसमें.
Yes, sir. So, well said. Probably we have our leaders listening and we are sure we'll be moving in that direction. हमने गुजरात में कुछ ट्रेनिंग भी कराया था. गुजरात में थोड़ा सा सिस्टम ज़्यादा ऑर्गेनाइज्ड भी है, क्योंकि मैं गुजरात से हूँ तो हम देखते हैं वहाँ पे. Anyways, so friends, this, as I said, was the last question. We also have our next speaker in front of us. So, if you have any queries, अगर कोई क्वेश्चन कोई कुछ पूछना चाहें तो हम एक आध दो क्वेश्चन ले सकते हैं. Otherwise, we would like to conclude this session here, and we'll request the MOCs probably to take over from us.
What a power-packed session. आज का discussion truly highlighted the importance of forensic approach in mitigating fraud risk and ensuring financial transparency. From the real-world cases shared by our panelists to the detailed methodologies, it was truly an eye-opener for all of us.
Absolutely, Radhika. Every insight shared today with us will help us to remain proactive in identifying potential red flags and implementing strategies to counter them. We extend our heartfelt thanks to all our panelists and speakers and our moderators for this impactful session. A big round of applause for everyone, please.
Thank you, sir. Just like in relay race, sprinters pass on the baton to fellow runners, we would like to hand over the podium to our learned colleagues, C. Shefali Jain and C. Ruchika Saraf, to take this carnival of wisdom to its final stage. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. As we arrive at our final session of Pragyotsav, we want to express our heartfelt thanks to Minister Nirmala Sitharaman, recently commended Indian financial sector regulators for doing a world-class job and bringing greater transparency into the system. Rightly said, the Indian regulators have ensured a stable, a transparent, and efficient financial system in India. And to maintain this stability, the regulators' framework tighten and evolve globally.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And as professionals like us are not only expected to comply, but also to act as key gatekeepers for financial integrity and transparency. Regulators are raising the bar, and we must keep the pace to maintain public trust and professional integrity. As a result, the role of chartered accountants is becoming increasingly crucial.
And that is why our next session is on regulatory expectations, raising the bar. Sir.
We now request Ashwini Bhatia sir for his kind address.
So very good afternoon to all of you. Thank you for inviting me this afternoon here. Always pleasure to be in Rajasthan. Brings back old memories. I completed my MBA here. I completed my MBA from Podar in 1983. And in 85, I joined State Bank of India. And then my learning on banking and credit actually started in Rajasthan. So you cut teeth, that is what they actually say, and that is what my career is about. So I started my career in Rajasthan in Udaipur, then I went to Kota, I came back to Jaipur, had a few assignments here, and then my last posting was in Alwar. In Rajasthan, my office was almost next door. It was in Bagadia Bhavan. And I also used to be the accountant of the State Bank branch next door, which is in Tonk Road. So between then and now, so much has actually changed. And you have to be grateful that, life has carried on and carried on rather well. So no harm starting the talk with a joke. And the joke is this, that I joined the bank in 85 और हमारे से पूछा गया कि क्या बनना चाहते हो, और जब बोला कि क्या बनना चाहते हो, हम 24 लोगों ने ज्वाइन किया था देहरादून में, 23 लोगों ने बोला we want to become chairman. And one person said that he wants, there used to be a position called IBTO, India-based trainee officer, foreign posting you had to go as a bachelor. So he said he wanted to become a IBTO. So pen to उतार दी उसकी वहीं पे. You have no ambition. All of your friends are going to become senior officers, कोई chairman बन जाएगा and all. और तुम बाहर जाना चाहते हो and you are going to resign from the bank also. This number 24 became an IBTO. He went to New York and he never came back. And 23 of us did not become chairman. That is bad luck or good luck. And in 85, had you asked me कि क्या बनना चाहोगे, I also became the MD of SBI Mutual Fund. उन दिनों में SBI Mutual Fund होता ही नहीं था. And SEBI was formed in 1992. And it was formed out of a crisis. After then, from 1992 till now, the growth of the capital markets is something that all of us need to be extremely proud about. And extremely proud about why? Because the market capitalization today, I don't know whether you are aware of the number, our GDP has just crossed $4 trillion, but our market capitalization has already crossed $5 trillion. The market cap to GDP currently is at about 140% of GDP. So the capital markets are doing very well. I'll have the numbers and I'll show you. But this was just to actually divert your attention a bit and tell you that life is uncertain. पता ही नहीं चलता कि career कहाँ पे शुरू करना है, end कहाँ पे होना है. And here I am speaking to you in Jaipur about the capital markets and what you guys need to do as far as regulation, governance, integrity, what kind of books that you should be seeing and what you should be doing or not doing. And as I speak, this week, interestingly, for the Nobel Prize in Economics, there were 3 gentlemen who won the prize. One was a Turkish guy, his name was Darren Acemoglu, Simon Johnson, these 2 are from MIT, and third was from the University of Chicago, was James Robinson. And they talked about the importance of public institutions and how growth happens. And I picked up the newspaper today in Economic Times, and there's a town right at the border of US and Mexico. That town is called Nogales. So Nogales North is in America, it is in Arizona state. Nogales South is in Mexico. Nogales North is a wonderful town because the laws are American, democracy, institutions are good, development, water, progress, everything. And South, it is part of Mexico, it is part of mafia, and development does not happen. So I think I'm very fortunate this afternoon to be talking to you. ICAI is another regulatory body. It was formed in 1949, I think. And your role is also regulation and development, as is SEBI's mandate. But interestingly, slides नहीं चल रही हैं. Yeah. So SEBI changed its logo last year. The first logo on the left-hand side was made on the desk of Mr. G.V. Ramakrishna, our first chairman. Or we have said, let us change. So this is the new logo of SEBI. The three parallel lines in the middle are about regulation, development, and interest of investors. So just like the Government of India or the Sovereign of India, you have the Parliament that does all the lawmaking. Similarly, we do all the regulation and rule making. You have the administration or the law and enforcement, that is part of development. And obviously, we do a lot of events around investor education, financial literacy, so on, so forth. But look at the size of India's economy today, and these are very, very interesting. The GDP currently is at 323 lakh crores. The forex reserves, we have just crossed $700 billion, they're at 59, and the bank deposit is at about 215 lakh crore. And these numbers you'll say are very, very high, right? But look at the capital markets. The market capitalization, as I said, is exceeding 460 lakh crore today. That is what SEBI kind of regulates. You look at the debt segment, 182 lakhs. This includes both the government debt and the listed debt in the securities market. That is about 47 lakh crores. The total amount raised in 2023-24 is about 8,57,000 crores. And REIT InvITs, again, a new asset class, is about 39,000. But look at this. The mutual funds today are crossing 67 lakh crores. That is a single big success as far as the capital markets is concerned. The investment of FPIs of foreigners is about 69. Portfolio management is about 33 lakh crores. Okay? And look at these numbers and you'll be shocked and amazed. The daily turnover on an average in the cash market is 1,21,000 crores. Bond is very tiny amount, 2,300. But derivatives, on an average, we are crossing 400 lakh crores, which means that on a daily basis, GDP is turned over on a single day. The notional value of F&O is more than 400 lakh crores. और जब settlement day आता है, which is the last Thursday of the month, it sometimes crosses 700 lakh crores, which is more than 2 times the GDP of the country. That is how it is. It has become a gambler's den. 93% of the people make losses. All of us know. And only 1% make 99% of the profits. So as a responsible body, your chartered accountants, please tell your customers, clients, कि भाई इसमें मत जाओ. F&O should not become a national pastime, right? 93% making losses, 60,000 crores in a single year is going, and a lot of that money is also going overseas. And you cannot compete with guys who have algos, who have technology, who have a setup that is so complicated that the common F&O trader does not even understand. SEBI, of course, is bringing about a lot of changes. So this is it. This is what SEBI is doing. We are ranked #1 in IPO listing. जो हमने पिछले साल में पूरे साल में किया था, it has already been achieved in the first 6 months of this year. PIN codes, we have covered everything. We are 4th largest in terms of capitalization after US, Japan, and China. And equity, mutual funds, direct and all, they account for 24% of the households. SIP, of course, is a big, big story. So look at what happened earlier. ये हमारी बाजार लेफ्ट हैंड में होती थी और अभी. If you want to travel 40 years, this one picture tells you everything. पहले क्या होता था? There was no transparency. आप किस कीमत पे ले रहे हो, किस कीमत पे बेच रहे हो, delivery होगी नहीं होगी, God only knows. It used to happen in T+14, T+15, T+7. Gradually it came down. We were the first in the world to do T+1. Now we are the first in the world to do T+0. We can even today do instantaneous settlement. That is what technology has helped. Depositories, पहले नहीं होती थी. DMAT, पहले नहीं होता था. Today everything is online. You used to buy high and you used to sell low. Those kind of things used to happen. So this is what SEBI has done over the last 40 years. But look at these numbers. कहते हैं कि wealth जो इंडिया में grow हो रही है, it is growing, it is doubling every 5 years. So in 2013, the market capitalization was only 68 lakh crores. If it doubles every year, then today we should have been at about 323, 330, but it is going far more, far higher, because the growth in India is good. We are the fastest growing economy in the world today, amongst the large ones at least, and the regulation is decent. I mean, these are words of self-praise, but I can say that we are doing reasonably well. So look at the number of DMAT accounts. From 2.1 crore in 2013, it's 17 crore accounts today. Daily turnover, I've talked to you about, daily turnover in derivatives, 420. And compare this with banking. Banking has deposits of 215 lakh crores, but there are 150 crore accounts in the banking system. So, although the market capitalization is much higher, the number of DMAT accounts are fewer, the unique investors are even fewer. So it means all the wealth that is being generated is in very, very few hands. That needs to be further deepened. And we do hope through mutual funds, through other products, this will go up. And this is the mutual fund story. The AUM was 8.3 lakh crores. Today it has crossed 67 lakh crores. Number of mutual fund folios, we are at 21 crores. B15, bottom 15 towns, again has grown. SIPs, 24,500 per month. That is the number that comes every day. So obviously the banking system is very unhappy. Deposits wahan nahi ja rahe, but then we are becoming a nation of investors. One ratio that is always looked at is AUM to GDP and AUM to bank deposits. That is also growing very fast. So I am sure, I have no doubts about it, that in my lifetime at least, the mutual fund AUM is going to grow beyond the banking deposits. That is the global trend. Whether you like it or not, it is actually going to happen. So what are my expectations out of my talk today? I'll just touch upon that. And for that, I do have a prepared text, but I'll try to keep it short and be a little quick also. So the securities market plays a crucial role in the economic development of any country by facilitating the allocation of resources, engaging investments, and supporting the growth of businesses. It helps in mobilization of savings, facilitating capital formation, promotes economic growth, helps in price discovery of listed stocks, and providing liquidity to stakeholders. At the same time, it also encourages and improves corporate governance, integration with the global markets, and we try to provide regulations and stability to the markets. अक्सर बहुत बार बात की जाती है ESG के बारे में, and we confuse ESG with only climate. But ESG, the most important letter is actually G. And when you talk about all the top groups in the world, if the G is right, E and S is automatically taken care of. You look at big groups, the best groups in the country who've been here for century and a half. Wherever the corporate governance is good, the companies generally do very, very well. So BSE has about 5,300 listed companies. NSE has 2,529. Earlier, there used to be many exchanges. Today, we have two major exchanges, BSE and NSE. So the funds mobilized in the equity markets in the whole of last year has already been surpassed in the first 6 months of this year. And as I speak, the largest IPO in the Indian markets is open. So that closes tomorrow. You can very well imagine that today, people from overseas are coming and raising capital in the Indian markets because they find confidence here, they find good valuations here. So an IPO in excess of $3 billion speaks for itself. And of course, it closes tomorrow. The excitement, of course, is huge. At the same time, we are seeing good traction on the SME platform also. There, the amount that has been raised in the first 6 months, that amount was raised in the full last year. So we have a lot of concerns, a lot of orders have also been passed in SEBI. We'll talk about those a little later. But in the first 6 months of this year, cumulatively, the amount raised is 6,73,000 crores, which is a very, very good numbers. So what are the expectations of a regulator from the auditors? With increased complexity of securities market and higher expectations from stakeholders about efficient resource allocation, the role of audit has never been more important. As India aspires to grow faster, the expertise and independence is underlined. The independence of auditors will have to be leveraged to provide more assurance on financial performance to all stakeholders. We need robust audit for dynamic and resilient economy. Audit can be defined as an examination of books of account and records of an enterprise to give an opinion that the profit and loss account and the balance sheet are properly drawn up so that it exhibits a true and fair view of the financial state of affairs of the economy. Economic decisions are increasingly made based on available evidence and information. Inaccurate information may lead to subpar decisions or excess resource allocation. Resource allocation can be in form of debt in the banks or in the form of capital raising. The bank loses or the investor also loses. The reports of corporate listed companies auditors should facilitate better oversight, insight, and foresight. Oversight addresses whether listed companies are doing what they are supposed to do as per the rules and procedures. Insights assist the decision making by providing an independent assessment of listing companies, programs, policies, operations, and results. Foresight identifies the trends and emerging challenges. SEBI expects auditors to uphold a high standard of professionalism, objectivity, and independence. Auditors contribute to the transparency, trustworthiness, and credibility of financial reporting, which helps ensure market integrity and protects investors. So the key expectations from you are these. Be independent in spirit. Auditors must maintain independence from the entities they are auditing. SEBI expects auditors to avoid conflicts of interest and ensure unbiased judgment in evaluating financial statements. Auditors ensure that their judgment is not influenced by management of the company, and they should take care of the interest of all stakeholders of the company, including shareholders, lenders, environment, tax authorities, and other government agencies. In a recent case that we passed it was observed that the auditor of a listed entity was not independent of the allottees in a preferential allotment, including an LLP whose partner was also a partner of the statutory audit firm. So in addition to SEBI passing the order, another order was passed by NAFRA against the auditing firm or the statutory auditors. So the auditor also circumvented mandatory audit rotation as another firm was appointed that was connected to him. Fraud detection. Again, auditors need to be vigilant. They are not primarily responsible for detecting fraud. SEBI expects them to be vigilant and design the audit procedure to identify material misstatements due to fraud. Section 143 of the Companies Act 2013 requires an auditor of a company, if he has reason to believe that an offense of fraud has been committed in the company by its officers or employees, the auditor shall report the matter to central government. These are not done. Again, in another case where SEBI found a fraud, the SEBI, of course, levied a fine, but again, NAFRA came in and penalized the auditing firm. The financial statements audited by the auditors are relied upon by public, leading banks and financial institutions. The management expects the financial statements to be drawn up in a manner that the investor is happy to remain investor and the lender is willing to lend. The public investor expects that the accounts are free from fraud and error. The reports or auditors are also expected to ensure transparency and communication. Independent directors have played a significant role in the enhancement of corporate governance, considering they act as a guide and mentor to the company and interest of all stakeholders, but particularly minority stakeholders. So there have been instances where promoters hold less than 10%, sometimes less than 5%. In a recent order, we saw that the promoters are selling. They sold down from 60% to 0.1%. This order came last week. They sold their stake from 60 or whatever to 0.1. And yet, because there was no oversight, they were raising more money through a preferential issue. अपने आप subscribe नहीं करते थे, all money lost for the common man. So these instances obviously should not come. Related party transactions, of course, are again very important. The companies make very, very complex structures, pass money on to the related entities, as a result of which the money just gets out of the company. The investors or shareholders are finally then holding the baby. And in a case, we saw a listed company transferring certain assets to its subsidiary. The assets were then used by the subsidiary as a collateral to obtain loans. The subsidiary, on the same day of disbursement, transferred the proceeds of the loan to a promoter company, which in turn repaid their outstandings to the same lender. This process was repeated multiple times, multiple lenders, and obviously NPAs at the banks and the promoters obviously made a lot of money. In the past 3 years, action has been initiated by SEBI in a few very, very large companies. These have cost investors. In some cases, the asset under management of the NBFC was 1 lakh crores. Two of these companies were really, really big. It took away the confidence from the market, took away the liquidity for the market. The CP issuances for NBFCs came down. So obviously, the auditors could have done a much, much better job. In a very large case where we recently took out an order, it was observed that a significant amount of loan was approved by the chairman of the group, despite deviations being recorded in the credit notes pertaining to these loans. A sizable proportion of these loans were later declared in NPA, thereby diverting funds. So auditors did not even look at the flow of funds. They did not look at the write-off policy. They did not look at the provisioning requirements, as a result of which it went into IBC, a very, very big case it was. So, Aja, the other major red flags, of course, include huge investments in unlisted companies, transactions with shell companies, unusual related party transactions, frequent fund flow, equity dilution, complex corporate structures, non-realization of debtors. एक बार पैसा दे दिया, it need not even come back. 5 साल के बाद आप इसको write off करते हैं, and obviously it has gone to related entities. Purchase and sale with same parties, the resignation of KMPs or key managerial personnel and independent directors, increased earnings and decrease in cash flow, impairments, reversals. A recent order, the turnover for 5 years was nil. And suddenly one fine year it becomes 75 crores. And it's a software company. And it indulges in buying and selling of rice. और पता चला वो ट्रक ही नहीं है, वो स्कूटर के numbers थे, registration numbers. So yeah, these kind of things happen. Unscrupulous unscrupulous promoters, fly-by-night guys, please don't certify their balance sheets at least. Because what is generally happening now is that whenever SEBI passes orders, these do go to NAFRA, they go to other agencies, ED, CBI, so on, so forth. Please tell your colleagues not to do these things. If an auditor observes these kind of red flags, then the auditor should move from the much venerated description of the auditor being only a watchdog and not a bloodhound, and actually become a bloodhound. So don't spare them under any circumstances. SEBI expects auditor to identify and assess the risks of material misstatements in financial statements, whether due to fraud or error. Auditors must focus on key areas of risk and apply appropriate audit procedures. Professional skepticism, मन में थोड़ा doubt तो होना ही चाहिए. Auditors should exercise professional skepticism. They should critically assess the information provided by management, challenge the assumptions, and be alert to conditions that may indicate possible misstatements. Adoption of new regulations as the standards, regulations and businesses environment will evolve. Auditors are expected to stay updated and incorporate these changes into their audit procedures. Please leverage technology. Technology is the need of the hour and it keeps on changing with great speed. SEBI expects auditors to leverage technology and deploy various tools now available in the market to detect fraud. So just to give you an example, हमारे पास offer documents आती हैं, these are like thousands of pages. Today we can do comparisons when a DRHP comes and an updated DRHP comes. Similarly for you, you can use AI and compare two balance sheets of the same company and come to conclusions what is happening in the company. Compliance with standards set out in IND AS or GAAS and ethical guidelines set by regulatory bodies like Public Company Account Oversight Board, PCO, AOB, International Auditing and Assurance Standards Board, etc. We also request you to have awareness regarding orders passed by SEBI and NAFRA. Yesterday only NAFRA passed an order in the Cafe Coffee Day case, if you are aware. SEBI has passed many orders against listed entities for misstatements, accounting manipulation, diversion of funds. Further, NAFRA has also passed orders against the auditors, audit firms of the companies for their lapses in the audit. It's expected that members of ICI should read out the orders to understand manipulation happening in recent times and the audit lapses by the auditors. Understanding the business structure of the company, the auditor should gather the business information of the company, including movement of goods, services, manufacturing process, movement of funds, industry practices, etc. The ways to check have also become easy. Filings of companies with stock exchanges. So all the filings are made under LODR to exchanges, BSE and NSE. News about the companies in the media, including social media, public portals like MCA21, Screener.in, Corpository, Zoba, Toffler, to complete details of the companies and filings with regulators. A listed entity is under obligation to make various disclosures under the provisions of LODR. In case of resignation of the auditors of the listed entity is under obligation to disclose detailed reasons for resignation of auditor as given by the said auditor to the stock exchanges as soon as possible within 24 hours of receipt of such reason. So we just had a reason and people just get carried away. Why should an auditor sign balance sheet for 3 financial years on the same day after the resignation of the previous auditor? So these things we find many times shocking, and this is nothing but accommodation, and these should be avoided. SEBI has also made provisions in LODR which enables auditors to express their opinion on the financial results, which are compulsorily to be disclosed by the company either in the form of impact on financial results owing to modified opinion or explanation to audit qualifications. Hence, auditors are expected to compulsorily use this tool to present a fair picture of the company's financial health. Please don't hesitate in making audit qualifications. It's been a pleasure coming here. I also came here because I know that 45% of chartered accountants who qualify each year in the annual exams come from this area. And looking at the growth, looking at the potential of our economy, looking at the startup ecosystem, the number of unicorns, the number of decacorns, all that I can tell you is that the opportunity today in India is absolutely huge. Please give the right advice, be a good teacher. In another forum, I had said that you guys need to be good doctors. Give the right advice to your companies. And please don't hesitate to say no just because some fee is involved. Understand that a huge amount of loss is being done to the system, to the ecosystem. 4-5 हमारे पास cases आते हैं, then we start working on regulation. We start working on regulation, then people say that the regulations are too tough or whatever. But I think if you can prevent all of these things, do the right thing, I guess the system will be much, much better. The amount of liquidity there is in the system, the people who are willing to invest in the Indian economy and the capital markets is actually huge. So take care of your companies, do your job well, take care of yourself, have a great work-life balance also. And thank you very much once again for inviting me here this afternoon. Any questions if you may? Yeah. तो मेरे पास भी आंसर नहीं है. So he has to do his own research. And if you can't do your research, if you don't understand the company, please enter the market through mutual funds. Once you can do that gradually, right? You understand companies, you can understand the composition of a fund, you know where the money is going. Be in the best companies, you don't have to speculate unnecessarily. तो जो भी आजकल हो रहा है, you know, whether it is fin influencers, we know that we have tried enough. एक YouTube को बंद करते हैं, 10 और खुल जाते हैं, right? So it is the investors who have to take care of themselves, not get trapped in telegrams or WhatsApp or YouTube or some fin influencers and all that. I have no answer to many of these questions कि क्यों करते हैं आप, ऐसे क्यों नहीं करते, वैसे क्यों. The best way is for them to take care of themselves. भाई जिस कंपनी में आप पैसे डाल रहे हो, अगर promoter holding nil है, if promoter doesn't care about his company, why should you buy his share, right? So there is screener.in. There are so many ways in which you can find out the financials of the company. Be careful. That's all. Otherwise, it is a long-term game. I ask ladies many times, are you a saver or an investor? तो confuse हो जाते हैं. If I ask you the same question, you will say, sir, मुझे question समझ नहीं आया. और अक्सर मेरे साथ भी हुआ है. बैंक का MD हुआ करता था, गाड़ी में मेरे को लाइसेंस ऑफिसर मिलता था. So I used to ask, are you a saver or are you an investor? Sir, what is your question? Are you a saver or an investor? फिर पता चलता था कि भाटिया was a MD of SBI mutual fund, तो mutual fund पे question होगा. फिर बोलता है, sir, I will let you know. अरे भाई पैसा तुम्हारा है, तुम्हारे कोई नहीं पता आप किस फंड में डाल रहे हो पैसा. You have got to take care of your company. Women are the best investors because they love gold, right? And that gold goes from one generation to second generation to the next generation. That is also an investment. Women are wise investors also. They are long term. Men are speculative. Women दारू नहीं पीते, हम दारू पीते हैं. ठीक है? Women are more stable as far as investments and all are concerned, but they are not involved in investment at all. I hope I've answered your question. Yeah.
Sir, as you are a member of SEBI,
yeah.
So my question is related with the regulatory aspect of SEBI.
Yeah.
Whatever we have studied so far, that SEBI regulates the intermediary or market and market functions and intermediary functions, etc. But what I feel, what I experienced, since I am advisor of many investors, and they have invested crores of rupees in the market, and they are dealing with some brokers or some other intermediary. But ultimately, what they find that whatever been responded, whatever been complaint against brokers, there is no response from SEBI. Only the platform is given scores. You register your complaint and wait till 1 month, 2 months. Thereafter, what will happen? The complaint will be closed. Nothing will be asked.
एक सेकेंड, अगर आप एडवाइजर हैं राइट?
Yes.
तो स्कोर्स पे कंप्लेंट क्यों होगी अगर आप ठीक एडवाइस दे रहे हैं तो?
I am not saying that I am registering complaint.
So SEBI,
but the investor is registering his or her complaint.
Correct. It is like what every regulator does, whether it is RBI or IRDA or NAFRA or whatever. The first line regulator is always the exchange, right? जो भी है, it is immediately transferred to the intermediary. Intermediary is supposed to resolve it. If it is the intermediary is unable to resolve, then it goes for adjudication. Adjudication भी अभी हमने easy कर दिया है. It has become today online, so you don't have to actually wait for it. So everything that is happening, right? SEBI cannot take care of each and every complaint. It is just not possible for us. All that we are trying to do is that once the complaint goes to the intermediary through our platform, it will get resolved.
मैं जो कहना चाह रहा हूँ सर, वो ये कहना चाह रहा हूँ, जब उसका कंप्लेंट का ट्रैक देखते हैं हम,
हाँ,
तो स्कोर्स पर रजिस्टर्ड होती है, देन जो एक्सचेंज का मेंबर है उसके पास जाती है,
हाँ,
जो भी इश्यूज होता है सेटल करने के लिए ब्रोकर के और इन्वेस्टर के बीच में, देन वो अनसेटल्ड रह जाता है तो वापस सेबी के पास में जाता है. लेकिन इसमें होता क्या है कि सेबी के यहाँ पे वो खाली वो नाम दिखता है, उसमें एक्चुअल में उसमें कोई वर्किंग करने वाला कोई पर्सन है नहीं.
तो
तीन जगह जाता है तो
सेबी विल नॉट रिजॉल्व इट, नंबर 1. नंबर 2, अक्सर जो कंप्लेंट होती है, आपका क्लाइंट होंगे, 1000 होंगे, दे विल कंप्लेन ओनली व्हेन दे आर मेकिंग लॉसेस. When they make profit, they will never complain.
उसी के लिए मैं कह रहा हूँ सर आपसे, तो उसी के संबंध में आ रही है.
उसमें मैं आपको फिर से बताता हूँ.
आपने बताया सर.
फिर क्या होता है, once we do the examination, कभी जो इक्के दुक्के हमारे पास केस करते हैं, the customer has signed on the dotted line, has signed on the margins, has signed on interest rate, has signed on brokerage rates. There's very little for us to do legally over there.
सर इसमें जो आपने फर्स्ट डाटा दिया, 93% इन्वेस्टर आर लूजिंग इन F&O.
That is F&O,
है ना?
हाँ.
तो वो जो 93% जो लूज कर रहा है, कभी उसका एनालिसिस प्रॉपर नहीं हुआ, उसमें कारण नहीं.
अरे सेबी ने पूरा एग्जामिनेशन किया है, 2 बार आपके पास आया है.
सर एक मिनट मुझे दीजिए. हाँ? मैं उसी का कारण बता रहा हूँ आपको. उसमें होता क्या है कि जो ब्रोकर्स वगैरह है, उनका जो वर्किंग करने का जो मैकेनिज्म है, वो इतना फ्रॉडलेंटली होता है कि जैसे मान लीजिए वो जो सेबी की गाइडलाइंस है उसको तो एक तरफ रखते हैं और अपने हिसाब से कुछ ना कुछ वर्किंग करते हैं उसके अंदर. ऐसे कई सारे इंस्टांसेज है.
सो द इन्वेस्टर्स बीवेयर, वी कैन नॉट हैंडल 1 crore कंप्लेंट्स अ डे. वो हमारी क्षमता नहीं है, ठीक है ना. आई कैन ओनली से ये जो नशा है, ये जो चस्का है, डोंट मेक इट अ नेशनल पास टाइम.
वो सही है सर, वो सही
We
है.
want this country to become a country of investors, move away from savings. अब आपने सेविंग लैंड में करनी है, आपकी मर्जी. गोल्ड में आपने सॉवरेन गोल्ड बॉन्ड में करना है, आपने ETF में करना है, आपने फिजिकल में करना है, आपने ज्वेलरी में करना है, आपने गोल्ड कंपनी में करना है, गोल्ड माइनिंग कंपनी में करना है, इज अप टू यू. Right? We have provided platform, and today, believe me, India is one of the best regulated markets in the world. पूरी दुनिया से यहाँ पे आ रहे हैं, whether it is for T+1, T+0, the way we have enabled technology, right? It doesn't happen anywhere in the world. मुझे ताजुब होता है, when I bought a share for the first time, वो 6 महीने के बाद आए हमारे पास, वो फिजिकली आके सिग्नेचर वेरीफाई होके, फिर पीछे ट्रांसफ़र की स्लिप वो लगी होती थी, एक हरा पन्ना होता था, उसके ऊपर ड्यूटी होती थी, स्टैम्प्स होती थी, ऑल ऑफ दोज काइंड ऑफ थिंग्स. लुक एट हाउ थिंग्स हैव बिकम ईजी. डीमैट हो गया सब कुछ. यू डोंट इवन हैव टू वरी. ऑल दैट आई कैन टेल इज, प्लीज आस्क योर इन्वेस्टर्स टू बी लॉन्ग टर्म इन्वेस्टर्स. आपके पास घर है, कल क्या कीमत थी उसकी, पिछले महीने क्या थी, तो शेयर के साथ भी आप यही कीजिए. ये क्या होता है कि क्योंकि डीमैट है, क्योंकि ऑनलाइन है, आप ट्रेडिंग करते हैं and you want the price to go up every 5 minutes and you want to sell. If you have a good investment like a good lady, you ask her, सोना बेचोगे?
सर
खाना नहीं मिलेगा शाम को.
सर जो आप एग्जांपल्स दे रहे हैं, जो कह रहे हैं वो सब चीज़ें सही हैं, लेकिन हमने एक सेबी रेगुलेटरी अथॉरिटी सेबी रेगुलेटरी बॉडी बनाई इंडिया में, तो उसका कुछ तो काम होगा ना सर. इन्वेस्टर किसके भरोसे बैठेगा? मैं ये जानना चाह रहा हूँ सिर्फ.
इतना डेवलपमेंट हुआ है, और क्या करें बताइए आप.
जो फ्रॉडलेंट एक्टिविटीज हैं उसको रोकने का क्या मैकेनिज्म है, किस लेवल का, वो सर वो समझा दीजिए सर.
So the policeman cannot catch every pickpocket.
लेकिन इंफॉर्मेशन जिसकी आ रही है वहां तो इन्वेस्टिगेशन होगी नहीं सर.
आप प्लीज हमारे ऑर्डर्स पढ़िए ना. अभी दो महीने पहले एक जयपुर की कंपनी थी, उसका ऑर्डर पढ़ा है आपने? यू विल बी शॉक्ड व्हाट हैपेंड. जयपुर की
जनरल इन्वेस्टर के लिए क्या तरीका होना चाहिए जिससे वो
प्लीज रीड द न्यूज़पेपर्स, बी अवेयर व्हाट इज हैपनिंग.
ओके,
दैट्स ऑल.
Sir, yes.
Yeah, okay. Yeah.
So actually, sir, yesterday we were discussing about one of the standards on auditing, SA 600, that is on consolidated.
वो तो नाफरा का एरिया, मेरे से क्यों पूछ रहे हो?
नहीं सर, आपने भी सेबी ने भी, मैंने नफरा का पब्लिक कंसल्टेशन के लिए जो पेपर आया हुआ है,
तो सेबी अग्रीड विद इट.
सेबी हैज अग्रीड विद इट
फॉर द सिंपल रीजन, है ना. तो उसमें नाफरा ने तीन ऑर्डर्स पास किए हैं. इन एक सेकंड, इन द केस ऑफ कैफे कॉफी डे, कैफे कॉफी डे वाज माय ऑर्डर,
रिलायंस कैपिटल,
ठीक है ना. अब आप अगर बोलें, आपके DRHP में अगर लिखा है, तो आई होप देयर इज नो प्रेस हियर, ठीक है ना. आपने अगर DRHP में लिखा है दैट कैफे कॉफी डे एंटरप्राइजेस derives its values from the subsidiaries, correct? So whatever are its profits or inflows, they have to be upstreamed. They were not, instead of being upstreamed, they were downstreamed.
Yes.
All the auditors were sleeping over it. These are the best auditors of Bangalore, right? फिर आप बोलते हो कि जो यहाँ पे बैठा है होल्डिंग कंपनी पे या टॉप पे, he is not supposed to look at what the auditors lower down are doing. As a result of which, here at the top, the promoters are holding only 7 or 8%. And at the step 2, the promoters are holding 90%. Now, why should 90% transfer to a company where they hold only 7%?
मेरा सवाल अलग है सर.
तो वो जो आपका है, whether the auditors should be held responsible.
That is okay.
For, yeah.
That the CFS.
But it happens globally. We are only trying to.
But the whole issue is, sir, क्या होता है सर, जो practical difficulties, because the SEBI has expectations from chartered accountants, then what chartered accountants have practical, issues is with reference to, say, जनरली सब्सिडरी का जो ऑडिट हुआ है, सपोज 15 मई को हुआ है ना, और सेबी आप देखेंगे होल्डिंग कंपनी का 17 मई को आपका बोर्ड मीटिंग है, या 28 मई को सब्सिडरी का हो रहा है, 30 मई का
3-4 दिन में हो जाता है,
के अंदर हो जाता है. तो प्रैक्टिकल डिफिकल्टीज आती है. तो या तो कहीं ना कहीं सेबी एक रेगुलेशन ये लेके आए कि यार सब्सिडरी का कम से कम 15 दिन पहले फाइनेंशियल स्टेटमेंट फ्रीज हो जाए.
सेबी रेगुलेशन लाएगा, फिर आप बोलोगे हम ओवर रेगुलेट करते हैं.
नहीं, आप
ये भी समझ,
क्योंकि नहीं तो वो आप मान के चलिए सर कि एक दिन में प्रैक्टिकली टू कम्युनिकेट विद द ऑडिटर्स, टू गेट रिस्पांस फ्रॉम देम.
I get your point. Yes. I take the.
That is our issue.
I take the feedback.
हम ऑडिट सारा कर लेंगे, कोई इश्यू नहीं है सर.
I take the feedback. Yeah. भाई जब हम इन्वेस्टिगेट करते हैं ना, we don't have the benefits that you have. You have all the books with you. You have all the books with you while doing it. हम जब इन्वेस्टिगेशन शुरू करते हैं, you've got to talk to the banks, you've got to talk to the companies. फिर टायर पंक्चर हो जाता है, किसी की नानी बीमार हो जाती है, किसी को एक्सटेंशन चाहिए. You know how it happens in India, right? वो कभी कभी तो 2 साल में हो जाए खत्म. That itself is a thing, you know. People love to delay in our country. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. We thank our guests for bringing on their thoughts to the table. We are grateful for your valuable knowledge and appraising up on different facets of regulatory framework. Thank you so much for the session, sir. I request all of you to please join us at EP East Lawn for the cultural event. The first session is by Dr. Kumar Vishwas, which will be followed by a soulful music night by Ravindra Upadhyay, which will be followed by dinner. We request all of you to join in. Thank you, sir.